Around 12,000 years ago, human societies started to change. Once living a nomadic life as hunter-gatherers, where we were constantly on the move season by season, year by year, humans started to settle down and live in specific locations. This was the development of agrarian societies. An agrarian society is a society where cultivating the land is the primary source of wealth, where the focus is on agriculture and farming. It's not clear why or how humans came to the decision to become farmers. Perhaps it was through experimentation, or humans just wanted more food. But whatever the reason, this was a dramatic shift in the way humans lived. Although we may not think of it as such, this was the time in human history where humans were making great technological advances. Farming technology, while relatively modest at first, began to develop. Technology and economic activity go hand in hand. As humans gained farming skills, for the first time they were able to produce more food and goods than they needed, and this gave the opportunity for trade with other groups of humans. This economic activity continued to drive better technology, allowing humans to produce even more food and so on. Eventually it got to the point that some humans could work exclusively on farming, while others could have different jobs, like making buildings or crafts. This idea of having each person with a specific job is called division of labor, and it was a super efficient way for humans to work. The move to agrarian societies wasn't all good, however. Hunter-gatherers were constantly on the move, but that also kept them lean, strong, and healthy. They burned all the calories they ate, and had lives that contained a lot of leisure time. Farming was often hard and time-consuming, and humans would work themselves to the bone to gain their advantage. Thousands of years later, as our technological knowledge improved, science began to develop. Through science, we understood the world better than ever and could use that knowledge to our advantage, taking control over the resources available to us. The Industrial Revolution was the change to mechanical manufacturing processes between approximately 1760 and 1830. It allowed us to use machines to create iron and other metals, and introduced the heavy use of steam engines and coal. Division of labor really got into full swing in this part of history, as even the factories that produced goods divided their workers into jobs. Each person would do the same task over and over, which was much more efficient. Economic activity was booming, and making food and goods had never been so easy and cheap. These advances drove the creation of superpowers and empires. The British Empire, for example, was built on it, as were the expansions of French and Spanish territories later. Similar to the development of agrarian societies, the change was a mixed bag. Workers were often exploited and had to deal with terrible conditions. Life expectancy was extremely low during this time, and the rich gained the greatest benefits. This trend continues today in the digital revolution. As computers and communication technology in general have improved over the course of the late 20th century until today, our ability to produce large amounts of goods and services cheaply improves all the time. What was the net result of all this science, technology, and economic output? There were always plenty of downsides, and there are still downsides to this day, but perhaps the digital revolution has the fewest. Medical technology improved in leaps and bounds over the 20th century, and life expectancy is higher than it's been in all of known human history. There is always a price. The natural world has been exploited in the process, for example. The way we live our lives, with machines to do a lot of our work, and many of us working in jobs involving computers and extremely limited movement, has its problems and disadvantages. But with the good and the bad, it seems likely that science, technology, and economic productivity will continue to have huge impacts on the way society develops for years to come. Around 12,000 years ago, human societies started to change from a nomadic life as hunter-gatherers to agrarian societies. An agrarian society is a society where cultivating the land is the primary source of wealth, where the focus is on agriculture and farming. As humans gained farming skills, for the first time they were able to produce more food and goods than they needed, and this gave the opportunity for trade with other groups of humans. This economic activity continued to drive better technology, allowing humans to produce even more food and so on. Eventually it got to the point that some humans could work exclusively on farming, while others could have different jobs like making buildings or crafts. This idea of having each person with a specific job is called division of labor, and it was a super efficient way for humans to work. The move to agrarian societies wasn't all good, however. Farmers were less healthy and had less leisure time than hunter-gatherers. Thousands of years later, as our technological knowledge improved, science began to develop, which in turn led to the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution was the change to mechanical manufacturing processes between approximately 1760 and 1830. It allowed us to use machines to create iron and other metals and introduced the heavy use of steam engines and coal. Though there were many benefits, workers were often exploited and had to deal with terrible conditions. This trend only continues today in the digital revolution. As computers and communication technology have improved over the course of the late 20th century until today, our ability to produce large amounts of goods and services cheaply improves all the time. There are positive impacts and negative impacts of science and technology on human activity, but you could argue that the positives outweigh the negatives. Medical technology has improved in leaps and bounds over the 20th century, and life expectancy is higher than it's been in all of known human history. One thing is sure, science, technology, and economic productivity will continue to have huge impacts on the way human society develops.
There are some things that never change. Peanut butter and jelly make a great sandwich, salmon can swim upstream, and river valleys are usually pretty great places to live. Now, since most of us know all we need to know about sandwiches, and since I know nothing else about salmon, our best bet for today's lesson is to concentrate on rivers. More specifically, let's focus on why the world's earliest civilizations developed around them. Before we get into this, let's take a minute and locate the first 4 river valley civilizations of our world. Counted as one, we first have the valleys of the Tigris and Euphrates, located in the region of modern-day Iraq. Second, there's the famous Nile River Valley located in Egypt. We also have the Indus River Valley located in South Asia and the Yellow River Valley located in Asia. With these now listed and located, let's get back to why civilization developed around them. First and foremost, the answer is food. To explain, the first civilizations came to life in the river valleys of Asia and Africa because they provided great places to get meat. Not only did they provide fish, they also provided pretty good hunting as the rivers attracted thirsty animals. Beyond hunting and fishing, the early river valleys also gave people a place to grow crops. Ironically, the secret to this was flooding. Although this flooding was dangerous, it also carried some real benefits for ancient people. To explain, as the ancient rivers of our world overflowed their banks, they dredged up nutrient-rich earth from their floors. As this earth resettled on the land, it made the river valleys perfect places for crops to take root. These crops made it possible for early farmers to provide enough food for themselves and their families. This is especially true in Egypt, where the Nile River flooded at the same time each year. This scheduled flooding made it easier for Egyptians to plan their planting and harvesting. As time went on, the people of the river valleys figured out irrigation, the process of using canals to bring water to land. With this, farming became easier, and this allowed people to perform different jobs. Of course, by jobs, we're not talking about becoming lawyers. We're talking about getting to work on new things like building and transportation. As these new developments arose, civilizations began to spread to the rest of the world. The 4 river valley civilizations were the Tigris and Euphrates valleys, the Nile River Valley, the Indus River Valley, and the Yellow River Valley. Civilizations developed around rivers because there were waters provided places to hunt and fish. Also, as the rivers flooded, the lands around them became fertile. This allowed them to support farming. This is especially true of the Nile River, which flooded the same time each year. As humans began to use irrigation, the process of using canals to bring water to land, people became able to work on new technologies, things like building and transportation.
Once upon a time, humans were hunter-gatherers. They moved around as nomads, season by season, year by year, hunting animals and gathering fruit and nuts from plants. About 12,000 years ago, humans changed their ways. They started to settle in single locations. People debate the reason for that. Perhaps they realized they could produce a food surplus. Perhaps it started with mere experimentation. But whatever caused it, It was a huge change in the way humans lived. Whatever the reason, humans had to answer an important question. Where should they settle? To answer that question, we have to think about what they were settling down to do. 12,000 years ago, humans started to form what's called an agrarian society. An agrarian society is a society where cultivating the land is the primary source of wealth, where the focus is on agriculture and farming. Agriculture and farming needs water, and lots of it. They also need fertile soil. So humans invariably settled along the floodplains of rivers. This shouldn't be at all surprising, because through the regular flooding that happens there, these soils were full of nutrients and there was water aplenty. Examples of early river valley civilizations include the Indus Valley Civilization, ancient Egypt, the Nile, Mesopotamia along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and Chinese civilization along the Yellow River. In today's lesson, we're going to talk about a few of these early river valley civilizations and place them on the world map. The Indus River was the home to an extremely successful civilization. It would flood the land with nutrients twice per year, super reliably. Because of this regular flooding, the Indus Valley contained the most available calories per acre of any river of its time. Things grew easily, and the civilization flourished around 3000 BCE. They were a peaceful people, with many architectural achievements. But where was the Indus Valley civilization? Where is the Indus River? The Indus River's source is in the Himalayan mountain range on the Tibetan Plateau near Lake Mansarovar. It runs through modern-day Pakistan, western Tibet and Kashmir. It reaches the sea in Pakistan. Ancient Egypt is probably the most famous river valley civilization in human history, thanks to all the pyramids. It lasted from around 3000 BCE to 300 BCE, which makes it the longest existing out of all the river valley civilizations. The Nile River flooded in a regular pattern, and life in Egypt was predictable and easy. Farming was much easier than in most places. The Nile is the longest river in the world, running from North Egypt down to Lake Victoria in Tanzania. It flows through 11 modern-day countries, from north to south: Egypt, Sudan, South Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Congo-Kinshasa, Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania. The Tigris and Euphrates rivers formed the location for the Mesopotamian civilization. Their rivers flooded in extremely unpredictable patterns, which made irrigation complex and difficult. To make it more manageable, Mesopotamia used slaves and gave offerings to appease the gods. The Tigris River flows from the mountains of what is now southeastern Turkey and finishes in Iraq, flowing into the Persian Gulf. The Euphrates is similar. Its source is in eastern Turkey, and it eventually combines with the Tigris before they flow together into the Persian Gulf. The cradle of Chinese civilization was how the Yellow River was often described. Its banks were historically extremely prosperous and the home of the ancient Chinese civilization. This civilization was war-torn, separated into dynasties of varying lengths, usually with wars in between. The various factions fought for dominance, but this fighting was only possible due to the fertile land surrounding the Yellow River. The Yellow River runs from its source in the Bayanhar Mountains in western China, eventually flowing into the Bohai Sea in Shandong Province. About 12,000 years ago, humans changed their hunter-gatherer ways. They started to form what's called an agrarian society. An agrarian society is a society where cultivating the land is the primary source of wealth, where the focus is on agriculture and farming. Agriculture and farming needs water, and lots of it. They also need fertile soil. So humans invariably settled along the floodplains of rivers. Examples of early river valley civilizations include the Indus Valley Civilization, ancient Egypt on the Nile, Mesopotamia along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and the Chinese civilization along the Yellow River. The Indus River's source is in the Himalayan mountain range on the Tibetan Plateau near Lake Mansarovar. It runs through modern-day Pakistan, western Tibet, and Kashmir. It reaches the sea in Pakistan. The Nile is the longest river in the world, running from North Egypt down to Lake Victoria in Tanzania. It flows through 11 modern-day countries, from north to south: Egypt, Sudan, South Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Congo-Kinshasa, Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania. The Tigris and Euphrates rivers flow from the mountains of what is now eastern Turkey before combining together and finishing in Iraq, flowing into the Persian Gulf. The Yellow River runs from its source in the Bayanhar Mountains in western China, eventually flowing to the Bohai Sea in Shandong Province. These rivers led to some of the earliest and most important civilizations in human history.
Welcome to Jericho. It is one of the oldest human settlements on Earth. For thousands of years, the natural spring and high rock formations of Jericho have drawn hunter-gatherers seeking refuge. With the rise of agriculture, people began to settle in earnest near Jericho. But it was not its ready waters and fertile soil that attracted farmers. It was that great fortress of a rock. The whole point of settled agriculture is to store food. These stored resources attract raiders, and this is what makes Jericho so appealing. When barbarians came on raids, the farmers of Jericho could retreat to the rocks with their stores and fight off the invaders. It is no surprise that such a place was home to one of the first man-made fortifications. The people of Jericho were already familiar with the idea of taking refuge behind stone. All it took was for some clever fellow to think of extending the protection of the rock around a larger area. And so the people of Jericho built a wall around their town. And we're not talking about a teeny flimsy wall. These walls were over 11 feet tall and 7 feet wide. They even built a tower so they could attack anyone attacking them. Imagine the shock and outrage of a raiding barbarian warlord to see his target, the people, livestock, and food of Jericho, tantalizingly out of reach, protected behind 7 feet of stone. He cannot simply storm the place. From their vantage atop the walls and towers, the people of Jericho can shoot arrows at the invaders, while the invaders' projectiles cannot reach them. The only option remaining is a waiting game. For a few thousand years, that is a game that the people inside of walls will win. The people of Jericho have all their food stored safely inside the walls. They even have a freshwater spring. The barbarian raider has no food stored. That's why he went raiding. Like a siege in reverse, the people of Jericho need only wait for the barbarians to get hungry and leave to find an easier target to raid. Such walls would prove just as frustrating to armies of civilized invaders. The technology to break down such walls would take thousands of years to develop. So unless, like Joshua, you've got a lot of trumpets and a god on your side, you're going to leave cities like Jericho alone. At least, for now. The main obstacle to besieging a walled city is keeping your own people fed in the process. Feeding an army on the move is hard enough. Armies carry their own supplies and can also forage and pillage along the way. Feeding an army for an extended siege requires massive amounts of resources. A sizable army will soon consume anything edible nearby. To conduct a siege, you must be able to move your troops quickly enough to preserve their stores, and be able to resupply them once they arrive. This is not a problem if your target is near a river or the sea. Humans have been traveling by sea and river for at least 130,000 years. All you have to do is put your soldiers on boats and send them supplies downriver. This is one of the reasons why the earliest empires form along rivers. Several civilizations would conquer their way down the Fertile Crescent, using the Tigris and Euphrates to move and supply their armies. And Egypt held sway along the Nile Valley, from its delta at the Mediterranean to deep into the Nubian deserts. Once the empires had been built, the rivers served as highways for defense as well as arteries for trade. But there are drawbacks to seafaring. Paddling across the Mediterranean in a dugout canoe is a chancy business at best. Rivers can be flooded one season and dried up the next. Still, this system works well enough if you don't mind your empire being limited to a few days' march from the nearest body of water. But what if you want to extend further? To do that, you're going to need roads. The first roads were probably little more than game trails, followed by so many hunters over the years that they were pounded into rough pathways. Such dirt paths are unsuitable for moving goods, let alone an army. They make a poor surface for wheels, and rains will turn them to mud. The first attempts to improve upon this surface seem to have been log highways. We found some in England that date back to almost 6,000 years ago, 4000 BCE. Around the same time, cities in the Fertile Crescent began to pave their streets with stone. Yet paving a road is a laborious process. Foundations must be dug, a substrate of sand or gravel must be laid, stones must fit together tightly and be worked smooth on one surface. The whole road must be reinforced on both sides to keep the stones from spreading, and finally some sort of drainage method must be included to keep the road from washing away. And all of this must be done by hand, at best using soft copper saws, at worst using one rock to break another rock. With such primitive tools, just paving half a mile of street through the city of Ur likely took years. Actually building a road between two cities with such primitive tools would take generations. Then around 3000 BC, a new metal came on the scene. Bronze, a combination of tin and copper that is harder and stronger than either. Bronze occurs naturally in a few places around the world, and was greatly prized as a tool by those who had access to it. Yet with experimentation, ancient metallurgists were able to find the perfect ratio of copper to tin, making a much stronger metal than its naturally occurring counterpart. With this new metal, man was finally equipped with a tool that was harder than stone. Massive projects like roads would still take years to complete, but at least they would not take generations. By 2600 BCE, the Egyptians had paved roads connecting their cities and resources, and were starting work on pyramids. But bronze is good for more than stonework. The same strength that allows a bronze chisel to cut stone also lets a bronze breastplate stop an arrowhead, its sharp cutting edge made for splendid tools, allowing for greater precision in all crafts. That same edge also made for fine weapons. The combination of sharp, strong weapons with arrow-proof bronze armor made a civilized Bronze Age warrior a truly dangerous foe, a tank of a man. However, all that bronze is heavy. To effectively stop an arrow, a bronze breastplate must weigh at least 50 pounds. His whole kit might well have exceeded 90 pounds. That's nothing, you think. Our soldiers carry as much. But remember, these people are little. A Bronze Age agriculturalist was so malnourished, 5'5" was the tallest he could ever hope to grow. At most he weighs 160, 170 pounds. Even with roads to ease his way, he's carrying more than half his body weight. He's not going to be able to travel very quickly so encumbered. To take advantage of all the benefits bronze offered soldiers, a way had to be found to move these human fortresses around. It was at this point that humanity made a new friend, the horse.
Grog is a genius. He has found that by adding tin to copper, he can make a metal that is stronger than either. Through experimentation, he's figured out that the appropriate copper-to-tin ratio is 9:1. Grog teaches his apprentices this ratio in the form of a poem to help them remember it. 1 part tin, 9 parts copper, makes shields stronger and spears sharper. Sadly, Grog is better with metal than with words. One day Grog dies. His apprentices are not geniuses. They don't know why Grog's recipe works. They simply obey the formula they were given, at least as they remember it. Already they cannot agree if it was 1 part tin and 9 parts copper, or 9 parts tin and 1 part copper. Within 2 generations, the recipe is lost. There is no one alive who remembers how to make bronze, and Grog's culture must wait for another genius to reinvent bronze, and hope that he comes up with a better poem. That is, essentially, the story of human civilization up until about 3,000 years BC. Who knows how many times we discovered fire, or invented the wheel, or identified a toxic plant, only to lose the advances we'd made. Then, somewhere in the fertile valley between the Tigris and Euphrates, a clever person came up with the idea of representing words with pictures. To record these symbols, they took a stick and drew pictures on wet clay. Once the clay had dried and hardened, their symbols were preserved so long as the clay was kept dry. These symbols, called pictographs, were the first written language, called cuneiform, named after the cone-shaped stick or stylus that they used to poke the clay. It is no coincidence that the first traces of writing share a location with the first traces of cities, Cities are impossible to administrate without some sort of writing. It is impossible to organize the activity of thousands of people simply by word of mouth. Cities generate huge amounts of records, inventories, taxes, censuses, decrees, and laws. Thus, of all the inventions of humanity, the most important to our development was the invention of writing. Writing makes all our other inventions possible. How? Well, let's look at what writing does. The main thing that writing does is that it allows people to communicate ideas across space and time. You can learn something from someone you've never met, whether they're far away or long dead. This has two major advantages. First, it increases social memory, allowing a society to retain the progress it's made. Instead of having to reinvent bronze when the guy who knows how to make it dies without an apprentice, that information is now written down and can be referred to by generation after generation of metallurgists. The second advantage of writing is that it reduces the corruption of ideas by oral transmission. Oral cultures must depend on what are called mnemonic devices to convey important ideas. This can be poetry, parables, or any such thing. We still use this sort of thing to convey conventional wisdom today. An apple a day keeps the doctor away, or beer before liquor, never been sicker. Yet these things can fall apart easily. Think about a game of telephone. By the time a message has passed from one person to another, it's already changed. The more people in the chain, the more messed up the message becomes. This isn't a problem when you're just playing a game, but imagine if you're trying to convey something very important, like, this plant, though delicious, is poisonous. The slightest error in the chain of communication could mean disaster. So, as we can see, with writing you can accomplish a great deal. You can retain what you've learned, and you can build upon the discoveries of others. Moreover, with writing you can organize human activity on a much grander scale than you can by word of mouth. We can see how these advantages played out in our history. As we shall see, civilizations that had writing were able to subjugate those who did not. Moreover, even when overthrown themselves, civilizations with writing lived on to influence their successors through their culture, technology, and accumulated wisdom.
Behold the horse. Fast, agile, noble, beautiful. What every little girl wants for her 10th birthday. Yet up until around 4000 BCE, humans hadn't quite figured out what to do with horses, besides eat them. We'd been hunting horses for at least 100,000 years before anyone was crazy enough to try riding one. This may seem odd to those of you who may have enjoyed a pleasant horse ride at some point in your life, but a few of you may know that before a horse can be ridden, it must first be broken. Wild horses have some very firm ideas about things on their back. They want them off their back. They make this point abundantly clear. No one leaping on the back of a horse for the first time would ever think that this creature could serve as a reliable form of transportation. Nevertheless, around 3500 BCE, the steppe nomads of Eurasia seem to have had the patience to break horses to riding. Suddenly finding themselves blessed with superhuman speed, they began to make raids into civilization. Incursions of steppe raiders may well have inspired the Greek myth of the centaur. This unfamiliarity emphasizes the fact that to much of Bronze Age civilization, men on horseback were something strange and unheard of, the stuff of legend. Nevertheless, it seems the Assyrians, at least, embraced horseback riding. Still, the practice would not become widespread in the civilized world until the development of the stirrup some 2,000 years later. There's a very simple reason for this. Remember that amazingly useful but prohibitively heavy bronze armor? Anyone who could afford to own such armor could afford to have a horse. The problem is, you could not possibly ride a horse wearing heavy bronze armor. First of all, an armored soldier is so top-heavy, without stirrups, he'd fall off. Second of all, the horses are too little, the size of modern ponies, not suitable to carry 250 pounds over long distances. Horses are actually quite delicate. Though they're very fast, they're not particularly good at carrying things. Too heavy a load will break a horse's back. They're also not very good at pulling things. Unlike an ox, which can pull many times its own weight, an ancient horse could not pull more than a few hundred pounds without choking to death. It would take humanity 3,000 years of selective breeding and the invention of the horse collar to finally make the horse capable of doing an honest day's work. The development of bronze offered a new option. So what if the horse could not pull much? It did not have to, so long as it was fast. The horse was not meant for work, it was meant for war. The same metal that had made the warrior so heavy would provide a lightweight vehicle to harness the power and speed of the horse. With bronze, wheels went from heavy, clunky wooden affairs to these streamlined buttes. The bronze wheels were lighter, stronger, and rounder than their predecessors. They also offered less friction on the axle than their wooden counterparts. The result was the chariot, a lightweight, maneuverable, horse-drawn vehicle with a wheel on each side of an armored platform. It had room for a driver and an armored fighter. The flat platform offered a good footing from which to fire a bow or hurl a javelin. But, most importantly, chariots could carry armored soldiers for miles without killing the horses or even tiring their passengers, allowing an empire to bring fresh troops wherever they were needed. Indeed, chariots are synonymous with empire. The very first empire, the Sumerians, made heavy use of the chariot, and the Hittites seem to have built their entire empire upon their prowess as charioteers. Indeed, chariots would define warfare for the next millennium. Anyone who was anyone had themselves depicted on stone, riding around in a chariot, hunting lions and slaying enemies. The only limit to chariots is that wheels require a relatively level surface to work effectively. This may have been one reason that empires began taking the building of roads seriously. Another might have been the need to establish lines of communication throughout an expanding empire. The obvious benefit to trade must have encouraged them as well. Sumerians, Hittites, Assyrians, Babylonians, and Persians all exploited the roads of their predecessors during their conquest. They knew that roads would make them vulnerable. Yet, while in power, each expanded the networks of roads still further, knowing that they would gain access to wealth and resources, facilitate communication, and project their empire's power wherever they built roads. Road building in the Near East reached its apex around 500 BCE in the ambitious highway system of Darius, who unified the roads of past empires into a network stretching some 1,677 miles. Yet by then, the true masters of road building, the Romans, had begun paving a path of conquest that soon would encompass the known world. Let us return to Jericho. The city has done quite well for itself. It has withstood many assaults. Word comes of a new invasion. "Primitive barbarians," say the people of Jericho. "We'll take them like we always have, hide behind the walls, and shoot arrows until they get hungry and go away." But these aren't barbarians, and they're not primitive. In fact, they're quite the opposite. Before the people of Jericho even have time to gather their livestock and take shelter behind the walls, the invaders are upon them. About half the population doesn't make it inside. Thanks to the speed of the horse, things already have not gone according to plan for the people of Jericho. Many people have died, and now the invaders have livestock to live off of, and the citizens must survive on what was already stored in the city. Still, those stores are pretty full, and those walls are pretty high. Surely the people of Jericho still have a chance. They just need to wait it out. The invaders surround the city and begin to loot the countryside. Surely they're going to storm the city at any minute. But no. They're going to wait. Booyah! This is a new phenomenon to the people of Jericho. Another thing has not gone according to plan. Jericho usually wins waiting games. Even with what they left outside, they could still outlast an invading army, surely. What the people of Jericho do not know is that the charioteers were just stormtroopers, a first assault. The rest of the army is traveling by the same network of roads that brought these charioteers within striking distance of Jericho. That network connects the army to the wagon loads of supplies they will need for a sustained siege. When it finally comes time to storm the city, the people of Jericho are dead or dying of starvation. Still, they put up a fight. They fire arrows and throw stones at the advancing force. Again, things do not go according to plan for the people of Jericho. Their missiles bounce harmlessly from the invaders' armor. The enemy scales the walls, heedless of the barrage. And just like that, a city that had withstood countless assaults had fallen without even much of a struggle. This does not mean that the walls of Jericho were useless. If the people of Jericho had an empire of their own, their walls would have bought them time for reinforcements to arrive. Indeed, the invaders would fortify those walls for just such a purpose. This story would be repeated in town after town throughout the Near East. Wherever chariots could travel freely, cities conquered their neighbors to build kingdoms, and kingdoms conquered their neighbors to build empires. That would continue to be the story of Western civilization until the Persian Emperor Xerxes decided to expand his empire into the mountainous lands of the Greeks. Unfortunately for Xerxes, chariots are ill-suited to mountains. Though the Greeks fought bravely, it was not the Greeks, but Greece itself, that cut short the ambitions of the last great chariot empire. Meet Stan the Hunter. Stan has killed a deer. He would be hard-pressed to eat an entire deer on his own, so when Stan catches game, he shares it with his tribe. In this way, food is not wasted. Stan's sharing also serves as a sort of insurance. Even if Stan has no luck hunting tomorrow, it is likely someone else in his tribe will. That tribesman will share his meat with Stan, since Stan shared his meat with him. This system is called a gift or debt economy. Stan gives the gift of food to his tribesmen in their time of need, and they return the favor. This gift economy is likely the oldest form of economics, and probably dates back to our time as hunter-gatherers. Yet the gift economy can do more than just prevent waste and provide food insurance for nomadic hunters. It also facilitates the division of labor for settled farmers. Meet Jack the farmer and Jill the seamstress. Jack raises pigs, Jill makes clothes. Because Jack raises pigs, he often needs new clothes. However, Jack does not have the time to make his own clothes, so Jack has made an informal arrangement with Jill. Jack gives Jill a nice cut of meat every time he slaughters a pig, and Jill makes clothes for Jack when he needs them. This is a more complex form of the gift economy. Jack gives Jill the gift of pork chops, which puts her in his debt. Jill pays off her debt by giving Jack the gift of clothing. Jack has similar arrangements with the other members of his village. He regularly gives food to Ed the potter, Ted the blacksmith, and Fred the weaver. This way, Jack doesn't have to carry around pork chops with him when he goes shopping. It also keeps Jack's friends from having to accept a fresh pork chop every time Jack wants something. People give Jack what he needs, not in a direct exchange for food, but out of their debt to him. Finally, the gift economy keeps Jill from having to figure out how many pork chops a sweater is worth. Thus we have seen the benefits of a gift economy. In its earliest form, it keeps food from being wasted and provides a sort of food insurance. In more complex agricultural societies, gift economies enable the division of labor by allowing each member of a society to enjoy the fruits of everyone else's labor, while allowing them to focus on their own task. Finally, gift economies create bonds of obligations that hold a society together. The gift economy system works great with friends and neighbors, people you're going to see every day, and who cannot forget their debt to you. Yet when villages start growing into towns, it becomes increasingly difficult to know everyone. A gift economy cannot work between strangers because there is no guarantee that the stranger will repay the debt with a gift of his own. So how are strangers supposed to trade with one another? One solution is bartering. Tom the stranger could trade Jill the seamstress something for a shirt. Yet for this to work, Tom must have something that Jill wants, that is of similar value to the shirt. This is called a coincidence of wants, and it is a hard thing to come by. There is no guarantee that Tom the stranger will have anything that Jill the seamstress wants. And even if he does, there's the problem of value. Say Jill wants Tom's knife. Well, Tom's knife is worth twice as much as Jill's shirt. So what is Tom to do? Cut the knife in half? Then it's no longer a knife, just a chunk of iron, which is worthless to Jill. It looks like this deal is going nowhere. But wait, Jill does need iron for sewing needles. Even though Jill can't turn a lump of iron into a needle, Ted the blacksmith can, and he always needs more iron. Tom can give Jill an otherwise worthless lump of iron in exchange for a shirt. Jill can then take that iron to Ted the blacksmith. Ted can use some of the iron to make Jill's needles and keep the rest of the iron in exchange for his work. This system is called a commodity economy. Though different crafts require different goods, most of these crafts require at least a little bit of metal. Thus metal becomes a basic commodity for trade. And indeed, lumps of metal called ingots are the first form of currency. Instead of trading in finished goods, like knives, which not everyone might want, people begin trading in the metal itself. By working with a raw material like iron, a buyer can give a seamstress the makings of a bunch of needles, a warrior the making of a new sword, and a farmer the makings of a new scythe, all with one commodity. Metal is not the only thing everyone needs, though, and there will always be people who do not need metal at all. Yet there is something that everyone needs, and that is food. It is no surprise, therefore, that the earliest form of currency, the Sumerian shekel, was originally a unit of weight for measuring barley. The original shekel was probably a bag of grain of set weight, which people used to trade. Yet walking around with sacks of perishable grain proved inconvenient, whereas metal was portable, durable, and easily divided. Moreover, the value of grain fluctuates with the seasons. Grain is cheapest after harvest and most precious in the spring, whereas metals retain their value over time. Over the years, the sacks of barley came to be replaced with ingots of metal, considered to be worth as much as a shekel of barley, and the name shekel transferred from the barley to the lump of metal. Commodity economies seem to have served civilization for a few thousand years. Yet commodities have their own limitations as currency. The value of a lump of metal depends on two things: its weight and its purity. Weight is a difficult thing to determine accurately without a scale, and a scale was a very precise and thus rather expensive tool for the age. Yet even if everyone had scales to measure the weights of ingots, they would have a very difficult time ascertaining its purity. No sooner had people begun accepting lumps of gold as payment than some clever counterfeiters began coating lumps of lead with a thin layer of gold, or mixing precious metal with common ones to make ingots of impure alloys. It would take a pair of Greek inventions, the touchstone and the measurement of volume by immersion in water, for a person to be able to measure purity at home. Until then, to facilitate trade, a way had to be found to guarantee the purity and weight of metal ingots. Trade is the lifeblood of a civilization, and without confidence in a commodity, trade would have been limited to gift economies between friends and neighbors. Such transactions have two major limitations from the perspectives of a ruler. First, gift economies do not bring goods into the civilization. They only move them around within a small group. Also, gift economies do not lend themselves to systematic taxation. With Jim paying his taxes in pigs, Fred paying them in baskets, and Jill paying them in clothes, the royal treasury will end up looking like a flea market. To solve this problem, kings, priests, and other leaders begin marking commodities with seals, guaranteeing their weight and purity. This is the first official sort of money: bags or ingots of a commodity with a seal stating their quality and their weight. Such seals depended on people's fear of authority, either divine or secular, to keep them from debasing the currency. From sealed ingots, it was just a short leap to standardized coinage. Around 700 BCE, coins seem to have been invented independently in a lot of places, from the Aegean to India to China. With coinage, merchants could function without carrying around weights and measures, and trade quickly accelerated. Coins would continue to be the main form of currency for millennia. Their unique form reassured traders of their purity, and also guaranteed their weight. Metal coins were just as durable as ingots, but more portable, and unlike hefty ingots, coins were already divided into useful denominations. Yet coins had their own limitations. A coin economy is still very much a commodity economy. That is to say that the value of the coin lay in the metal, the commodity, that it was made of. The problem is that someone might cut bits of a coin off and still use it to buy something with its full purchasing power. This is where we get the term to cut corners. To counter this, authorities made their coins round, but this did not prevent people from shaving a bit of gold off the edge. Another problem with coins was that a civilization that traded precious metals for other commodities would soon find itself running low on precious metals. This problem would contribute to the collapse of the Roman economy. They took their gold and silver and traded it for silk and spices, and soon ran out of gold and silver. Finally, no one could mistake a brass ingot for a gold ingot, but someone might confuse a brass coin for a gold one. Clever counterfeiters could replicate minting stamps to make brass coins look like gold ones, and thereby undermine confidence in the currency. The problems of coins would continue to plague Western civilization until the introduction of paper money, or fiat currency, from China around the 13th century of the Common Era. But that is a story for another lecture. Suffice to say that money went through some interesting developments in the ancient world. Humans probably started out trading debts in gift economies, both as hunter-gatherers and as settled agriculturalists. With the growth of towns, gift economies gave way to commodity economies, in which a variety of products were assigned values relative to a common basic material, probably food at first, later metals. As early as 3000 BCE, authorities realized that the value, weight, and purity of commodities were so important to trade that they needed to be regulated. Those authorities guaranteed the purity and weight of commodities with seals. Around 700 BCE, metal ingots with seals were refined into coins, which would serve as the default currency in the West for about 2,000 years. That is essentially the history of money in the West, up to the introduction of paper money from China in the 13th century. As we saw in a previous lecture, it seems fairly certain that Mother Goddess worship dominated religion for at least 40,000 years, if not longer. Many scholars have speculated that this implies that early human history was matriarchal. There certainly seems evidence for this theory in the relics of Minoan civilization, but our evidence is scant elsewhere. Whether the worship of a mother goddess implies matriarchy or not, the rise of male gods seems to be associated with the rise of patriarchy. As we saw, in Minoan culture, when male gods first entered the religious scene, they held a subordinate role, and women still held positions of power and respect. Crete may well have been ruled by a queen. By the time male deities reached supremacy, female deities had been relegated to second-class status, and apart from a few priestesses, a woman's role was restricted to running her household. The origin and ascent of male deities is lost in the mists of prehistory. They seem to show up around the same time cities begin to form. It has been suggested that this relationship might be explained by a transition away from the family unit to a larger community. As we saw in our lecture on hierarchies, the earliest social units were all based on a sense of kinship. The theory is that, while an entire family could come from a single mother, it is impossible for a single woman to be the mother of an entire city, whereas a very proactive male could potentially father any number of families or even an entire city. When we look at the behaviors of some rulers, from Solomon's massive harem to Genghis Khan's long line of children, we can see some merit in this argument. Another theory is that male deities owe their start to the development of writing. Writing has important implications for religion. If religion is how we explain things that we cannot understand or control, then the more we understand about our world, the more in control we feel, the less we need religion. If ignorance is darkness and knowledge is light, then writing keeps the lights on and dispels the darkness as knowledge accumulates. What does that have to do with male deities? A great deal. For starters, there is reason to believe that much of a female's power is derived from mystery. The mystery of concealed estrus, the mystery of childbirth, and by extension, the mystery of seeds germinating and growing into plants. Such mysteries might seem like miracles within a single lifetime. With the arrival of writing, allowing for generations of continued study, these miracles become less miraculous, more mundane. Yet the implications of writing go still deeper. No matter how clever we become, there will always be things that are beyond our grasp. Still, rather than the whole world being one dark mystery, instead, the more we learn, the more the world is divided into things that we can control and the things that we cannot control. The forces that frighten or bewilder us, the weather, the sea, volcanoes, and so forth, all of these violent, destructive forces were understandably considered male by most ancient peoples, while the role of mother was reserved for the earth. Now, of all the things that terrify us, the earth we stand upon is not usually one of them, unless, of course, we live in a place like California. On the contrary, the thought of Mother Earth is usually comforting. Even if drought strikes and crops refuse to grow, it is not because reliable Mother Earth is withholding her bounty, but because unpredictable Father Sky refuses to make it rain. So if Mother Earth is reliable and understandable, if we can control her bounty through farming and irrigation, we have nothing to fear from her. Whereas Father Sky is a subject of great terror. He can withhold the rain and cause a drought, or send a flood to drown your crops, or even strike you with lightning where you stand. So if you have one cow to sacrifice, who are you going to offer it to? The mother who will care for you no matter what? Or the father who might just decide to blast you if you displease him? Yet a third theory suggests that the new male sky gods belonged to invading nomads, who conquered the mother god-worshipping agriculturalists and imposed their gods. The theory being that nomads tend to follow herds, and both herds and hunting tend to be male-dominated, whereas agriculturalists work the soil, which, for obvious reasons, has long been associated with mother goddesses. Unfortunately, this theory has been largely dismissed by modern scholars. However, it predominates as a way to explain this time period. Whether from one or another, or perhaps all of these factors, gods came to displace goddesses as the primary deities. The prince consort, who once fertilized the mother goddess, came to be her lord and master. From what we can tell from mythology, this transition was not pretty. In the Enuma Elish, a Babylonian myth, we see Marduk, who, judging by his surplus of penises, is most definitely a male. He creates the universe by cutting his mother, Tiamat, the mysterious primordial dragon goddess of chaos, in two, creating the heaven and the earth. We hear echoes of this story in Homer's hymn to Apollo, composed centuries later, which tells how the young god Apollo drove the mother goddess Gaia from her temple of prophecy at Delphi. He did this by shooting her guardian dragon, Python, to death. It is noteworthy that Apollo was considered a god of light, and his seizing of the holy site of Delphi was said to have driven the darkness from the land. This is not to suggest that mother goddesses went down without a fight. In his Theogony, Hesiod vividly describes a battle between Zeus, the sky god, and Typhon, last son and champion of Gaia. Typhon is described as a gigantic creature, with 100 serpentine heads that shoot fire from their eyes. It takes the combined efforts of all the Olympians to bring him down. His fall shakes the whole world. This conflict between the orderly, light-bearing, male Olympian god on the mountain and the chaotic, dark, female, chthonic goddess in the cave, this dichotomy would continue to characterize polytheism until its demise at the hands of Christianity centuries later, and its traces can still be seen there. Of course, we must always be cautious of accounts written by the victors, especially mythological accounts, and we can only learn so much from stories of slaying dragons. However the transition occurred from goddesses to gods, the final result is the Sky Father, the supreme god of the pantheon. He shows up everywhere. He took many names among many civilizations. The Sumerians worshipped Anu, literally Mr. Sky. The Assyrians worshipped Anshar, literally Sky Axle. The Hurrians support the conquest theory by calling their sky father Teshub, the conqueror. The Hittites followed suit and called him Tarhunt, their word for conqueror. To the Babylonians he was Marduk, a sky god and also patron god of the central city of Babylon. To the Egyptians he was Horus, a god of the sky, of light, of war, and of victory over darkness and chaos. We first begin to see some sort of agreement on the name of the Sky Father around 1700 BC. In the Rig Veda, a sacred Hindu text, he is called Deus Piter, or, literally, Sky Father. When the Greeks got a hold of him, they called him Deus Pater, Father Zeus, and used a derivative word, theos, to designate any god. The Romans combined Deus Pater into one word, calling him Jupiter. They also used a derivative word, deus, as a general word for a god. When Christians were looking for something to call their God besides Jehovah or Yahweh, they used that general Roman word, deus. The name persists to this day in all Romance languages. Dieu in French, Dio in Italian, Dios in Spanish. Germanic peoples already had their own word, Gott, which is where we got our name for the Heavenly Father. Yet across much of Western civilization, whether they know it or not, they still direct their prayers to old Deus Pater, the Father in the sky.
Have you ever found yourself cheering against your least favorite sports team? Let anyone win but them. That's the attitude, right? When you really think about it, it sounds pretty silly. After all, chances are that whatever team it is, there's probably someone who loves them that is a lot like you. In fact, you're probably close friends with someone like that. And yet, whether it's the Giants versus the Dodgers, the Bears versus the Packers, or Auburn versus Alabama, we all still cheer against our least favorite teams. For many of us, sports are similar to culture. It's hard to explain what Packers fans feel when they walk into Lambeau Field, but suddenly it's perfectly acceptable to wear wedges of cheese as hats. Likewise, culture also encourages us to do things that may look silly to others. Texans wear cowboy hats and boots, and while it's perfectly normal in Texas, it looks downright out of place in Maine. Now expand those cultural differences to between countries, and you have the same rivalries at play that exist in a heated sports match. Suddenly, you've got the roots of cultural conflict. There's no cultural element that causes upset tempers as much as religion. In the West, we have freedom of religion, but think about how it must be to be a member of a minority religion in a place without religious freedom. Needless to say, it wouldn't be pleasant. More than just a connection to our ancestors and guidance on how to live, religion also tells us what comes after death, and that's a big question that most people ask themselves at least once in a lifetime. As such, many people feel that religion is more important than life itself. Need proof? Look back into history at the wars forged between Catholics and Protestants in Europe, or the current conflict between Sunni and Shia Muslims in many parts of the Middle East. Religion still causes deep conflicts. Ethnicity also has a real role to play when it comes to conflict. Different ethnic groups can blame each other for problems, and sadly, this is far too common. Blacks and whites were set against each other in South Africa, with the whites having much of the power under the apartheid system. In short, it raises a simple question. How can people who are officially discouraged from talking to each other ever be expected to live peacefully in a single society? Today, ethnic tensions continue to flare worldwide. China, for example, with more than 50 officially recognized ethnic groups, has faced real criticism for the way that it delegates power to different groups. Some of these protests, especially in the Northwest, have led to violence. One of the biggest complaints with the way that China governs its different ethnic groups is how it addresses language. Now, this is a tricky one, and it's hard to explain if you don't speak a language other than English. But imagine it like this. What would it feel like if you couldn't understand your grandparents? Or if you couldn't read the love letters they wrote each other? Wouldn't you feel a bit culturally disconnected to that generation? The Uyghur people have had their alphabet changed by the Chinese government 5 times in the past 50 years, flip-flopping between Latin, Cyrillic, and Arabic. Each time, people have to learn a new alphabet to read, meaning that many people have just given up learning the new ones, choosing instead to do all their writing and speaking in Mandarin Chinese instead. As a result, these people are losing a link to their ancestors, and they aren't happy about it. Conflict doesn't always have to be violent for it to exist. During your lifetime, there was about a year when Belgium lacked an effective government. This is because the votes for parliament are roughly split between Dutch speakers and French speakers. As neither side could agree on a suitable candidate who spoke the other language, there was no rule for more than a year. Instead, an appointee ran much of the Belgian government in a manner that sought to avoid upsetting either side. There are many causes of cultural conflict. A few of the more prevalent ones are different religions, ethnic differences, and language differences. While cultural issues may not seem like they're as volatile as economic ones, in fact, they're just as likely to cause friction between different groups. So think about that the next time you're putting on your cheese hat and your cowboy boots.
Have you ever felt the need for revenge, or maybe just to get back at someone? Chances are, even if for a minute, you felt the need to right a previous wrong. Maybe it was stealing a cookie from the sibling that just stole your piece of cake. Perhaps it was to get a solo dance performance to deprive the person who tripped you on your first day of practice from getting it. For whatever reason, we humans do tend to be a vindictive bunch. Unfortunately, the countries that we live in tend to be even more likely to look back into history in order to find a reason to fight. As you're about to find out, history is full of opportunities for conflict. Let's take a look at three major types of historical conflict: ancient rivalries, arbitrary borders, and nationalism. Some rivalries are so old that people forget why they dislike each other in the first place. Really, what did the Yankees do to upset Red Sox fans so badly? Or do I have that reversed? Does anyone still remember? Frankly, does anyone still care about the cause? Red Sox and Yankees fans need not answer those questions, by the way. It sounds silly, but these ancient rivalries can be literally hundreds of years old, even if the reason for fighting is long gone. Take the divide between Sunni and Shia Islam, for example. It is at the core of much of the disagreement right now in the Middle East, touching literally everything from Afghanistan to Iraq to the Persian Gulf. Do you know what it was over? Simple. Who should have been the ruler more than 1,300 years ago? That's what caused the biggest divide in Islamic history. Granted, the two groups have evolved to have many differences in the past centuries, but the main cause is that simple. As we don't have a time machine to go back and find a fair solution, there is little sign that this divide is going away. As a result, we are left to watch Sunnis and Shias work out their differences as best they can. Speaking of the Middle East, have you ever looked at a map of the place? Look at all those straight lines. In fact, looking at the globe, look at all those straight lines in Africa too. When compared to the zigzags of Europe, those borders look completely logical. Unfortunately, they are anything but logical. Imagine if someone drew an imaginary line down the middle of your house. Suddenly, your parents' room is in a different country than your room. Needless to say, that would make eating dinner or getting a ride to school difficult. However, this is how the arbitrary borders of much of the Middle East and Africa were actually drawn. They have no regard for existing social structures like families or tribes or even religious or linguistic groups. Instead, they were drawn just to look nice on a map. This has the potential to get even messier. One day you are in a country with your whole family, and the next you are alone in a country with every bully that has ever picked on you. Old enemies were thrown into the same country and told to get along, all while their relatives were just over a border that they couldn't believe existed. In fact, think about all the things that make your family, your neighborhood, or your state special. You all speak similar languages, you all eat similar foods, and probably all have similar jobs. It's part of your identity as a community. Whole countries have identities, and the belief in these identities is called nationalism. A little nationalism is a good thing. After all, in America, we are proud to be patriotic. We are also often proud to be from a particular city or state. But imagine if someone's pride in being from Chicago meant that it would negatively impact someone's ability to be from Indianapolis. or if Pittsburgh started to pick on Philadelphia and violently demand that people should be more like Pittsburgh and less like Philadelphia. That would not be good for anyone. The same thing happens when countries are too proud of themselves and think that they should be put in front of others. We saw this happen most violently during World War I, when almost every country in Europe tried to put itself ahead of several of the others. Needless to say, that ended with more than 10 million dead people. As this lesson shows, there are many reasons for historical conflict. Some of these, such as the ancient rivalry that divides the Sunnis and Shias, go back centuries. Still others, like the arbitrary borders between Middle Eastern and African countries, are a much newer innovation. Still, no matter the reason, historical feelings can fan the flames of nationalism, which, as World War I showed, can be particularly destructive. Look hard enough at any conflict and you'll almost always find economics at play, whether people are fighting over money or the resources that can be turned into money. In ancient history, rare was the conquering general who didn't immediately let his army pillage the vanquished. Surely in our modern day and age, war has moved beyond that? Well, if you look closely, you'll see it definitely has not. While most leaders don't outright declare money itself as the goal of conflict, and invading armies may not carry out carts of gold and silver anymore, economics is still very important in determining why countries go to war. There actually were times throughout history that access to money, most especially as gold and silver, was the primary motivation for conflict. Perhaps the most blatant example of this came in the late 1500s when English privateers, or legalized pirates, were given permission to raid Spanish ships returning from the New World laden with gold and silver. Such raids were a central part of the war between England and Spain, which culminated with the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588. This was far from the first time that war had been waged solely for money. Hundreds of years earlier, the Romans invaded Britain upon hearing rumors of gold on the island. Conquering all of England and Wales, the Romans put thousands of slaves to work in Welsh gold mines, trying to extract what little bit they could of the precious metal. In today's economy, gold and silver are certainly valuable, but they are not the only things you can pull from the earth that have real value. Think about the value of resources, materials that can be sold for significant gain. When talking about economics and conflict, it's next to impossible to ignore the Middle East. Here, with more than 60% of the world's oil reserves, any conflict is bound to be tied to economics, specifically to access to the resources that are there. No small part of the hostilities between Sunnis and Shias after the American invasion of Iraq in 2003 was in determining who would receive what percentage of oil revenues. But countries have gone to war over access to raw materials many times before that. One of the major reasons that the French and the Germans fought so often between 1870 and 1945 was that abundant deposits of coal and iron in the provinces of Alsace and Lorraine provided a way to build a modern economy and a modern war machine for whoever had control of them. Oil, iron, and coal are all relatively common. What about much rarer resources? We've already discussed gold and silver, but what about spices? Sure, in your kitchen cabinet you probably have a wide array of spices, but that is a relatively recent development. Prior to 500 years ago, black pepper was worth its weight in gold. Following the turn of the 16th century, European ships flooded the Indian Ocean, where so much of the world's spices were traded, and conquered many of the major ports, thus funneling trade through colonial treasuries. More recently, the conflict for rare earth elements, which are essential to everything from TVs to phones, has caused increased unrest in some parts of Africa. Home to some of the largest deposits of these materials outside of China, the governments that supposedly own the land these minerals are mined from have come under increasing attack from rebel groups that want the rights solely for themselves. In a perfect world, these rebel groups would be unable to bring their ill-gained goods to market. However, banning merchants from markets has itself become an economic cause of conflict in the past. Remember earlier when I mentioned the English pirates attacking the Spanish? The English couldn't come out and say that they were attacking because they wanted the Spanish gold. Instead, they said they were attacking because they had been denied access to trade with the Spanish colonies. The English would later use a denial of access to start a war, but this time they were selling drugs. The Opium Wars of the 19th century were fought between China and the United Kingdom, England's successor state, to make sure that British merchants could still sell drugs to Chinese markets. Economics is a major player in global conflict. Access to resources can lead to conflict in a variety of ways. In this lesson, we first examined outright desire for money, such as the piracy of the English, or invasion of Great Britain by the Romans. We then looked at the drive for raw materials, such as the need for coal and iron between France and Germany, and the wars over oil in the Middle East. We also looked at how very rare raw materials, such as rare earth minerals or spices, cause conflict. Finally, we saw how denial of market access could itself be enough to convince a country to go to war. Imagine that you and your family are living quietly in the same village or neighborhood that they've lived in for generations. However, suddenly the situation changes. A civil war has broken out. A new government or large group has decided that your ethnic group, religious group, or even social class presents a problem that can only be cured through the destruction of all individuals in the group. A hurricane or other natural disaster destroys your whole way of life. Suddenly, you are a refugee. A refugee is someone who, for whatever reason, is forced to flee across international borders for fear of their own lives. Simply wanting to move to a different country does not make you a refugee. Instead, having your whole life depend on getting away is what makes a refugee. Sadly, your village or neighborhood could have been in any number of places in the contemporary world. Natural disasters throughout South Asia cause many refugees, as does religious unrest in the Middle East and ethnic violence in Africa. Not to be excluded are those who were refugees for political reasons, such as people who believed in democracy fleeing out of the communist Soviet Union towards the democratic West. And refugees are nothing new. In the Hebrew tradition, the Jews were refugees from Egypt. In Islamic history, Muhammad sent many of his followers to safety in Ethiopia to escape persecution. Though separated by time and place, these groups had the same goals in mind, simply trying to find a safe place to live out their lives with their families. Unfortunately, the journey is almost never that easy. So, in leaving your village, you think being a refugee is some simple thing. Simply cross a border or buy a plane ticket and away you go. Unfortunately, it is rarely that easy. Think about simply moving across town, and it takes money. Whether it's gas for your car or fare for a bus or taxi, even a short move takes money. Now imagine doing that over hundreds of miles with people actively trying to find you and kill you. Also, flights may not exist when you do get to the airport, or the shortest way to a new country may be impossible. As a result, many refugees have to take intermediate steps along the way. A great example of this can be seen by people fleeing conflicts in Eritrea in Africa and Syria in the Middle East. For these refugees, Europe is an ideal goal, as the Europeans have a policy that is friendly towards accepting refugees. For many people, despite the added expense, it is often better to go to places like Egypt or Turkey on their way. However, the Egyptian or Turkish authorities treat these migrants as illegal immigrants, meaning that they would be deported if they were found. As a result, the refugees often have to pay middlemen, who receive exorbitant amounts of money to get them to Europe. This can be done through smuggling them in trucks, through false passports, or, sadly, through small, leaky, overcrowded ships sailing across the Mediterranean. For years in America, we saw the same thing with people floating from Cuba on small boats. The risks are high, and many hundreds of refugees die along the way. However, good news awaits them when they arrive. Among the most high-profile regions for refugees to try to get to is Europe, and if your village was in Eritrea or Syria, chances are that this is where you'd want to head. Given recent conflicts, it is also the most convenient. Here, the refugees can find government programs that not only provide them with protection, but eventually can lead to a whole new life. For sure, there is plenty of bureaucracy along the way, but thousands of people have started new lives in safety as a result. But wait. Why would Europe and the United States want to accept refugees? For starters, it is seen as a moral imperative by many voters to take care of those less fortunate, and politicians love to make voters happy. But surely there is a more pragmatic reason, and you'd be right. By journeying through all that danger and uncertainty, you and your family would no doubt be used to working hard. Countries love hard-working people, and chances are that you wouldn't take anything you got, whether it was education or the chance to serve your country, for granted. As a result, children of refugees often succeed greatly in establishing themselves economically, meaning more tax dollars in the long run for the governments. In this lesson, we looked at refugees, defining them as people who flee across international borders for their own safety. We looked at the regions of the world that produce refugees, as well as the journey that those refugees make. After seeing the risks that they take, we then looked at how Europe and America accept them, and why many in the West view it as beneficial for both refugees and society to do so.
Let's say that you've just been made the president to a country that is having problems with its neighbor. In the past, the relationship with this neighbor has been particularly good, but in the last decade or so, it has deteriorated significantly. In fact, your satellites report that they have recently aimed a number of missiles at your country. What are you going to do? Of course, there is a serious temptation to just go in and teach them a lesson with your military. But do you really want to explain why you invaded a country to the people whose relatives were hurt or killed during the invasion? Instead, chances are you have a whole list of steps that you would be willing to take to solve conflicts with this or any other neighbor. The very first thing that most countries do when attempting to solve a conflict is to try to talk it out. After all, wouldn't you do that if a friend of yours had upset you? Typically, talks can either be very fast or slow, going for days or even years. However, such a diplomatic solution, relying on people talking rather than taking any other action, is appealing to a president for a number of reasons. First of all, no one gets hurt. Second, it's cheap. Other than the cost of hiring the diplomats, you really don't have any costs. Third, it is viewed with a great deal of prestige around the world. Prizes like the Nobel Peace Prize are given to presidents who are able to reach peaceful agreements to resolve conflict with their neighbors through diplomatic means. Many countries would be ashamed for news of missiles pointed at a neighbor to be released to the rest of the world because it makes them look like a bully. But what if diplomacy doesn't work? After all, you want action, not to be lied to over a conference table. Let's say that diplomacy fails. What do you do then? After years of trying negotiations, it is clear when a diplomatic solution simply won't work. Despite you telling your neighbor of your differences of opinion about those missiles pointed at your capital city, it's clear that they just tell you anything to make you stop talking. Another step of action is needed. At this point, many countries would rely on economic sanctions or trying to get other countries to stop trading or halt financial relations with a targeted country. Economic sanctions can come in a variety of degrees. Let's say that you wanted to only target the leader of that neighboring country. Through sanctions, you can ask other countries to make any bank accounts or assets held by that person to be inaccessible. Meanwhile, you can also try to stop any countries from exporting the equipment needed to build or maintain those missiles. In an extreme move, you can try to make people so unhappy with their leader that they overthrow him. As you can see, economic sanctions are a very powerful weapon. In fact, economic sanctions are such a powerful weapon that your neighbor has said that unless you stop them, those missiles will be launched. What are you going to do? Immediately, your top generals present invasion plans, eager to show the world how well trained your army is. However, before you start imagining yourself invading, take a step back. Military solutions to conflict resolution are just as broad in potential as economic sanctions. Of course, you could ask your spies to assassinate the other leader, but that makes you look bad to other countries. They get scared that if they make you mad, you will just try to kill them, and that could result in some spies deciding that you have to be shot. What if your neighbor is only able to receive the missile parts from the air? In that case, you could enact a no-fly zone over their territory, threatening to shoot down any planes that fly over the country. Or you could pursue limited action, targeting only the missiles while not attacking the rest of the country. Finally, as a last resort, You could invade in an attempt to remove the current government of that country or even conquer it for your own nation. Needless to say, military approaches are particularly unpopular, and if not viewed as having been measured or appropriate for the threat at hand, chances are the rest of the world will view you as even more of a bully than the economic sanctions would have done. As you can see from this lesson, countries have many forms of conflict resolution available to them when they feel another state has wronged them. They can pursue diplomatic solutions, and these are viewed as the best outcome. Additionally, if those don't work, a country could resort to a variety of economic sanctions, ranging from attempts to stop the disagreeable action to punish the ruler of the country in question, to even making the current government unpopular. Finally, military options range from assassination to full-blown invasion, but unless they are measured, they are rarely popular.
Think about your best friend. Surely there are reasons that you two started to get along so well in the first place. Maybe it's because you're both good at the same sport, or have a similar sense of humor, or even have the same sense of style or taste in music. It could be just because a teacher sat the two of you next to each other years ago and you just hit it off. Now think about someone you don't like so much. Maybe it's an obnoxious person in class, or a bratty sibling, or even a politician. Again, you just didn't decide one day not to get along or like this person. Something must have happened. We can apply these same tendencies between people to looking at countries. States can either choose to have conflict or cooperation over a variety of issues, many of which are on a much larger scale than personal relations. You open the pantry when you get home from school one day as a child and notice one cookie left. You look around thinking this is your lucky day, and then your big brother comes and snatches it from your grasp. Or maybe your little sister cries for it and threatens to blackmail you unless you give up the cookie. Congratulations, you have been the victim of an economic conflict. Sure, countries don't fight over cookies, but they fight over oil, they fight over gold and riches, they fight over factories and fertile farmland. Don't believe me? In 1990, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait for the sole stated purpose of gaining their oil. In the 1500s, England made piracy legal, as long as it was directed at the rich Spanish Empire. And for much of the 19th and early 20th centuries, France and Germany couldn't stop fighting over two provinces known as Alsace and Lorraine. In fact, Germany and France give us a great example of what happens when countries decide to work with each other economically rather than against each other. After World War II, seeing how much death and destruction that their long-brewing disagreement had caused, France and Germany set up the European coal and steel community to share economic resources. Other countries also helped found the group, and today we know it as the European Union. It was the international relations equivalent of if you and your sibling decided to split the cookie, then crack open both of your piggy banks to order a pizza while your parents were still at work. Let's say that the next day you saw someone bullying your little sister at school. Now, you may think it's all fine and good for you to annoy her, but no one better make her cry. You run over, putting yourself between her and the bully. This is a perfect example of a political cause for conflict and has happened in history too. In 1914, Great Britain was committed to staying out of World War I. That is, until the Germans invaded Belgium. Belgium was a smaller country, and it was getting bullied by a much larger country. In fact, the conflict between Germany and Britain was family-based, as rulers of each country were cousins. That said, with political pressure too great to ignore, the British immediately put themselves between tiny Belgium and the Germans. One day you decide you want to borrow your brother's car. Needless to say, this is a big step, and your brother has to trust you a great deal to let you do it. After all, it's a big risk, but with it can come a big reward for you both. You get to drive, and your brother can show Mom and Dad just how good of a brother he is by letting you borrow his most prized possession. For countries, the same thing happens frequently. Around the world, the United States keeps major military bases in a number of countries. More than 28,000 soldiers are based in South Korea alone. That's a lot of heavily armed people. Why would South Korea agree to that? In short, their neighbor to the north, North Korea, makes no secret of the fact that it would love to conquer South Korea. By keeping 28,000 soldiers in South Korea, the United States is a big deterrent to that happening. South Korea's government gets to show its people that they are safer because of the presence of American forces, while American politicians get to tell the American people that they are a force of good against the evils of North Korea. Many of the economic and political causes for conflict and cooperation between countries are actually quite easy for many people to understand when you think of them like relationships between siblings. Economic cooperation can avoid conflict, but economic conflict can result in neither party being happy. Meanwhile, political conflict often emerges due to perceived mistreatment, while political cooperation can be particularly valuable to both international relations and domestic politics. No, it's mine. How many of your childhood fights featured that language? If you have siblings, chances are that you had conflicts with them when you were growing up. Maybe they wouldn't leave you alone, or perhaps they kept stealing your toys or clothes. Dutifully, you both explained your sides of the story to your parents, and surely a few "that's not true" or "he's lying" style exclamations made their way into the conversation. In the end, how did your parents decide how to settle the conflict? When the issue was particularly confusing, you both may have simply been told to go to your rooms. However, it's hard to tell a country to go to its room. Instead, countries are forced to carry on their differences according to their own points of view. Sometimes it's a lack of interest in the other person's point of view. Other times, it's mere selfishness. But whatever the perspective of one side, you can guarantee that the other side won't share it. Countries have fought over territory for centuries. However, very rarely do you see a country come out and say that it wants to conquer something merely for the sake of conquering it. Even in cases where conquest is the underlying motive, the leaders usually have a compelling reason for the conquest. For example, during the years before World War II, Adolf Hitler kept telling the Germans that they needed more room to live, or Lebensraum. Meanwhile, there were some groups of ethnic Germans living outside of Germany. Hitler and others saw those groups of ethnic Germans as needing the protection of the German state, while he portrayed their neighbors as people who had stolen from the German people. See how he's built this case of past wrongs against the German people? In the end, Hitler wanted only conquest, but that perspective of wanting the Germans to live in Germany was actually enough to allow him to conquer Austria and parts of Czechoslovakia with no fight. Because Hitler's perspective won out, the other countries lost. People use lots of reasons to justify their point of view in a conflict. Take the current situation in Israel and Palestine. A great deal can be said about that situation, so rather than get lost in the details of the whole thing, let's just look at a particular piece of land, Temple Mount. Wait, isn't that the Dome of the Rock? Or is it the Holy of Holies? Or Al-Aqsa Mosque? So many names for one piece of real estate. Yet so much of the Israeli-Palestinian peace plan deals with this collection of names for a single place. Why? This piece of real estate is not only the holiest spot on earth for Jews, but the third holiest for Muslims, and yet they have completely different ideas as how to treat the land. For Jewish people, it is the site of the Holy of Holies, an inner sanctuary of the now destroyed temple where God's presence is especially felt. Therefore, people are largely banned from the site, lest they disturb the holy nature of the ground. Meanwhile, Al-Aqsa Mosque is just that, a mosque, by which its very nature demands that plenty of people have access to the area in order to pray. In this case, the Jewish Israelis and the Muslim Palestinians have completely different perspectives as to not only how to treat this area, but also what the other group should be doing there. Each side has the same motivation, religion, but a very different perspective. Not all conflicts are as spiritual as that of the Israeli and Palestinian disagreement over Jerusalem. In fact, a few hundred miles to the east, we find one that is solely motivated by resources. In 1990, the Middle East was about to become a very hostile place. Iraq holds around 10% of the world's known oil reserves, and its tiny neighbor Kuwait also holds 10% of known oil. However, both border Saudi Arabia, which has 20% of the world's oil. There's just one problem. Iraq and Saudi Arabia used to hate each other. The ruler of Iraq at the time, Saddam Hussein, thought that if he invaded Kuwait, then the two countries could counteract any price changes that Saudi Arabia might attempt. The Kuwaitis, on the other hand, saw it as an invasion of their territory by a much larger neighbor. In the end of 1990, Iraq had completed its invasion. However, Kuwait's perspective of being invaded and conquered by a much larger enemy won the hearts of many. As such, a multinational coalition, led by the United States, pushed the Iraqis completely out of Kuwait. Different perspectives can motivate states to fight each other over territory, religion, and resources. Germans were convinced of the country's need for more territory by being told that Germans living elsewhere needed the protection of a German state. The situation concerning the Holy of Holies and Al-Aqsa Mosque demonstrates how two groups, Israelis and Palestinians, are motivated by completely different religious perspectives on how a historical site should be treated. Finally, we saw how Iraq's perspective in invading Kuwait was to create a more solid economic base, while Kuwait viewed the move as an invasion by a foreign power.
My brother lives in Florida and wears shorts in January, while I live in Pennsylvania and spend November through March in hats and gloves. My dear friend in Colorado is a phenomenal skier, but can't swim to save her life, while my Costa Rican friend can surf with the best of them, but has never built a snowman. Why all of these differences in attire and activity? If you ask geographers, I bet they'd give you a one-word answer: environment. Today we'll check out this answer by discussing the environment's effect on the activities of North Americans, specifically related to natural resources, farming, and housing. For starters, environment is often defined as the surroundings or conditions in which a person lives. It's things like the weather, the land formations, and the air that surround you and me. Without a doubt, environment affects activity. It's the reason I wear long underwear when I go out to shovel snow, but it's also the reason my Florida-living brother hasn't worn gloves in years. Although we both live in North America, there are some real differences in our environments. To explain, North America is made up of Canada, the United States, Mexico, the countries of Central America, and many bordering islands. It's the third largest continent in the world. With all this space comes many different environments, which in turn causes many different human activities. A big part of these activities depend on one of the most important parts of any environment, its natural resources. Natural resources are materials that occur in nature and can be used for economic gain. Things like soil, minerals, forests, even sunlight are all natural resources. For instance, the Caribbean islands of North America have a very warm environment and some very delightful natural resources. Unlike the snow-covered mountains of Colorado and Vermont that bring in lots of skiers, the Caribbean attracts sunbathers and scuba divers. These island nations use natural resources like beaches, beautiful vegetation, and almost year-round sunshine to create a booming tourism industry. In stark contrast, the cold environment of Alaska doesn't create quite as much of a buzz. Working within their environment and capitalizing on their natural resources, many Alaskans have done quite well with activities like deep-sea fishing, drilling, and the collection of natural gas. Along the same lines, the chillier environment of Canada offers its people the largest reservoir of crude oil in the world. The differing environments of North America also cause some varying farming practices. For instance, the tropical zones, which are areas near the equator, have soils that produce fruits like oranges, bananas, and sugarcane. Adding to these fruits, the environments of these areas are perfect for growing coffee. In contrast, the moderate environment of the northeastern U.S. produces hardy fruits like crisp apples and juicy peaches. Along with apples and peaches, the flat plains and temperate environment of the U.S. Corn Belt, a region in the Midwestern U.S., also supplies lots of corn. Environment also affects the actual homes in which they live. This is a lesson I learned when I went house hunting in Oklahoma. Thinking we were moving there, I wanted a 2-story home that would remind me of historic Pennsylvania. When I told our realtor this, he responded, "Oklahoma is Tornado Alley. No one wants a 2-story." In other words, when you live in the environment prone to winds strong enough to tear apart a house, a second floor is a bad idea. In stark contrast, coastal and island homes are often built on stilts. Environment is also the reason most of the homes in the southwestern U.S. are light-colored stucco. If you live in hot climates of Arizona and New Mexico, you want a house that reflects light, not one that absorbs heat. Stated simply, you want a home that minimizes the negatives of your environment. Environment is often defined as the surroundings or conditions in which a person lives. Weather, land formations, air, and natural resources are all part of the physical environment. North America is made up of Canada, the United States, Mexico, the countries of Central America, and many bordering islands. As the third largest continent in the world, it has many varying environments and natural resources. Natural resources are materials that occur in nature and can be used for economic gain. The wide variety of natural resources in North America allows its island nations to benefit from tourism, while colder environments like Canada and Alaska benefit from things like natural gas and oil. Environment also affects farming. The tropical zones, which are areas near the equator, produce tropical fruits like oranges, bananas, sugarcane, coffee, while the U.S. Corn Belt, a region in the Midwestern U.S., supplies lots of corn. Environment also affects the actual homes in which North Americans live. Those in the desert regions usually choose light-colored, heat-reflecting homes, while those in areas along water often build on stilts. If you live in North America, you are daily influenced by Europe. Even if you've never been there, even if you don't know a word of German, French, or Spanish, you still have some very European stuff floating around in your life. Just like I never met my great-grandmother, but I'm told I act and look a whole bunch like her, we North Americans have some serious European traits. To support this claim, let's take a look at how Europe has affected North America, specifically in the areas of language, family structure, religion, and architecture. As we do this, let's keep in mind that we're discussing modernized North America. Let's kick things off with language. As an American, my primary language is English. However, my rather distant ancestors, many of whom were Cherokee, definitely didn't speak English. In fact, not until England's settlement at Jamestown did English really come onto the scene. For this reason, every time I utter an English word, I am proving Europe's effect on North America. Along the same lines, the native people of Canada also had English thrust upon them by Europe. However, not just English, French also got in on the game. The famous city of Quebec, or Quebec as it's often pronounced, was founded by the French in the early 17th century. Since then, words like bonjour and au revoir have dominated the scene. Moving into Mexico and Central America, we see where Spain took charge. As Spaniards like Cortez came and conquered the native populations, the ancient languages died, rising to take their place were words like hola and adios. Moving away from language, we come to family structure. If we could jump in a time machine and travel back about 700 years, we'd find that most of the native populations of North America lived in tribal settings. They didn't live in neat little nuclear families or parents and their children as an independent social unit like we do today. Adding to this, many of North America's ancient people groups practiced polygamy, or having more than one spouse. For instance, the Sioux of America's Great Plains were a polygamous people. So were the aristocrats of Mexico's ancient Aztec society. However, once Europe stepped onto the scene, this too faded away. In fact, several North American countries deem polygamy illegal. Yes, some fringe groups still practice it, but it's definitely not the norm. In short, rather than sticking with what North American families looked like before guys like Columbus and the Puritans came on the scene, most of us have adopted Europe's Anglo-Saxon Protestant view that a marriage should only contain two spouses and families are independent units that live on their own. The traditionally prominent religions of North America also have their roots in Europe. For instance, unlike the native inhabitants of very early America, most of us are not polytheistic, meaning we don't worship more than one God. Instead, we've adopted the European tradition of monotheism, or worshiping one God. Whether Catholic, Jewish, Protestant, or Muslim, most North American faiths ascribe allegiance to one God. Adding to this, the European country that first settled the individual parts of the country also has lots to do with which religion is predominantly practiced there. For example, Catholicism has a very large following in Canada. This is a direct result of it being colonized by very Catholic France. Along the same lines, Mexico, colonized by Catholic Spain, claims Catholicism as its predominant faith. Gone are the faiths of its ancient ancestors. In their places are the religions of Europe. Our last area where Europe still makes a splash is architecture. To prove this one, I can use my own town. It is neighborhood upon neighborhood of English Tudor homes. Looking like they were transported here from medieval England, they are a far cry from the wigwams of the Shawnee who once inhabited the land. If we traveled to Canada, the same would hold true. However, this time we'd be looking at rather ornate Roman Catholic cathedrals that mimic those of historic France. This one, located in Montreal, is even named the Notre Dame Basilica, just like the one in France. Taking our architectural tour to the west, all we need to do is visit my brother in Arizona. Odds are we'd find him working in the yard or swimming in the pool of his Spanish Revival-style home. Neither he nor any of his neighbors live in a hogan, the ancient mud homes of the Navajo people. Nope, they're a bunch of North Americans living in homes that look like they've been cut straight from Spain, or to come full circle, from Europe. North America has been heavily influenced by Europe in the areas of language, family structure, religion, and architecture. When speaking of language, the native tongues of North America's ancient tribes are seldom spoken. Instead, English is spoken in the U.S. and Canada. French is also spoken in Canada. Spanish, although spoken in the U.S., is the predominant language of Mexico and Central America. All three of these languages originated in Europe. North American family structure has also been influenced by Europe. Rather than living in polygamous tribes, most of the populations of North America live in nuclear families. Polygamy means having more than one spouse. A nuclear family consists of parents and their children as an independent social unit. The predominant religions of North America are also imports from Europe. Rather than being polytheistic, meaning worships more than one god, most North Americans are monotheistic, or they worship one god. North American architecture also gives a glimpse of Europe's influence on North America. It's seen in the English Tudor homes of the American East and the Spanish Revival homes of the American West. It's also displayed in the beautiful Roman Catholic cathedrals of Canada. When it comes to the regions of North America, they're as varied as their people. Today we'll take a look at these 5 regions, paying special attention to their physical characteristics and the humans that inhabit them. To kick things off, North America is made up of Canada, the United States, Mexico, Greenland, the countries of Central America, the Caribbean islands, and many bordering islands. As for land area, it's the 3rd largest of the world's continents. As for population, it comes in 4th. The vast lands of North America are often broken into 5 regions. They are the mountainous West, the Great Plains, the Canadian Shield, the Eastern region, and the Caribbean region. We'll start with the mountainous West, which spans North America's western coast. Aptly named, this region is full of mountains. In fact, a vast part of the region is covered by the Cordilleras, a series of mountain ranges that extend from Canada to Panama. The Rocky Mountains of Canada and the U.S., as well as the Sierra Madres of U.S. and Mexico, are part of the Cordilleras. The people of this mountainous region are as varied as the mountains themselves. We have the snow-loving skiers of Colorado, the city dwellers of Los Angeles, the farmers of Mexico, the fishermen of Seattle, and the native tribes of Central America. Moving to the middle of the continent, we come to the Great Plains region, which is located in the U.S. and Canada. Home to many of the continent's farmers, the Great Plains region is often called the breadbasket of North America. It's earned this nickname due to its lush soil that supplies much of the continent with wheat and agricultural products aplenty. It's also home to the Corn Belt, the booming agricultural region of the Midwestern U.S. Moving our eyes northward, we come to the Canadian Shield. The Canadian Shield is a raised plateau that covers much of eastern, central, and northwestern Canada. Defining our definition a bit more, a plateau is a flat, elevated landform that rises above the surrounding area. Due to its rather harsh environment, the Canadian Shield is rather sparsely populated. Most who live there make their homes closer to cities like Toronto. For those brave humans who take on the tundra and the cold, forestry is a very common occupation. With a much milder climate, we have the extremely varied eastern region. Spanning the northeastern coast of the continent, the eastern region is comprised of things like the Appalachian Mountains and the eastern coastal plains of Canada and the U.S. A large part of the eastern region is made up of wetlands, areas where the earth is saturated most of the time. Great examples of this are the swamps of Florida. Like in many of the regions, the people of this area are as varied as the landscape. It's home to those who make a living in the cities of New York and Boston, while also being home to the farmers of Pennsylvania. It's home to the lumberjacks of New England and the beach lovers of Florida and the Carolinas. Last, we come to the Caribbean region. Famous for its amazing vacation spots, the region is made up of the islands of the Caribbean Sea. It's located southeast of the Gulf of Mexico and east of Central America. Dotted with tropical getaways and stunning coral reefs, many of the people of this region make their living in the tourism industry. They smartly use their natural resources like beaches, beautiful vegetation, and almost year-round sunshine to attract vacationers of all sorts. North America is made up of Canada, the United States, Mexico, Greenland, the countries of Central America, the Caribbean islands, and many bordering islands. The continent is usually broken down into 5 regions. They are the Mountainous West, the Great Plains, the Canadian Shield, the Eastern region, and the Caribbean region. The Mountainous West spans down North America's western coast. A large part of the region is covered by the Cordilleras, a series of mountain ranges that extend from Canada to Panama. The Rocky Mountains and the Sierra Madres are part of the Cordilleras. The people of this region vary from the fishermen of Washington to the indigenous people of Central America. The Great Plains region is located in the U.S. and Canada and takes up a good deal of the middle of the continent. Due to its fertile soil, it's often referred to as the breadbasket of North America. It includes the Corn Belt, the booming agricultural region of the Midwestern U.S. The Canadian Shield is a raised plateau that covers much of eastern, central, and northwestern Canada. A plateau is a flat, elevated landform that rises above the surrounding area. With its cold temperature and rocky terrain, the Canadian Shield employs many loggers. The varied eastern region spans the eastern coast of the northern continent. It includes the Appalachian Mountains and the eastern coastal plains of Canada and the U.S. A large part of the region is comprised of wetlands, areas where the earth is saturated most of the time. The people of the region vary from New York businessmen to the beach lovers of Florida. The Caribbean region is located southeast of the Gulf of Mexico and east of Central America. Made up of many islands and beautiful coral reefs, it offers its inhabitants a robust tourism industry. It's also home to many native people groups. I recently watched a TV show where a guy stood in the middle of Times Square and asked people to locate the Mississippi River on a map. Horror could be used to describe what I saw. Over half the people had no clue. The geography teacher in me grimaced. Happily, we have today's lesson to keep us from being one of the clueless. Join me as we take a look at North America and its major features. For starters, here's a map of the world. Now let's zoom into North America. Located in the Western Hemisphere, it's the 3rd largest continent. Only Asia and Africa have more land area. North America is made up of Canada, the United States, Mexico, the countries of Central America, and many bordering islands. When speaking of land area, Canada comes in first, followed by the U.S., then Mexico. For the geographically challenged of Times Square, let's start with rivers. Located in the U.S., the Mississippi River and all its tributaries make up the 3rd largest river system in the world. A tributary is a body of water that flows into a larger body of water. Although the Mississippi is a massive water system, the Missouri River is actually the longest river in North America. The Rio Grande is also pretty famous. It forms a natural border between the U.S. and Mexico. Moving way north, we find the St. Lawrence. This waterway provides ship passage between the Atlantic and the Great Lakes. Speaking of the Great Lakes, they are a group of interconnected freshwater lakes located on the U.S.-Canada border. West to east, they are Lake Superior, Michigan, Huron, Erie, and Ontario. North America also has some rather varied elevation. In geography, elevation is usually defined as height above sea level. Starting in the north, the Alaskan Range provides us with some pretty soaring elevations. It extends from Alaska to the Yukon Territory of Canada, and it's home to the highest peak in North America. Moving a bit south, we hit the Rocky Mountains. The Rockies are about 3,000 miles in length. As a massive span, they extend from northern Canada to New Mexico. Moving east, the Appalachian Mountains span from the southeastern U.S. all the way into the Canadian province of Quebec. Moving south into Mexico, we have the Sierra Madres. The Sierra Madres run along Mexico's Pacific coast into Central America. Interestingly, rainforests and volcanoes make up much of the Sierra Madres. North America also has some seriously low elevations. For instance, there's Death Valley in California. Sitting at 282 feet below sea level, it's the lowest, driest, and hottest place in North America. North America is the third largest continent. It consists of Canada, the United States, Mexico, the countries of Central America, and many bordering islands. In terms of landmass, Canada is the largest country of North America. North America abounds in rivers. The Mississippi River makes up the third largest river system in the world. It has many tributaries. A tributary is a body of water that flows into a larger body of water. The Missouri River is the longest river in North America. The Rio Grande forms a natural border between the U.S. and Mexico. The St. Lawrence provides ship passage between the Atlantic and the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes are a group of interconnected freshwater lakes located on the U.S.-Canada border. They are Lake Superior, Michigan, Huron, Erie, and Ontario. Elevation is height above sea level. North America is home to many mountain ranges with impressive elevations. The Alaska Range extends from Alaska to the Yukon Territory of Canada. It includes the highest peak in North America. The Rocky Mountains are 3,000 miles in length. They extend from northern Canada to New Mexico. The Appalachian Mountains span from the southeastern U.S. all the way up into the Canadian province of Quebec. The Sierra Madres run along Mexico's Pacific coast into Central America. Rainforests and volcanoes make up much of the Sierra Madres. Death Valley is located in California. At 282 feet below sea level, it's the lowest, driest, and hottest place in North America. Living in a neighborhood requires some common courtesies and cooperation. For instance, you should keep your dog out of your neighbor's flower bed, keep your music at a reasonable level, and take down your Christmas decorations before Easter. If you don't, there's probably going to be some conflict. On a much grander scale, sharing a continent also requires some cooperation. Countries shouldn't just go sending their armies into other countries or traipsing over borders. When they do, conflict arises for sure. As an example, let's take a look at the relationships between the regions of North America. Since this is such a broad topic, we'll narrow our discussion to modern political history, trade, and the environment. For starters, North America is made up of Canada, the United States, Mexico, the countries of Central America, the island nations of the Caribbean, and several smaller bordering islands. In other words, we're talking about a lot of space and a lot of people. In fact, North America is the third largest continent when measuring land area, while it comes in fourth in the population race. With all these people, it's not surprising that there's been some conflict. When speaking of modern history, some of the greatest political conflicts of North America occurred during the Cold War. The Cold War was a time of political antagonism that existed between the U.S. and the Communist Party, specifically the Soviet bloc countries from about 1945 to 1990. In the late 50s, the U.S. began a policy to keep any communist influence out of North America. This led to U.S. involvement in Central America since several communist leaders and rebels took or tried to take power in the region. To stop this, the U.S. intervened and the people of Central America got caught in the crossfire. In other words, Uncle Sam played big kid on the block, deciding who does and doesn't get to live in the neighborhood. For instance, during the Cold War, the U.S. helped a group of rebels overthrow the communist Guatemalan president. This led to an extremely devastating civil war that lasted well into the 1990s. The same occurred in Nicaragua, when the U.S. helped get rid of another communist-leaning rebel. Sadly, this also led to years of war and suffering for the people of Nicaragua. Although many of these conflicts ended years and years ago, their effects still remain. The people of the region still suffer in the poverty that the years of war caused. Moving away from conflict, we turn to some modern-day cooperation, specifically NAFTA. NAFTA is an acronym for the North American Free Trade Agreement. It is an economic agreement that limits and even removes tariffs between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. Keeping things simple, tariffs are taxes placed on imports and exports. Really oversimplifying NAFTA, we can think of it as Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. getting together like neighbors doing a yard sale. Those who live in the neighborhood swap goods together at a cheaper price. They may even join their tables together. Meanwhile, those from outside the neighborhood have to pay a fee to be part of the sale or have to pay more for the products they buy. Although many tend to support NAFTA and its spirit of cooperation, many oppose it. Those in the U.S. and Canada who oppose NAFTA think it makes it easier for American and Canadian companies to send jobs to Mexico, where they can pay workers less and avoid restrictive safety laws. Many in Mexico also oppose NAFTA. For instance, Mexican farmers argue that the removal of tariffs makes it too easy for the U.S. to flood the Mexican markets with cheap goods that they can't compete with. Looping back to conflict, when NAFTA was signed, many Mexicans actually took to the streets in revolution. Not wanting to end on a bad note, the countries of North America have come together to take steps to protect the environment. One famous step is the Copenhagen Accord. Trying to move away from economics and politics, the Copenhagen Accord seeks to regulate and reduce harmful chemical emissions into the environment. Signed in 2009, this accord sees countries like the U.S., Costa Rica, Canada, and Mexico joining other continents to help control climate change. Simplifying this one, it's sort of like when my childhood neighborhood got together and decided to recycle. However, instead of kids going around and collecting plastic, the Copenhagen Accord sees leaders of nations telling car companies and factories to cut down on the smog. North America is made up of Canada, the United States, Mexico, the countries of Central America, the island nations of the Caribbean, and several smaller bordering islands. In modern history, the countries of North America have seen times of conflict and cooperation. The Cold War was a time of political antagonism that existed between the U.S. and the Communist Party, specifically the Soviet bloc countries, from about 1945 to 1990. During this time, the U.S. began a policy to keep any communist influence out of North America. In order to enforce this policy, the U.S. took military actions in many Central American countries. This, along with a communist presence, led to years of conflict that crippled the region. As for cooperation, NAFTA is seen by many as an excellent example. NAFTA is the North American Free Trade Agreement. It is an economic agreement that limits and even removes tariffs between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. Tariffs are taxes placed on imports and exports. Although many support NAFTA, it has also caused conflict as many in Canada and the U.S. believe it leads to job loss. However, on Mexico's side, many believe it leads to an unfair advantage for Canadian and U.S. goods. The Copenhagen Accord also exists as a symbol of cooperation. It sees countries like Canada, the U.S., Costa Rica, and Mexico seeking to regulate and reduce harmful chemical emissions. Which of these do you think is the best approximation of North America's population? Number 1, over 2 billion. Number 2, under 100 million. Number 3, over 500 million. If you said number 3, you're right. The population of North America, which is made up of Canada, the United States, Mexico, the countries of Central America, the island nations of the Caribbean, and several smaller bordering islands, is 533 million. In other words, we're talking about a lot of space and a lot of people. Since the majority of these people live in Canada, the U.S., and Mexico, We're going to spend today looking at the demographics of these three countries. To kick things off, the term demographics can be defined as studies of population. When it comes to population and North America, Uncle Sam comes in first. In fact, with its population of about 319 million, the U.S. accounts for close to 60% of the continent's population. Coming in second, Mexico has a population of about 122 million. That's less than half of the U.S., but way more than Canada, who comes in third with about 35 million. Of course, since populations change from day to day, we can't really nail down exact numbers. Instead, let's just remember that the U.S. gets gold, Mexico takes silver, and Canada wins the bronze in North America's population race. Of course, we need to keep in mind that population is ever changing. Even as I speak, the numbers are definitely in flux. Continuing with our population study, Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. also have the four most populated cities in North America. However, this time Mexico City gives Mexico first place, while the U.S. comes in second with New York City. Next comes another American city, Los Angeles, and then Canada gets in on the action with Toronto. Speaking of cities, most of the continent's people live in rather heavily populated areas. In fact, some studies report that over half of North Americans live in urban areas, or areas with the characteristics of cities or towns. When speaking of Canada and the U.S., this number is closer to 80%. Of course, like we said before, these numbers are constantly changing. Moving away from numbers and figures, let's take a quick look at languages. The three main languages of our three countries are English, Spanish, and French. Unlike Mexico, which is made up of mostly Spanish-speaking people, Canada has two official languages. They are English and French. As a great melting pot, the U.S. has no official language. However, English gets the nod as the most widely spoken. North America is made up of Canada, the United States, Mexico, the countries of Central America, the island nations of the Caribbean, and several smaller bordering islands. Demographics are often defined as studies of populations. When discussing North America, the U.S., then Mexico, then Canada are the most populated countries. The U.S. is home to about 60% of the continent's inhabitants. The four most populated cities of North America are Mexico City, New York City, Los Angeles, and Toronto. When discussing demographics, well over half of North Americans live in urban areas. Urban denotes areas with the characteristics of cities or towns. The three main languages of North America are English, Spanish, and French. The predominant language of Mexico is Spanish. The most widely spoken language in the U.S. is English. Canada claims both English and French as their official languages. When it comes to natural resources, North America won the lottery. Today we'll take a look at these natural resources and how they've shaped the continent. For starters, North America is made up of Canada, the United States, Mexico, the countries of Central America, and many bordering islands. When speaking of land area, North America is the third largest continent. Natural resources are materials that occur in nature and can be used for economic gain. Today we'll highlight the soil, forests, and mining of North America. Let's kick things off with soil. North America has some of the most nutrient-rich soil in all the world. Add to this the varied climates of the continent, and it's a recipe for great farming. For instance, the tropical zones, which are areas near the equator, have soils that produce things like oranges, coffee, bananas, and sugarcane. In fact, Central America produces a large amount of the world's tropical fruits. Differing greatly from the tropics, the moderate climates and rich soils of places like the northeastern U.S. produce robust fruits. Not only the northeast, the northwestern U.S. and British Columbia, Canada provide crunchy apples and juicy peaches. The North American soil of the Corn Belt also supplies lots of corn. Stated simply, the Corn Belt is a region in the Midwestern U.S., especially Iowa, Illinois, and Indiana, excellent for raising corn. Along with corn, the rich soil of North America also supplies wheat. From the plains of the U.S. to the Canadian provinces of Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, wheat sprouts from the nutrient-rich soils of North America. The rich soils of North America have created another resource, forests. This makes forestry, which is the managing and cultivation of trees, a major industry in North America. For example, the Pacific Northwest supplies woods like spruce, fir, and cedar to the world. From these woods, we get things as varied as furniture to paper. Moving away from soil and forestry, North America makes billions of dollars in the mining industry. Running along the northeastern United States, coal is mined in places like West Virginia and Pennsylvania. While the Northeast is rich in coal, the western parts of the continent are famous for gold and silver. Adding to its wealth, North America also has lots of oil. In fact, Canada, the U.S., and Mexico are leaders in the world's oil production. The Canadian province of Alberta is actually home to the world's largest reservoir of crude oil. Oil and coal aren't the only big money makers for the continent. Natural gas also makes tons of money. Most of the continent's natural gas is collected from the Gulf of Mexico and Arctic regions. North America is made up of Canada, the United States, Mexico, the countries of Central America, and many bordering islands. It is rich in natural resources. Natural resources are materials that occur in nature and can be used for economic gain. Soil, forest, coal, oil, and natural gas are some of the main natural resources of North America. The tropical zone, which are areas near the equator, produce things like oranges, coffee, bananas, and sugarcane. Central America produces a large amount of the world's tropical fruits, while the northeastern U.S. and British Columbia produce things like apples and peaches. The Corn Belt is a region in midwestern U.S., especially Iowa, Illinois, and Indiana, which is excellent for raising corn. Parts of the U.S. and Canada also produce large amounts of wheat. Wheat is produced in the central U.S. and the Canadian provinces of Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. Forestry, the managing and cultivation of trees, is a major industry in North America. The Pacific Northwest supplies woods like spruce, fir, and cedar. When speaking of mining, the Northeast is rich in coal, while the western parts of the continent supply gold and silver. Canada, the U.S., and Mexico are also leaders in oil production. The Canadian province of Alberta has the world's largest reservoir of crude oil. Natural gas is also found on the continent. Most of it is collected from the Gulf of Mexico region and the Arctic regions of the north.
When people first tried to colonize what is now the United States, they moved there for many reasons. A chance at a new life, the desire for their own plot of land, escape from religious persecution, and others. But life in the early colonies was hard. Many of the first attempted colonies failed because of disease, starvation, lack of resupply, war, or conflict with Native Americans. When colonies were finally established, they were mostly along the east coast. This is because having access to the sea was important to bring in supplies, especially in those early days. Once the US could produce its own goods, this wouldn't be needed, but for a long time the colonies were tethered to the sea. Later, settlers moved west to find their own plots of land and farm larger quantities of food. Farming needs rather a lot of land, so spreading out made a lot of sense. But the further west people expanded, the more difficulties they encountered. The Great Plains in the Midwest were especially fertile, having been originally a seabed millions of years ago, and so it was prime land for farming. This was plenty of reason to head west. More remote areas also lacked competition, so you could claim a lot of land for yourself. The government even encouraged it, giving away 160 acres of land to those adventurous enough to head west. But there were difficulties too. The Great Plains might have been fertile, but they were also dry. Irrigation was difficult, but necessary. Without water, there would be no crops. Moving even further west, things only got worse. As people encountered deserts to the south and the height of the Rocky Mountains to the north, moving west became extremely challenging beyond the plains. It might have taken a long time for Americans to find their way to the Pacific Ocean if it wasn't for one further natural feature, the presence of gold. The gold rush was a rapid movement of people to newly discovered gold fields, especially in California, around 1849. When gold started being discovered, many saw their chance to get rich. Businessmen, prospectors, miners, and even regular people moved west at a rate never before seen. The presence of these natural resources also encouraged the building of the railroad, which would increase movement west even more. But it wasn't just gold. Oil fields were also found, as was iron ore and coal. It would turn out that the US contained one of the largest supplies of coal in the world. Coal might not be as exciting, but it did last. The gold fields would be tapped much faster than the coal would ever be used. Thanks to the gold rush, there are still ghost towns scattered around the western US to this day, where people left as soon as the gold dried up. Once Americans reached the Pacific, there was no going back. Beyond the hardships of the deserts and the mountains, people found more fertile land along the coast, with pleasant climates. To this day, the west coast of the United States remains more heavily populated than the mountains, the deserts, or even the Midwest. When the first US, then British, colonies were established, they were mostly along the east coast. This is because having access to the sea was important to bring in supplies, especially in those early days. Later, settlers moved west to find their own plots of land and farm larger quantities of food. Farming needs rather a lot of land, and so spreading out made sense. There was also the attraction of the natural resources of the United States, especially iron, coal, and later gold and oil. But the further west people expanded, the more difficulties they encountered. The Great Plains in the Midwest were especially fertile for farming, but they were also dry. Irrigation was difficult. Moving even further west, things only got worse as people encountered deserts to the south and the height of the Rocky Mountains to the north. Despite these difficulties, people continued to move west to search for more resources and claim their own plots of land. The gold rush was a rapid movement of people to newly discovered gold fields, especially in California around 1849. When gold started being discovered, many saw their chance to get rich. Businessmen, prospectors, miners, and even regular people moved west at a rate never before seen. Oil was also a major factor, as was iron ore and coal. Beyond the hardships of the deserts and mountains, people found more fertile land along the coasts, with pleasant climates. To this day, the west coast of the United States remains heavily populated. When people first settled in the United States, life was hard. Colonies from England, France, Spain, and the Netherlands were set up, but many didn't survive. The death rate was super high. Early colonists included people looking for a new life, adventurers, soldiers, farmers, and tradesmen, people who were persecuted for their religious beliefs, and even outcasts. But eventually stable colonies were established, and the English ones became dominant. This led to the original 13 colonies that would eventually become the United States. Over time, as the colonies became increasingly successful, the population grew, and people started to spread out and move west. At first this progress was slow, but as life got easier, helped by the abundant natural resources in the United States, the westward expansion accelerated. In 1803, the US government nearly doubled the country's size in the Louisiana Purchase, and then later in the Oregon Treaty of 1846, the US expanded to control the Pacific Northwest. The US continued to expand west into California, spurred on by the gold rush of 1848 and 1849. The gold rush was a rapid movement of people towards newly discovered gold fields, particularly to the western United States and California. Gold and the natural resources of the United States in general, particularly coal, oil, and precious metals, drove the expansion west. The abundance of fertile land and water also helped. But there were other factors beyond natural resources that helped make the expansion as rapid as it was. Immigration was a big factor in the early United States, and remains so to a lesser extent to this day. No country on earth has accepted as many immigrants. The US has welcomed as many as 50 million, and even today, 700,000 people enter the United States every year. Immigrants increase productivity and improve economic growth, and were a big part of the success of the United States. They're also a big part of what makes citizens of the United States who they are. People who are confident, flexible, and open to risk-taking and innovation. But all this immigration means filling the land. Population pressure in original colonial towns definitely encouraged people to move west and find their own patch of land. In fact, the government of the time encouraged it. Another huge factor affecting the changing geographic patterns of the US was the development of transportation and communication. Telegraphs allowed messages to be relayed over long distances, and railroads allowed goods and people to move faster than ever before. The building of the railroad sparked an acceleration of Western expansion unlike anything seen in the US before. The same was true later as roads were built for automobiles and improved with the interstate highway system. As transport became quicker and easier, people move around more and more, and for the US, that meant more building and development in the West. Telephones, and most recently the Internet, have had similarly huge impacts on the geographic patterns of the US, making it easier to contact those you leave behind and run businesses over large areas. Whether it's colonization, natural resources, immigration, transportation, or communication, there are many complex factors that have affected the changing geographic patterns of the US over its short history. When people first settled in the United States, life was hard, but eventually stable colonies were established and the English ones became dominant. This led to the original 13 colonies that would eventually become the United States. Over time, as the colonies became increasingly successful, the population grew, and people started to spread out and move west. At first this progress was slow, but as life got easier, helped by the abundant natural resources in the United States, the western expansion accelerated. This was spurred on by the government buying more land and natural resources being discovered on that land, particularly coal, oil, and precious metals like gold. But there were other factors beyond natural resources that helped make the expansion as rapid as it was. Immigration was a big factor in the early United States. Immigrants increased productivity and improved economic growth, and were a big part of the success of the United States. Population pressure in original colonial towns encouraged people to move west and find their own patch of land. In fact, the government of the time encouraged it, and the abundant workers from abroad only increased the rate of expansion. Transportation and communication were other major factors. Telegraphs allowed messages to be relayed over long distances, and railroads allowed goods and people to move faster than ever before. The building of the railroad sparked an acceleration of Western expansion, unlike anything seen in the US before. Later, telephones and highways increased the rate of expansion even more, since people could move around more easily and safely than ever, and communicate with the people they left behind. Whether it's colonization, natural resources, immigration, transportation, or communication, there have been many complex factors that have affected the changing geographic patterns of the US over its short history. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. This includes mountains, rivers, lakes, canyons, valleys, shorelines, and bays. There are many attributes that can be used to describe landforms. You can describe their elevation, also known as their topography, their slope, their orientation, the rock exposure, or the soil type, among others. Topographical maps can be seen as landform maps because they tend to also include coastal areas and rivers. The United States has so many mountains, valleys, canyons, rivers, and lakes that we couldn't possibly cover them all in a short lesson like this. So we'll just talk about a few of the most significant ones. Probably the most important and well-known mountains in the United States are the Rocky Mountains. It's like the spine of the country, running along the western side from New Mexico and Arizona in the south, all the way up to Idaho and Montana in the north. They even continue into Canada. They span 3,000 miles, making it the second longest mountain range in the world. The Rocky Mountains were formed 50 to 80 million years ago, where a number of tectonic plates slid under the North American plate. Other important mountain ranges in the USA include the Appalachian Mountains in the eastern United States, the Cascades in the northwest, and the Sierra Nevada mountains in the southwest. The United States is also home to many famous valleys, including Death Valley, which is the lowest, driest, and hottest place in North America, and Napa Valley, home of the United States' most popular wine. Some of the canyons of the United States are truly extraordinary. The Grand Canyon is visited by people from around the world and is absolutely huge, 277 miles long, 18 miles wide, and a mile deep. It exposes layers of rock showing 2 billion years of Earth's history. Kings Canyon in California is home to the deepest gorge in the country. Hell's Canyon in Oregon and Idaho is also very famous, containing a large river at the bottom. It's especially well known for its black rock formations and ancient petroglyphs. Bryce Canyon in Utah is bright red in color and is also extremely distinctive. Rivers and lakes are like the veins and arteries of a country's natural landscape. They have a major effect on the plant and animal life that grows and lives across the country. Many of those plants and animals rely on rivers, and the United States has some huge ones. The Missouri and Mississippi rivers are probably the most famous and also most important of all the rivers in the United States. The Missouri is the longest river in the United States, reaching a total length of 2,341 miles. The Missouri then flows into the Mississippi, north of St. Louis, which continues another 2,320 miles. The Mississippi River has the largest drainage system of any river in the United States, receiving water from 31 states. The water that flows into it starts as far north as northern Minnesota, though it also receives some water from Canada, and continues all the way to the Mississippi Delta, flowing into the Gulf of Mexico. It's the 4th longest and 10th largest river in the world. Other large rivers in the United States include the Rio Grande, the Yukon, and the Colorado River. There are also lakes of importance in the United States. The part of the United States that has the most lakes is the Northeast, on the border with Canada. This area is home to the Great Lakes. These huge lakes are named from west to east: Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, and Lake Ontario. They're the largest group of freshwater lakes on Earth and have a total surface area of 94,250 square miles and contain 21% of the world's fresh water. Lake Superior has the largest surface area of any freshwater lake in the world. Nothing really compares to the Great Lakes, but the United States is also home to the Great Salt Lake, alongside Salt Lake City in Utah, which is the biggest saltwater lake in the Western Hemisphere. And then there's also Crater Lake, which is the deepest lake in the United States, at 1,943 feet, and was created when a volcano erupted. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. This includes mountains, rivers, lakes, canyons, valleys, shorelines, and bays. Probably the most important and well-known mountain range in the United States is the Rocky Mountains. At 3,000 miles, it's the second longest mountain range in the world. Others include the Appalachian Mountains in the eastern United States, the Cascades in the northwest, and the Sierra Nevada mountains in the southwest. The United States is also home to many famous valleys and canyons, including Death Valley, which is the lowest, driest, and hottest place in North America. The Grand Canyon is absolutely huge, 277 miles long, 18 miles wide, and a mile deep, exposing layers of rock showing 2 billion years of the Earth's geologic history. There is also Kings Canyon, which is the deepest, Hell's Canyon, and Bryce Canyon, among many others. Rivers and lakes are like the veins and arteries of a country's natural landscape. They have a major effect on the plant and animal life that grows and lives across the country. The Missouri and Mississippi rivers are probably the most famous and also most important of all the rivers in the United States. The Missouri is the longest river in the United States, reaching a total length of 2,341 miles. The Mississippi River has the largest drainage system of any river in the United States. There are also lakes of importance in the United States. Most famous are the Great Lakes, named from west to east: Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, and Lake Ontario. They're the largest group of freshwater lakes on Earth and have a total surface area of 94,250 square miles and contain 21% of the world's fresh water. Lake Superior has the largest surface area of any freshwater lake in the world. There's also the Great Salt Lake and Crater Lake, which is the deepest lake in the United States at 1,943 feet. When people first established colonies in the United States, they were faced with a seemingly endless tract of land. The idea of running out of space was an alien concept. There were very few regulations regarding land use, and people like Thomas Jefferson had grand ideas of an America made up of farmers, each with their own sizable plots of land, from which they could live. But that situation wouldn't last. Major changes happened over the decades and centuries. Population boomed, thanks in part to rapid immigration. Society shifted from rural to urban. Governments enacted zoning laws, and land use changed over time in many ways. At the birth of the United States, most of the land could be described as wilderness. Wilderness is an uncultivated, unused, and largely uninhabited area of land. The United States' many wilderness areas included the forest in the east, the Great Plains in the Midwest, mountains, and more forest in the west. Human settlements and farms took over a very small area of the land. The first major evolution in land use was the expansion of farming. At first, towns and cities were still small, but farming required large areas of land. Population boomed rapidly, and the United States opened its doors to immigrants from around the world. And that population needed food to live. They needed farms. This meant cutting down forests and destroying grasslands. Over the last 10,000 years, it is likely that around 635,000 square miles of forest have been removed. During the Industrial Revolution, people started moving into cities, also known as urban areas, at an increasing rate. With more efficient technology, we could create the food we needed with less human labor, freeing us up to work in manufacturing and other areas. This movement from rural areas to urban areas continues to this day, and after the rapid expansion of farmland early in the United States history, we have in recent decades seen a significant decline in the use of land for farming. Instead, urban areas have continued to increase in both size and population. The location of urban areas has also changed over time. At first, the biggest cities were all on the east coast of the United States. This was the location of the original colonies, and had a temperate or mostly mild climate and fertile soil. Being near the ocean was also useful for shipping and trade, but as Americans expanded west, spurred on by the building of the railroad, they found more temperate areas and fertile land, especially on the west coast. They also found natural resources to exploit, like iron and coal. But oil and gold were especially enticing and attracted a lot of people to move west. Many of the largest cities are now in the west, with a few scattered in other locations like Denver and Texas. Though there are also abandoned ghost towns where there was once gold, but has long since dried up. Resources have had a big impact on the evolution of land use and population in the US. As some of the natural resources have begun to dry up, land use has continued to change as a result. While there is still plenty of oil and coal in the United States, it becomes increasingly expensive to remove from the earth through mining. Competition from overseas makes it harder to invest in these resources, and so land use for mining has declined over the last 50 years. Instead, high technology industries have been on the rise, including computer manufacturing and services. Silicon Valley is an area of California near to San Francisco that is home to some of the world's largest high-tech companies. It has been hugely successful and shaped the world we live in today. Why did it develop in California? Though many people have tried to explain it, a lot comes down to education and land use. Modern industries like computers and technology require highly educated people. In the San Francisco area, there were excellent universities, coupled with cheap farmland nearby, that was rapidly being vacated as people moved to urban areas. Smart people from universities like Stanford and Berkeley were encouraged to set up high-tech companies, and there was plenty of cheap land available nearby. There are certainly many factors that have affected the evolution of regions of the United States over its 300 or so years, from population growth, to natural resources, to economic pressures, and social changes. But one thing's for sure, the US will continue to change into the future in ways we cannot begin to predict. When people first settled in the United States, most of the land was wilderness. Wilderness is uncultivated, unused, and largely uninhabited areas of land. The first major change in land use was the building of farms. Population boomed rapidly as the United States accepted immigrants from around the world. And that population needed food to live. They needed more and more farmland. This meant cutting down the wilderness. People moved increasingly into urban areas during the Industrial Revolution. This movement from rural to urban is still ongoing, and lately we've seen a reduction in farmland. The location of urban areas has also changed over time. Cities were mostly on the East Coast in the early United States, but today there are also many cities in the West. As some of the natural resources dried up and competition from abroad appeared, land use has continued to change. Mining has declined, replaced with high-tech industries. Silicon Valley is an area of California near to San Francisco, which is home to some of the world's largest high-tech companies. Graduates of Stanford, Berkeley, and other universities set up high-tech companies, and there was plenty of cheap land south of San Francisco. This created a hotspot of high-tech activity in the Silicon Valley area. There are certainly many factors that have affected the evolution of regions of the United States: population growth, natural resources, economic pressures, and social changes. But one thing's for sure, the US will continue to change well into the future. Physical characteristics are things that are part of the land itself. They are a description of the landforms of an area, ignoring human activities. This includes rivers, coasts, bays, mountains, canyons, valleys, and lakes, among other features. Physical maps are the best way to display the physical characteristics of an area. Human characteristics, in contrast, are the features of a geographical area caused by humans, including cities, towns, dams, roads, and communication links. In this lesson, we'll summarize some of the human and physical characteristics of the United States. Since the United States is huge, and there are many such characteristics, we'll focus on the most important ones. The largest cities in the United States are New York, with 8.4 million people, Los Angeles, with 3.9 million people, Chicago, with 2.7 million people, Houston, with 2.2 million people, and Philadelphia, with 1.6 million people. The wider Washington, D.C. metro area is also home to 5.8 million people, and the San Francisco Bay Area claims 7.4 million people. Other major U.S. cities include Phoenix, San Antonio, San Diego, and Dallas. Why are these cities so big? In most cases, they're positioned near bodies of water, whether lakes, oceans, or rivers. River cities in the United States include New York, the Hudson, New Orleans, the Mississippi, Washington, D.C., the Potomac and Anacostia, and Philadelphia, the Delaware. Coastal cities include L.A., the Pacific, New York again, the Atlantic, San Diego, the Pacific, and San Francisco, also the Pacific. Last of all, Chicago is along Lake Michigan. Water is important for population growth, especially in the early days of a city, because it provides fertile, floodplain land for farming, ways to transport goods for trade, and in the case of rivers and lakes, fresh water for drinking. The US is a rugged terrain with many mountains, probably the most well-known of which are the Rocky Mountains. The Rockies are the country's backbone, stretching from New Mexico to Montana, a journey of 3,000 miles, and they're the second longest mountain range in the world. The USA also has the Appalachian Mountains, the Cascades, the Alaska Range, and the Sierra Nevada Mountains. The largest mountain in the whole United States is Mount McKinley in Alaska, and the largest mountain in the contiguous United States is Mount Whitney in California, which is part of the Sierra Nevada range. In terms of valleys and canyons, the most famous ones are probably Death Valley, the hottest and driest place in the United States, the Grand Canyon, 18 miles wide, 1 mile deep, and 277 miles long, and Napa Valley, home of some of America's best wines. Rivers and lakes are important because they're like the circulation system of the United States. As we discussed earlier, many cities are close to bodies of water because water is so essential for human life, offering both drinking water and available water for farming. Floodplains of rivers also produce extremely fertile land. The Missouri and Mississippi rivers are the largest and most important rivers in the U.S. The Missouri is the longest river, at 2,341 miles, and the Mississippi has the largest drainage system of all U.S. rivers. There's also the Rio Grande, the Colorado River, and the Yukon. When it comes to lakes, the United States has the Great Lakes in the northeast, Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, and Lake Ontario, which are so huge they contain 21% of the world's fresh water. There's also the Great Salt Lake in Utah, which is the biggest saltwater lake in the Western Hemisphere, and Crater Lake, which is the deepest lake in the United States. Physical characteristics are things that are part of the land itself. They're a description of the landforms of an area ignoring human activities. This includes rivers, coasts, bays, mountains, canyons, valleys, and lakes, among other features. Physical maps are the best way to display the physical characteristics of an area. Human characteristics, in contrast, are the features of a geographical area caused by humans, including cities, towns, dams, roads, and communication links. The largest cities in the United States are New York, with 8.4 million people, LA, with 3.9 million people, and Chicago, with 2.7 million people. The wider DC metropolitan area is also home to 5.8 million people. In most cases, major US cities are places near bodies of water, including lakes, oceans, and rivers. New York, New Orleans, Washington, D.C., and Philadelphia are near rivers. LA, San Diego, and San Francisco are near oceans, and Chicago is along a lake. Water is important for population growth, especially in the early days of a city, because it provides fertile floodplain land for farming, ways to transport goods for trade, and in the case of rivers and lakes, fresh water for drinking. The well-known mountains in the United States are the Rocky Mountains, which stretch 3,000 miles. There are also the Appalachian Mountains, the Cascades, and the Sierra Nevada Mountains. In terms of valleys and canyons, the U.S. is home to Death Valley, the Grand Canyon, and Napa Valley, among others. The Missouri and Mississippi rivers are the largest and most important rivers in the U.S., but there's also the Rio Grande, the Colorado River, and the Yukon. The United States also has some huge lakes. The Great Lakes in the northeast, Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, and Lake Ontario, the Great Salt Lake in Utah, and Crater Lake. A market economy is an economy where investment, production, pricing, and selling of goods are based on supply and demand. The more consumers demand goods, the more goods are produced. The less goods are available, the higher the prices tend to be. Everything is controlled by individuals making decisions. A market economy is characterized by relatively minor levels of government intervention in the economy. The opposite of a market economy could therefore be described as an economy with major government intervention, where prices and production are controlled by them. The true opposite of a market economy is a planned economy, which is an economy where decisions are made in advance according to a plan, instead of in response to the decisions of individuals. Generally, it's a government that does the planning, but it can also be influential businesses. The United States is strictly considered to be a mixed economy, which is an economy that has a mixture of market forces, supply and demand, and government regulation. But it's worth noting that no pure market economy exists in the Western world today. The US is one of the least regulated market economies in the world. The US economy works primarily through consumption. Demand drives the economy. If people stop buying things, the economy fails, investors panic, and it can lead to a recession. Economic success is usually measured by GDP growth. GDP stands for Gross Domestic Product and is the monetary value of all the finished goods and services produced within a country's borders in a year. When the gross domestic product is increasing, the economy is thriving. When GDP is decreasing, the economy is considered to be in a recession. If this goes on for long enough, it's called a depression. Financial markets are also important in the US. These are markets where people invest in companies by buying stocks and shares. If you buy shares in a company, you own part of the company and share in some of their profit. And if the company does well, you can sell those shares later for more than you originally paid for them. The main financial market of the US is centered on Wall Street in New York, though most trading happens online these days. Inflation and deflation are also factors in the US economy. Inflation is an increase in prices and deflation is a decrease in prices. Inflation happens when demand is greater than supply, and deflation happens when supply is greater than demand. Policies regarding currency are decided by the central bank of the US, which is called the Federal Reserve. They control the federal funds rate, the money supply, and the use of credit. Their main job is to limit and control inflation. But they're also responsible for helping stimulate the economy and helping the banking system work well. The US economy is all about balance, a balance between free markets and planned markets, a balance between inflation and deflation, and balance between supply and demand. When things are in balance, the economy thrives. The US economy is centered on cities. Most of the GDP produced by the country is produced in or around cities, and most human consumption happens there too. Indeed, around 260 million of the 319 million people who live in the US live in urban areas. But more than that, the economy is centered around a dozen or so highly productive city regions: Northern California, Southern California, Seattle-Tacoma, Denver-Boulder, Dallas-Austin, Houston-New Orleans, Central Florida, Boston to Washington, Chicago-Pittsburgh, and Charlotte-Atlanta. These areas comprise 70% of the US population and are highly productive. The Northeast region from Boston down to Washington alone has an economy larger than Germany in terms of GDP. The so-called Energy Belt is a major economic region of the US and includes Texas, Oklahoma, the Dakotas, Montana, Louisiana, and Wyoming. Both through the production of oil and also newer technologies like solar power and wind, these areas produce huge amounts of energy. The heart of the US is still based on agriculture to this day. Places like Omaha and Iowa maintain low unemployment figures and have the majority of their economies centered around crops like soybeans, barley, rice, cotton, and corn. Cars, aerospace engineering, and steel production is still important in states around the Great Lakes, and modern technology, including computers, is central to the economy in Silicon Valley in California, in Massachusetts, and in Washington state. A market economy is an economy where investment, production, pricing, and selling of goods are based on supply and demand. A market economy is characterized by relatively minor levels of government intervention in the economy. The United States is strictly considered to be a mixed economy, which is an economy that has a mixture of market forces, supply and demand, and government regulation. The US economy works primarily through consumption. Demand drives the economy. Economic success is usually measured by GDP growth. GDP stands for Gross Domestic Product, and is the monetary value of all the finished goods and services produced within a country's borders in a year. When GDP is increasing, the economy is thriving. When GDP is decreasing, the economy is considered to be in a recession. Financial markets are also important in the US. These are markets where people invest in companies by buying stocks and shares. If you buy shares in a company, you own part of the company and share in some of their profit. Inflation and deflation are also factors in the US economy. Inflation is an increase in prices, and deflation is a decrease in prices. Inflation happens when demand is greater than supply, and deflation happens when supply is greater than demand. Policies regarding currency are decided by the central bank of the US, which is called the Federal Reserve. The economy of the US is centered on cities. Most of the GDP produced by the country is produced in or around cities, and most human consumption happens there too. Major economic regions of the US include the Energy Belt, the Agricultural Heartland, manufacturing, and technology. The Energy Belt includes Texas, Oklahoma, the Dakotas, Montana, Louisiana, and Wyoming, and produces a lot of energy, including oil. Places like Omaha and Iowa primarily produce crops like soybeans, barley, rice, cotton, and corn. The Great Lakes area is unusual for its production of steel, cars, and aerospace projects, and Silicon Valley in California, Massachusetts, and Washington State are all about modern technologies like computers. When it's really hot, people love to say, "Thanks, climate change," and when it's really cold, people might say, "So much for climate change." But both these people don't understand what climate actually is. Climate and weather are not the same thing. Climate is the average or general weather conditions of an area over a long period of time. A rainy day is an example of weather, but the average rainfall in a given month, based on years of data, is climate. To comment on the climate, you need to look at data from a long period of time. One cold winter or one warm summer doesn't tell you anything about climate. The United States is a very large area, but it's also an unusually varied area. There are no fewer than 9 regional climates in the United States. Let's go through each area of the United States and discuss their climates. The Northwest Coastal Region includes Washington and Oregon, and is described as having a marine oceanic climate. This area has cool, wet winters and cooler, dry-ish summers. The Pacific Ocean cools the air, especially along the coast, creating the cooler temperatures here. The large amount of rainfall is partly because of the number of mountains in the area. These mountains force air upwards, cooling it and causing any moisture they hold to fall as rain. This is also the reason that the mountains in the area have heavy snow. The high plains include Kansas, Minnesota, Nebraska, North Dakota, and South Dakota. They have extremely cold and dry winters. What precipitation does fall is usually snow. The summer is warmer, but not much wetter. What rain does fall is usually in the form of thunderstorms. Part of the reason for this climate is that by the time the air reaches these high plains, it usually passes over many mountains, releasing a lot of its moisture. This climate is a cold, semi-arid climate. The Midwest includes Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Michigan, Missouri, Ohio, and Wisconsin. Winters here can be very cold, but unlike the high plains, these areas get quite a bit of precipitation, including snow in winter. This is because of moisture in the air from the Great Lakes and even from the Gulf of Mexico. Summers are warm, but feel worse than the temperatures would suggest because the moisture makes it humid. This warm air also produces thunderstorms and tornadoes. This climate could be described as a humid continental climate. The Mid-Atlantic region includes New England, Massachusetts, New York, and other northeast states, and is characterized by large winter storms originating from the Gulf of Mexico. The summers are hot and humid with lots of thunderstorms, though in the north, particularly New England, summers are only hot in relative terms. This is still a humid continental climate, but with much more severe rainfall and storms in the winter. The southeast includes Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Their climate includes mild and relatively warm winters, and wet and hot summers, creating large numbers of thunderstorms. Things get cooler fast though, and temperatures have already dropped a lot by October. This climate could be described as a humid, subtropical climate. The climatic south includes Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, and Texas. Winters are mild and cool thanks to being near the cooling influence of the Gulf of Mexico, and summers are wet and hot, again with a lot of thunderstorms. This climate is similar to the southeast and could also be described as a humid, subtropical climate. The only difference is the winters, which are mild due to the proximity to the Gulf of Mexico. And last of all, we have the southwest, which includes Arizona, California, Colorado, Nevada, New Mexico, and Utah. This area could be split even further into 3 types of climate: coastal Mediterranean climates, desert climates, and mountainous alpine climates. In all 3 of these areas, though, summers are hot and dry. This is especially true in the deserts, where all moisture has been removed from the air by the surrounding mountains. But the coastal areas do tend to have somewhat milder summers, cooled by the Pacific Ocean, and the mountains have some rain in the form of thunderstorms. The winters vary more by area. Coastal and desert areas have mild winters, with some rain on the coast, but little rain in the deserts. Mountain areas are much cooler because of the high altitude, and precipitation falls as snow. Climate is the average or general weather conditions of an area over a long period of time. There are no fewer than 9 regional climates in the United States. The northwest coastal region has a marine oceanic climate. This area has cool wet winters and cooler drier summers. The high plains have extremely cold and dry winters. What rain does fall is usually snow. The summer is warmer, but not much wetter. This climate is a cold, semi-arid climate. The Midwest has very cold winters, but unlike the high plains, these areas get quite a bit of precipitation, including snow in winter. Summers are warm, but feel worse than the temperature would suggest because this moisture makes it humid. This climate could be described as a humid continental climate. The Mid-Atlantic region is characterized by large winter storms originating from the Gulf of Mexico. The summers are hot and humid with lots of thunderstorms. This is still a humid continental climate, but with much more severe rainfall and storms in the winter. The southeast has mild and relatively warm winters and wet and hot summers, creating large numbers of thunderstorms. It could be described as a humid subtropical climate. The climatic south has mild and cool winters thanks to being near the cooling influence of the Gulf of Mexico, and summers are wet and hot, again with a lot of thunderstorms. This climate is similar to the southeast, but with milder winters. And last of all, we have the southwest, which contains coastal Mediterranean climates, desert climates, and mountainous alpine climates. Southwest summers are hot and dry. Coastal and desert areas have mild winters, with some rain on the coast, but little rain in the deserts. Mountain areas are much colder because of the high altitude, and precipitation falls as snow. The US was, and remains to this day, a land of abundant natural resources. Much of the success of the United States can be attributed to those resources. The US is an especially large landmass, allowing economies of scale that lower the cost of products and services. The US also contains a 95,000-mile-long coastline, and only borders 2 other countries, Canada and Mexico. This meant that the US didn't have to spend as much money to defend itself as it developed. Having so much coastline also makes importing and exporting goods cheaper and easier. Then there are the natural resources of the land itself. The US has temperate climates and abundant, fertile soil, particularly across the Great Plains. Being a 500,000 square mile area, this is a lot of potential farmland, though it needed to be irrigated first. The United States is particularly fertile because the country was once underwater. Even to this day, there is a lot of water in the US, with 80% of used water coming from lakes, rivers and streams. Very little needs to be pumped out of the ground, unlike many places. And then there are the big-ticket items: oil, coal and precious metals. The US has the world's largest coal reserves, 490 billion short tons. This is 27% of the world's coal, and has been responsible for the development of the US, particularly during the Industrial Revolution. The US also had huge amounts of easily accessible oil, though much of this has been extracted. In the 1920s, 2/3 of the world's oil was supplied by the US. And then there's gold and other precious metals. The US had plenty of those, too. In a capitalist system like the US, society is greatly influenced by the natural resources of an area. People use the resources of an area, and if they hear of another that seems more abundant, people will move there to find their fortune. This was especially true in the early United States, as people gradually explored and expanded west. The gold rush was a rapid movement of people towards newly discovered gold fields, particularly in the western United States and California. It's likely that people would have moved west over time no matter what, but finding gold in California caused huge amounts of people to move out there. People got rich fast while the gold lasted. There was also a similar rush for oil, which could also be found particularly in the west. This moved people and private companies west, and with them came their capital and their products. There's a reason that so many people live in California to this day. Part of it is climate, but it began with the rush for gold and oil. Movement of people is a big part of how the United States developed. The US is, after all, a country of immigrants. No other country on earth has accepted as many immigrants, reaching 50 million, and to this day 700,000 people enter the United States every year. Immigrants help us increase the productivity of the country, improving economic growth and increasing the amount of value, capital, in the country. But more than that, the kind of people who move to a new country to make a new life for themselves are more confident, flexible, and open to risk-taking. This created a lot of innovation and business ventures, and this in turn attracts even more people to the United States. In the early United States, the country was export-driven, because the population was lower, and so many of the natural resources could be sold abroad. These days, with over 300 million people, the US uses much of its natural resources and tends to import manufactured goods. The people of the US are the biggest consumers in the world, and this drives the movement of products and capital to the country. The US is a land of change, and movement is change. It would certainly be a very different place without this constant movement of products, capital, and people. The US was and remains to this day a land of abundant natural resources. The US is an especially large landmass, allowing economies of scale that lower the cost of products and services. It only borders on two other countries, Canada and Mexico. This meant that the US didn't have to spend as much money to defend itself as it developed. Having so much coastline also makes importing and exporting goods cheaper and easier. The US has temperate climates and abundant fertile soil, particularly across the Great Plains. There's a lot of water in the US, and the US has the world's largest coal reserves, huge amounts of easily accessible oil, as well as gold and other precious metals. In a capitalist system like the US, society is greatly influenced by the natural resources of an area. The gold rush was a rapid movement of people towards newly discovered gold fields, particularly in the western United States and California. There was also a similar rush for oil, which could also be found particularly in the west. This moved people and private companies west, and with them came their capital and their products. Movement of people is a big part of how the United States developed. No other country on earth has accepted as many immigrants. Immigrants help increase the productivity of a country, improving economic growth and increasing the amount of value, or capital, in the country. But more than that, the kind of people who move to a new country to make a life for themselves are more confident, flexible, and open to risk-taking. This created a lot of innovation and business ventures, and this in turn attracts even more people to the United States. In the early United States, the country was export-driven, selling its natural resources. These days, with over 300 million people, the US tends to import manufactured goods. The people of the US are the biggest consumers in the world, and this drives the movement of products and capital to the country. The United States is a large area, but it's also an unusually varied area. There are at least 9 distinct regional climates in the United States, including rainforests, highlands, Mediterranean climates, subtropical areas, mid-latitude steppe, deserts, humid continental climates, and even a little tropical savanna and tundra. So it's not surprising that the native animals and plants of the United States are similarly varied and widely distributed. Unfortunately, much of the United States native wildlife is no longer present, or not in large numbers. humans have hunted animals and pushed them out of their natural areas. But even if the United States isn't what it once was, there is still a lot of varied animal life to be found. Bison can be found in places like Yellowstone National Park and other wildlife reserves, and the musk ox has also been reintroduced in Alaska. Black, brown, and grizzly bears range across much of the Rocky Mountains. There are also large numbers of deer, including white-tailed deer, mule deer, moose, caribou, and American elk. There are grey and red wolves, red, grey, and Arctic foxes, and coyotes, mountain lions, bobcats, and lynx, along with many types of rabbits, beavers, weasels, raccoons, and squirrels. There are alligators, turtles, and crocodiles in Florida, rattlesnakes across almost all the US, and lizards in the southwest. And then there are birds, fish, and amphibians, too numerous to count. But as urban areas grow across the US, many of these animals are increasingly confined to particular wildlife sanctuaries, national parks, and protected areas. When Europeans started to colonize the United States, there were a lot more trees than there are today. Most of them have been chopped down for timber, or just to make space for humans. Originally, most of the land east of the Mississippi was forest, followed by grasslands from the Mississippi to the Rocky Mountains, and then more forest from the Rocky Mountains to the Pacific Ocean. In the Northeast, the Rockies, the West Coast, and Alaska, you find mostly coniferous trees. These include the famous redwoods of California and trees of a darker green hue in the Pacific Northwest. Deciduous trees are found commonly in the Midwest, but most of the US has at least some deciduous trees, and many areas are a mix of deciduous and coniferous. Palms and tropical trees grow in southern Florida and Hawaii. The US also has abundant grasslands, from the tall grass prairie in the east to the short grass Great Plains in the west as you approach the Rocky Mountains. And with at least 20,000 types of flowers, there are far too many flowering plants to mention. The goldenrod is the most common American flower across the country, but every region has its own mix. The Great Plains have sunflowers and blazing stars. The south has bluebonnets and Indian paintbrush. The forests of the east contain trilliums, among others. There are even desert wildflowers, mountainous species in the Rocky Mountains, and tropical flowers in Hawaii. And the deserts of the US wouldn't be what they are without their Joshua trees, cacti, sagebrush, and tumbleweed. Predictably, the plants and animals of the United States can be found most where humans can be found least. We've introduced non-native plants and animals, hunted animals to extinction, and felled most of the trees. But in national parks and hidden valleys, there is still abundant plant and animal life to be found, if you know where to look. There are at least 9 distinct regional climates in the United States, including rainforests, highlands, Mediterranean climates, subtropical areas, mid-latitude steppe, deserts, humid continental climates, and even a little tropical savanna and tundra. So the native animals and plants in the US are similarly varied and widely distributed, though due to human activity much of this animal and plant life is confined to national parks and protected areas. Bison can be found in places like Yellowstone National Park and other wildlife reserves, and bears range across much of the Rocky Mountains. There are also large numbers of deer, wolves, foxes, wildcat species, rabbits, beavers, weasels, raccoons, and squirrels. There are alligators, turtles, and crocodiles in Florida, rattlesnakes across almost all of the US, and lizards in the southwest. And then there are birds, fish, and amphibians, too numerous to count. When Europeans started to colonize the United States, the US was packed with trees east of the Mississippi and west of the Rocky Mountains. In the Northeast, the Rockies, the West Coast, and Alaska, you find mostly coniferous trees. Deciduous trees are found commonly in the Midwest, but most of the US has at least some deciduous trees. Palms and tropical trees grow in southern Florida and Hawaii. The US also has abundant grasslands, from the tall grass prairie in the east to the short grass Great Plains in the west. With at least 20,000 types of flowers, there are far too many flowering plants to mention. Every area has its own varieties. Despite what humans have done to the natural environment, within national parks and hidden valleys, there is still abundant plant and animal life to be found, if you know where to look. What is life like in the United States? American culture is the most diverse culture on the planet, enriched by beliefs, cultures, and values from all over the world. It is practically the definition of a melting pot. Describing an entire way of life is a topic for whole lifetimes of study, and so it's impossible to do it justice in a single video. But there are still certain aspects of life in the United States and certain generalizations that we can discuss. The United States is a country that has opened its doors to immigrants since its early days. The famous quote on a plaque on the Statue of Liberty is a message of welcome that typifies what the US stood for when it was born. It reads, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door." But what did the millions who have read those welcoming words find when they arrived? There are many key values that are at the heart of the culture of the United States, but freedom, equality, individualism, materialism, and patriotism are perhaps the most obvious. Born in rebellion against British rule, freedom and self-determination is at the heart of American life. In fact, freedom is taken so far that the government is reticent to interfere in the lives of its citizens, even to protect them from other citizens and corporations. The help and protection that the United States government provides to its citizens is far less than in other Western countries, largely because of the independent, proud, individualistic streak that influences American politics. Life in the United States is focused around the individual striving for their own personal goals or the goals of their own family, striving for the so-called American dream. Those goals invariably involve material goods in some way, whether the desire to own a home, or a new car, or a better life for their family. Americans value hard work highly, and this translates into one of the most successful economies in the world. However, that hard work also means that Americans tend to be overworked, and most lack appropriate amounts of sick leave and vacation time compared to other parts of the world. One of the most obvious aspects of American life is an extreme sense of optimism. Optimism that life will get better if you only work hard enough, a belief that America stands for greater ideals, the fight against tyranny, defenders of the oppressed, faith that the American people can do great things, and that God has a plan. America is, after all, a country of great religious belief, with between 74 and 92% claiming a belief in God. But the truth is that American culture varies. It varies by ethnicity. Life in the US is influenced by Western, African, Native American, Latin American, especially Mexican, and Asian, especially Korean and Japanese cultures, among others. It varies by socioeconomic status. Rich people in the United States have the best standard of living in the world, but the poor can get trapped in cycles of poverty far stronger than other Western countries. And it varies by region, and whether you live in a city or in the country. While this part of the video will be awash with generalizations and stereotypes, American culture definitely varies by region. The New England region, specifically the states of Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Vermont, was originally populated by Protestants escaping persecution, and has given us town meetings and many other political structures. The difficult farming environment, combined with the cultural influences of Irish, English, and French immigrants, has given the people a certain grit and cynicism which is distinctive. The southern United States, often called the Bible Belt, is distinctive for its evangelical Protestantism and conservative politics. Church attendance is higher here than elsewhere in the country. This part of the country also prides itself on its hospitality, friendly people, good food, and comfortable environments. The historical differences between the South and other parts of the United States were so pronounced, including social tensions, economic tensions, and slavery in particular, that they led to the American Civil War. The west coast of the United States is another distinctive region. This area is often called the left coast because of its socially liberal politics and highly tolerant nature. It is also the most secular part of the country. The west coast is home to Hollywood and produces a lot of creative material. There are also hotspots for modern technology, including Silicon Valley in Northern California, and companies like Boeing and Microsoft who make their home in the Pacific Northwest. Life on the west coast is generally more laid back, with a live and let live attitude. The Midwest is home of America's farmers. There is more farming in the Midwest than anywhere else. Towns are typically places to buy supplies, attend church or political meetings, or for entertainment, and aren't quite the center of life that they are in more built-up areas. Midwest culture tends to be friendly, plain-spoken, and open. The Mid-Atlantic, including Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Washington, D.C., was the industrial heart of the United States in the 19th century. As a result, it's one of the most built-up, urban areas of the country. Life here involved a lot of hard work and some tough conditions historically. It's perhaps for this reason that the area is known for a smaller abundance of friendly faces and extremely long working hours. But it's also a major powerhouse of the American economy. An equally significant distinction between areas of the United States is city versus the country. No matter what region you live in, life in the United States is quite different for people who live in cities versus people who live in small towns in the country. Cities have a fast pace of life, a higher level of stress, and long working hours. People are busy and as a result tend to be less open and friendly. One reflection of this is that the average speed limit driven in cities tends to be well beyond the speed limit, unlike other areas. People who live in expensive parts of cities are most certainly the richest people in the country. Small towns pepper the United States, and living in these places usually means knowing the people who live around you. The pace of life is slower, and people are friendlier as a result. Unlike in cities, in small towns it's normal to know your neighbours and have a sense of community. Living in the country can mean a lot of hard work too, particularly for farmers, but life priorities are quite different. Getting rich might not even be an option without moving to a city, and so people who stay in small towns tend to derive pleasure from other aspects of life. Describing an entire way of life is impossible in a single video, but there are certain basic ideas we can highlight. American culture is extremely diverse, influenced by cultures and values from everywhere on Earth. Key American values include freedom, equality, individualism, materialism, and patriotism. Life in the United States is focused around individuals striving to meet their goals. Americans put great stock in hard work, and as a result, the United States is one of the most successful and productive economies in the world. However, Americans also tend to be overworked. Americans are unusually optimistic that life will get better if you only work hard enough, that America stands for greater ideals, and faith that the American people can do great things. Faith in God's plans is also a big part of American culture, and a full 74 to 90% of Americans believe in God. American culture varies greatly by ethnicity. Life in the United States is influenced by Western, African, Native American, Latin American, especially Mexican, and Asian cultures, among others. It varies by socioeconomic class. Rich people in the United States have the best standard of living in the world, but the poor get trapped in strong cycles of poverty. And it varies by region, and whether you live in a city or the country. And perhaps that's why comparing life in different parts of the United States is such a challenge. Life in the US is what you make it.
In the United States, we have plenty of different interesting landscapes, from the Rocky Mountains to the Great Lakes. But many of these don't stop at the border. Our northern neighbor, Canada, enjoys many of these same features, as well as several of its own. In this lesson, we will explore the major landforms of Canada and get acquainted with how they sculpt the Canadian landscape. Let's start out west. While the Rocky Mountains are the dominant mountain range in the western U.S., the Rockies are only one of the mountain ranges in western Canada. The northern Rockies join several coastal mountain ranges to create the Canadian Cordillera. The Cordillera is a unique geographical area, extending from the Canadian border all the way north to the Arctic Sea in the Yukon. The mountains of the Cordillera were created millions of years ago when two tectonic plates of the Earth's crust, the North American plate and the Pacific plate, slammed together, creating mountain ranges from the Yukon all the way to the west coast of South America. The mountains and valleys of the Cordillera create a diverse ecosystem, where flora and fauna differ with elevation, and temperatures can vary dramatically. The Cordillera also helped create the next major Canadian landform, the Canadian Plains. These plains get less rain than other regions of Canada because rainstorms are held up by the mountains. However, 500 million years ago, this area, stretching from mountain ranges in Alberta east to Manitoba, was covered by a vast patchwork of inland seas. These seas deposited rich sediment which supports the plant life that covers this area. In the south, the landscape looks very similar to the plains of the western U.S., large, sweeping grasslands which are often cleared by farmers. In the northern regions, these grasslands give way to scrubby, low-level tree and bush growth. The next major landform as we move east is the Canadian Shield. Also known as the Precambrian Shield, the Canadian Shield covers nearly half the country. Stretching from north of the Arctic Circle in Canada's Northwest Territories, south and east nearly to the U.S. border, and the lowlands of Atlantic Canada, the Canadian Shield is an enormous geological feature. The feature is the world's oldest exposed bedrock. Where the rugged shield isn't immediately visible, the shield is covered by vast forests and pockmarked with numerous lakes and ponds. North of the shield is the Canadian Arctic. Though a portion of the continental landmass is considered Arctic, the vast majority of the Canadian Arctic is broken up into a large island archipelago, including Ellesmere Island, Baffin Island, and hundreds of others, collectively known as the Canadian Arctic Archipelago. Making up roughly a quarter of Canada's landmass, the Arctic islands remain frozen for almost the entire year. The Arctic summer is short, some years only a few weeks long, and little if anything grows during the period. The effects of global warming are most drastically felt here, where ice accumulation has decreased and passages between islands once frozen over year-round are becoming navigable. The next major landform that shapes Canada's landscapes is the Great Lakes. Sure, while we may think of the Great Lakes as the purview of Michigan and other Midwestern states, 4 of the 5 Great Lakes reside half in Canada and half in the United States. These lakes shape the weather of Canada even more than they do in the United States. For example, because of the prevailing winds off the lakes, land to the north and east of the lakes gets considerable lake-effect snowfall in the winter. Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, for instance, averages over 126 inches of snowfall each year. All the Great Lakes eventually empty into the St. Lawrence, a massive river which conducts all that fresh water through eastern Canada to the Atlantic Ocean. Some of the first European explorations and settlements in North America were along the St. Lawrence, and it remains a major center of population. Indeed, the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence affect millions of Canadians. For example, Canada's 2 largest cities, Toronto and Montreal, lie on the shores of Lake Ontario and the St. Lawrence respectively. Canada is the second largest country in the world by land area, and its landforms are enormous as well. The Canadian Cordillera, for example, joins several mountain ranges and forms the northern leg of a chain of mountains that stretches all the way to the tip of South America. These mountains also have an impact on the rest of the country as well, as their holding up of rain patterns has helped create the vast interior plains of Canada. To the east, the Canadian Shield, the world's largest exposed bedrock, is home to thriving forest land and numerous lakes, while the Canadian Arctic Archipelago to the north remains frozen most of the year. In southern Ontario and Quebec, the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River define the landscape. Canada is one of the largest countries in the world by land area, second only to Russia. But given that it is so far north, indeed nearly the entire country is north of the United States, many Americans assume Canada is always cold and snowy. While that's true in a few parts of Canada, in reality the country possesses several varied and diverse climates and ecosystems. Today, we're going to explore the unique climates Canadians face each year and the characteristics of each region. The first climate we'll look at also happens to be the one that most Canadians live in, the southeastern lowlands. This region extends from southern Ontario through eastern Ontario and into western and southern Quebec. It includes Canada's largest city, Toronto, and other major urban centers like Montreal and the Canadian capital, Ottawa. This area has weather patterns very similar to its American neighbors in the Great Lakes region of the United States and southern New England. After all, weather doesn't stop at international borders. Summers in this part of Canada can bring humidity and warm temperatures, averaging 70 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Severe storms and tornadoes are possible, though far less likely than in the United States. Winters can be much colder, with winter temperatures averaging between 10 and 20 degrees Fahrenheit, along with ice and snow. Precipitation levels in this area are stable year-round, and the region is conducive to agriculture common to the U.S.'s Midwestern states, like corn and soybeans. To the east of this region are Canada's maritime provinces. New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland. These provinces exist in the Atlantic climate zone. This zone is slightly cooler in the summer than the southeastern lowlands, with mean average temperatures between 60 and 65 degrees. Winter temperatures are milder as well, averaging between 25 and 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Atlantic Canada, however, gets far more precipitation and wind. Gale force winds and huge snowstorms often steam up the east coast of the United States and through Atlantic Canada, dumping feet of snow on the region. Newfoundland, being farther north and east than the two continental provinces, experiences colder and shorter summers but similar winters. With the east coast of Canada covered, let's head west. The West Coast climate zone of Canada covers a narrow strip of British Columbia less than 100 miles inland from the Pacific coast. Its climate is radically altered by the warm currents of the Pacific Ocean, much like the Pacific Northwest region of the United States. These currents keep the summers and winters milder than their inland neighbors. Temperatures rarely get higher than 70 degrees in the summer or lower than 40 degrees in the winter. The Pacific Ocean also causes this region to be the rainiest in Canada, dumping more than 75 inches of rainfall on the coast each year, leading to dense forest growth. To the west of the Pacific coast are the Rocky Mountains, which dominate the interior of British Columbia and the Yukon Territory. This climate zone, called the Cordillera, is the most complex in Canada. Temperatures fluctuate wildly depending on elevation, and the valleys of southern British Columbia can record scorching summer temperatures of nearly 100 degrees Fahrenheit while it's snowing atop mountains just a few miles away. The northern Cordillera in the Yukon Territory records far colder temperatures, but the fluctuations can be just as great, from averages around 55 degrees in the summer that plunge to below zero in the winter. As the Rocky Mountains dominate this region and hold up rain clouds, precipitation across the region is not uniform, with western areas receiving more rain than those to the east. The result of the mountains holding up rain is the next climate zone to the east, the prairies. The Canadian prairies are very similar to those in the United States, wide, sweeping grasslands that often get less rainfall than elsewhere. Unlike in the U.S., these prairies don't extend the entire length of the country. The Canadian North is far too cold for that. Instead, the Canadian prairies exist along the southern half of the central Canadian provinces of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. These prairies see warm summers, with temperatures averaging over 70 degrees, and bitterly cold winters, with average temperatures sometimes reaching below zero. The final two climate zones we have yet to discuss are Canada's largest, but the ones which affect the least Canadians, the northern boreal forests and the Arctic. The boreal forests stretch across the country from northern and eastern Quebec all the way to the Rocky Mountains in northern Alberta and the Northwest Territories. In this region, winters are cold and long, and summers are generally short. Precipitation, however, is moderate and conducive to the growth of expansive forests. Indeed, the boreal forests that cover this region are its most defining characteristic. With less people living across this enormous landscape that live in the entire city of Toronto, the boreal forest is one of nature's last great preserves. For example, over half of Canada's bird species call the boreal forest their home. Keep moving north, however, and you end up in a truly inhospitable landscape. The Canadian Arctic zone covers Nunavut and the extreme north of the Northwest Territories and Quebec. Summer here is virtually non-existent, with daytime temperatures only reaching above freezing 2 or 3 months out of the year, and even then they rarely stay above freezing overnight. Much of this climate zone exists above the Arctic Circle, and for approximately a month during the winter the sun never rises above the horizon. Temperatures in the winter here are the coldest in North America, with average winter temperatures usually hovering between -20 and -10 degrees Fahrenheit. See? I told you Canada was not just all cold and snow. Okay, so cold and snow definitely play their part, especially in the Arctic, but Canada's diverse climate zones, shaped by the enormous landscape the country covers, see many different temperatures and precipitation patterns. In Atlantic Canada and southeastern Canada, for example, summers are warm while winters are cold and snowy. In contrast, the west coast of Canada is never very warm or very cold and gets more rain than the rest of the country. Perhaps Canada's most defining climatic feature, however, are its boreal forests, which cover an enormous part of the country and remain one of the last largely untouched areas of North America. Just like landscapes vary, think the Rocky Mountains of the West versus the forests and coastlines of New England, so do economics. After all, when we think of cars, we tend to think of Michigan or Ohio, but if we think of corn and agriculture, our minds wander to Iowa or Nebraska. The United States is not the only country where different regions are important to different parts of the economy. Our neighbor to the north, Canada, possesses the same type of regional economic diversity. In this lesson, we'll explore the various regions of Canada and the economies that thrive in each. We might as well start with the biggest first. The biggest economy in Canada is, unsurprisingly, in its most populous province, Ontario. Ontario possesses Canada's largest economy. In 1994, its gross domestic product alone was comparable to entire countries like Belgium or Sweden. Much of this economic growth depends upon a manufacturing heartland based in southern Ontario. From Windsor in the south to Oshawa and Kingston north of Toronto, southern Ontario boasts several large, heavy manufacturing factories, with automotive companies like GM, Ford, and Toyota owning major assembly plants in the region. More recently, high-tech aeronautics companies like Westcam have also set up shop in the region. Southern Ontario is home to more than just Canada's manufacturing base. Toronto, Canada's largest city and Ontario's capital, is the country's major financial centre. Banks and financial institutions based in Toronto control roughly 65% of Canadian assets. Furthermore, Canada's stock market, the Toronto Stock Exchange, or TSX, is also based in the city. While southern Ontario may be dominated by heavy manufacturing and high finance, northern Ontario is a completely different story. Here, cities and towns are much smaller, and local economies often revolve around resource extraction, especially forestry. As a whole, Ontario usually accounts for roughly 40% of Canadian GDP on its own. The second largest provincial economy in Canada is just east of Ontario, Quebec. Quebec holds Canada's second largest city, Montreal, which also happens to be Canada's second largest financial centre. 45% of economic activity in Quebec occurs in Montreal. Montreal's status is also held by Quebec's unique language laws. Unlike in the rest of Canada, the official language in Quebec is French, and this law is militantly enforced. As a result, Quebec-based businesses and financial institutions are uniquely equipped to deal with the linguistic nuances of doing business in Quebec. Quebec, of course, has its own manufacturing sector as well, though it is not as large as Ontario's. Moreover, Quebec's manufacturers produce different things. For example, one of Quebec's largest companies, Bombardier, is an internationally renowned manufacturer of airplanes and locomotives. As opposed to the bustling manufacturing and financial centers in Ontario and Quebec, Atlantic Canada possesses a far smaller economy than its central neighbors. Comprising of the four provinces of Newfoundland, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick, Atlantic Canada was historically a hub for North American shipbuilding and fishing sectors. However, technological changes to shipbuilding processes in the 20th century undermined this traditional sector, and the rise of fisheries has hurt the traditional open ocean fishing industry as well. Though many in the maritime provinces still make their living in one way or another from the sea, they are often more likely to do it in the tourism industry rather than in fishing or shipbuilding. Despite this slight rebound due to increased tourism, Atlantic Canada still makes up only 5% of Canada's national GDP. The western provinces of Canada, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia, feature a far more diverse economy. In Manitoba and Saskatchewan, for instance, the largest economic motivator is agriculture. Wheat is grown on wide swaths of the Canadian prairies in these provinces, and dairy and beef also are important components of the economies of these provinces. British Columbia exhibits a bustling forestry industry, though its greatest city, Vancouver, is quickly becoming a financial centre on par with Montreal. Recently, Alberta has been Canada's greatest economic success story in large part due to the staggering rise in oil prices and oil extraction technology since the turn of the 21st century. These two competing trends have made it profitable and possible to extract oil from the Alberta oil sands, a subterranean layer of earth composed of rocks, sand, clay, water, and heavy oil. Since 2000, oil sands production has skyrocketed, bringing jobs and wealth to Alberta, making it one of Canada's most prosperous provinces. Northern Canada is sparsely populated and therefore has little economic activity relative to the rest of the country. What economic activity does exist is primarily centered on resource extraction. The Yukon, for example, has a forestry industry, while the oil and natural gas industries have a few operations scattered around Canada's northern Arctic coast. Uniquely, the Northwest Territories possesses several diamond caches, all of which are mined heavily. Even with this highly profitable industry, northern Canada still composes roughly 6% of Canadian GDP. As you can see, Canada has an incredibly diverse economy, with various regions specializing in different things. In the east, for instance, much of the economy revolves around the sea, whether that's through fishing or tourism. In the north, it's resource extraction. Out west, Canada's economy depends on the oil sands, forestry, and farming, depending on where you are. Canada's biggest economic engines, however, reside in Ontario and Quebec. Southern Ontario especially has dozens of heavy manufacturing operations and also is home to Canada's financial capital, Toronto. All of these regions come together to form the diverse and competitive economy of Canada. Canada is an enormous place. The second largest country in the world, with roughly 35 million Canadians stretched out across its landscape, there are more unique communities, breathtaking landscapes, and interesting geographical features than in many other countries. It'd be impossible to cover each and every one in a single book, let alone a single video like this one. Instead, this lesson will explore just a few of Canada's most important physical and human characteristics, the things that have helped make Canada the country it is. If you've ever watched a Canadian TV show or been to Ottawa or Montreal, the first thing that probably struck you was Canada's bilingualism. Indeed, although more than 4/5 of the country speak English, a vocal and important minority of Canadians speak French as their first language. This is due largely to historical accident. French exploration and subsequent colonization of the New World centered on the St. Lawrence River, the large waterway that connects the Atlantic Ocean to the Great Lakes. When New France, as this colony was called, was handed over to the British after the French and Indian War ended with the Treaty of Paris in 1763, the British rechristened it the province of Quebec. Despite friction with its new British rulers, the Quebecois maintained their language and many of their French customs. As a result, competing systems grew up in Canada through Canadian Confederation in 1867 and on to today. For example, Quebec's legal system was built, and largely still functions on, French common law, while the rest of Canada was built and based on English common law. The friction between English and French speakers in Canada continues to shape politics in the country. Quebec, for instance, held referendums in 1980 and 1995 when Quebecers narrowly decided to remain part of Canada and not declare their independence. Though the 21st century has seen considerably less friction, the Bloc Québécois, for instance, the political party favoring Quebec independence, won only 4 seats in the 2010 federal elections. Anglophone-Francophone animosity remains an issue just below the surface in Canadian society. Another group that often considers itself disadvantaged in Canada is Aboriginal or First Nations people. These are people who descended from native tribes who lived in Canada long before the arrival of European colonists. According to the 2011 census, Aboriginal people make up 4.3% of the Canadian population, though issues with underreporting and misrepresentation likely push this number higher. Aboriginal people live throughout all of Canada, from Iroquois tribes in Ontario and Quebec to coastal tribes in British Columbia to the descendants of Inuit in the Canadian Arctic. Aboriginal people make up a comparatively larger portion of the population in Canada's northern provinces. For example, more than 50% of the Northwest Territories considers itself Aboriginal. While some Aboriginal people choose to live within normal Canadian society, much of the Aboriginal population chooses to live with other descendants of their tribes or bands on reservations. These Aboriginals on reservations receive numerous benefits because of their Aboriginal status, such as lower taxes, subsidized housing, and Aboriginal communities often have greater independence than other Canadian communities. For example, they are often recognized as separate nations existing inside of Canada and not necessarily a part of the country. Despite these benefits, Canada's Aboriginal population has faced historic persecution and hardship at the hands of European colonists and later the Canadian government. For example, many Aboriginal children as late as the 1950s were forced to leave their families and go to residential schools where assimilation into white Canadian society was harshly and at times violently forced upon the children. Angst against these past and current injustices periodically erupt in protest, such as the 2012-13 Idle No More movement, which saw Aboriginal people across the country join in demonstrations aiming to raise awareness about Aboriginal issues. Of the physical characteristics of Canada, from the Rocky Mountains to the Canadian Shield to the rocky Atlantic island Newfoundland, perhaps none are shaping Canada more than the oil sands deposits in northern Alberta. Due to the 20th century's high price of oil and breakthroughs in oil extraction technology, Alberta's previously unusable bitumen deposits have turned into a cash cow. Indeed, Canadian oil remains the country's most profitable export and has driven the Canadian dollar to near par with the US dollar. This physical feature of Alberta has also changed its demographics. The Alberta oil patch has attracted workers and capital from across Canada to the region, and cities in northern Alberta, like Fort McMurray, have experienced rapid population growth on the order of 5 to 7% per year. This, in turn, has driven up housing and home prices in the region. The importance of Alberta's oil patch to the Canadian economy was best demonstrated when the global price of oil plummeted in late 2014 and early 2015. When this happened, Alberta oil production slowed as high-priced extraction techniques became less profitable. In less than a year, the Canadian dollar went from being worth roughly the same as the US dollar to being worth around 75 to 80 cents. We'd be hard-pressed to write a lesson highlighting a few of Canada's physical characteristics without highlighting its largest, the Arctic. Though very few Canadians actually live in the Arctic, the northernmost region of Canada and its Arctic islands make up over 40% of the country's landmass. The region receives little rainfall, and north of the Arctic Circle experiences month-long periods in the summer and winter when the sun doesn't set and never rises respectively. As you might imagine, it's very cold here. Daytime temperatures only get above freezing for several weeks during the Arctic summer. Though only about 100,000 Canadians live in the Arctic, the region is increasingly important to the rest of Canada. As global warming melts more Arctic ice and new Arctic shipping lanes are made possible, Canada's control of and role in the Arctic has become an important question. As you can see, we didn't touch on everything. We completely missed the Canadian prairies, the Canadian Rocky Mountains, and the fascinating history of the Acadians in Nova Scotia. We did, however, touch on some of the most important human and physical characteristics of Canada today. After all, both the English-French divide and Aboriginal rights have been important issues in Canadian history and remain ever present today. Furthermore, the Alberta oil patch remains a driving force behind the Canadian economy, while the Arctic, one of Canada's largest regions, remains a source of possible 21st century economic expansion. Reunions are a time to sit back and reflect on how things have changed. Whether it's a family reunion and you're catching up with family, or it's a class reunion and you're noting changes in your former classmates, it's rare to find something or someone that is exactly the same as it was before. What can be said for people can also be said for cities, towns, and regions. Whether it's the economy, migration patterns, the climate, or any range of factors, the city you live in and those around the world are constantly adapting and changing. In this lesson, we'll explore the basic geographic evolution for our neighbor to the north, Canada. In Canada, just like in the United States, there's a constant push and pull between urban areas and rural areas. Generally speaking, urban and rural populations differ economically, demographically, and politically. Beginning with the Industrial Revolution in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, people began leaving the countryside and moving to cities to take jobs in industrial manufacturing operations. Perhaps nowhere else than in Canada is this transformation more pronounced. In 1851, when Canada was still a conglomeration of British colonies, only roughly 318,000 of Canada's 2.4 million inhabitants lived in cities or other urban areas, about 13%. Only 50 years later, in 1901, 37% of Canadians lived in cities or towns, and by 2011, that number stood at a whopping 81%. Nearly all of these cities are situated within 100 miles of the U.S. border. For example, Canada's largest city, Toronto, sits on the shores of Lake Ontario, waters both the U.S. and Canada share. Much of Canada's urban population sprang up around industry or other centers of economic activity. It comes as little surprise that Canada's two most populous provinces, Ontario and Quebec, are also the country's manufacturing and industrial heartland. In eastern Canada, large urban areas like Halifax, Moncton, and so on tend to be on the coast, as most of eastern Canada's economy depends upon fishing and shipping. Urban areas in the interior of the country, when not centered on manufacturing, are centered on areas of resource extraction, such as the Alberta oil fields north of Edmonton. Of course, just because more than 4/5 of Canada's population lives in urban areas does not mean there aren't any farms. Far from it. Canada sports one of the world's largest agricultural sectors, exporting wheat, beef, and other agricultural products around the world. Though farming is still a big part of life in rural Ontario and Quebec, much of this farming is done on the Canadian prairies. Created by the rain shadow of the Rockies, which holds up storms and other weather systems, these enormous grasslands look very similar to our own prairies in the United States. Also similar to the U.S., the rich soil beneath the Canadian prairies is ripe for agriculture. 80% of Canadian agriculture occurs on the prairies. Though the area is relatively sparsely populated, the thousands of Canadian farmers who live there produce enormous amounts of wheat, soybean, and dairy and beef products. The prairies are less amenable to the growth of fruits and vegetables. These, like tomatoes, apples, and other crops, tend to be grown in smaller quantities on farmland in southern Ontario and Quebec. So productive are the grasslands of the Canadian prairies that nearly 95% of the prairies have been converted from their native grasses to farmland. While this has created an incredibly productive agricultural region, it has also dramatically changed the landscape. Many of the owls, coyotes, bears, and small mammals that once roamed the Canadian prairies freely are now either protected or endangered in this area. While urban areas and heavy manufacturing dominate much of the Canadian South and most of its prairies have been converted to farmland, much of the rest of Canada is still uninhabited wilderness. After all, if 90% of the population lives within 100 miles of the U.S. border, that leaves literally thousands of miles from the Pacific to the Atlantic and all the way north to the Arctic for only 10% of the population to cover. When you consider that Canada's population is only roughly 35 million, less than the state of California, that's quite a big ask. Much of this uninhabited land is covered by Canada's expansive boreal forests. These northern forests stretch from the Yukon all the way across Canada to eastern Quebec and even its rocky Atlantic island, Newfoundland. These predominantly evergreen bands of forests are some of the last remaining untouched wildernesses in North America. They support an astonishing array of biodiversity, including over half of North America's bird species alone. North of these untouched forests exists another type of wilderness, the Canadian Arctic. Remaining snow-covered for most of the year, the Canadian Arctic and Arctic islands are similarly sparsely populated. The untouched wilderness of the Canadian Arctic faces a tough task if it is to remain untouched. The Canadian Arctic is increasingly being viewed as a source for industrial development, either through drilling for oil or through new Arctic shipping routes. Just like the family members who change after you haven't seen them for years, regions and places change too. Canada's cities, forests, and prairies are no different. For example, Canada was once a predominantly rural country, but after only 150 years of industrial development, over 4/5 of the country now live in urban areas. These cities generally cluster along Canada's border with the U.S., and the largest population centers are in southern Ontario and southern Quebec, in Canada's manufacturing heartland. Canada's western prairies, stretching from Alberta to Manitoba, produce much of Canada's agricultural output. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the country, from the northern boreal forests to Canada's Arctic islands, remain largely uninhabited and untouched wilderness. The location of certain resources can have a profound impact on our lives. For example, the oil that exists deep below Oklahoma's surface is accessible only through hydraulic fracturing. This violent extraction technique now causes routine earthquakes throughout the state. Alternatively, California's lack of water resources is causing farmers and landscapers to have to cut down on watering their crops and lawns. Clearly, resources, and their location or non-existence, are very important. This is true for our northern neighbors in Canada as well. Much of Canada's economy is based on its natural resources, and the location of these resources has helped sculpt the movement of goods, people, and money throughout the country. One of the most important geographic features in eastern Canada is also an important feature of the United States, the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes are a series of 5 interconnected freshwater lakes, 4 of which reside half in Canada and half in the United States. These lakes all empty eventually into the Atlantic Ocean via the St. Lawrence River. It was this river that Jacques Cartier first sailed down, meeting native people at Stadacona and Hochelaga, which later became the French settlements of Quebec and Montreal, respectively. This river and lake system has been incredibly important to Canada's history, even more than simply being the site of the first French explorations in North America. It has provided a conduit for trade into the heart of the continent. This included moving goods into early European settlements along the banks of the lakes and rivers of the region, as well as moving North American goods like furs back out into the open ocean and across to Europe. Today, the Great Lakes are still a major shipping route for both Canada and the United States. Their existence is what caused southern Ontario, which sits on both Lake Erie and Lake Ontario, to become the hub of Canada's heavy manufacturing industries. The Great Lakes ship more than just industrial products. 25% of Canada's agricultural products are exported via the Great Lakes shipping lanes. While the Great Lakes have been part of Canada's history since the very beginning of European settlement, far more important to recent Canadian history is the discovery and exploitation of Canada's oil sands reserves in northern Alberta. The oil sands are large deposits of bitumen that often sit less than 100 meters under the surface of the earth and naturally ooze to the surface. In fact, local native populations often use the sticky substance to waterproof their canoes. It wasn't until the 20th century that these oil sands began to be exploited to create oil for industrial production of gasoline and other petroleum products. Production of the oil sands began in the 1960s, but was relatively modest until the turn of the 21st century. In the past 2 decades, the spike in global oil prices, coupled with new technologies that can more easily separate the oil from sand and other materials, made the exploitation of the oil sands highly profitable. Boomtowns like Fort McMurray in northern Alberta have attracted Canadians from across the country looking for jobs, and population in these areas have grown at rates of between 5 to 7% each year. Moreover, Alberta's oil sand production has driven Canada's economy since 2000. Alberta, for example, is the only province that routinely returns a budget surplus. Most recently, Canada's federal government had to drastically revise their revenue estimates for the 2015 budget when prices for oil dropped precipitously at the end of 2014. Such is the Canadian economy's dependency on oil sands production. While Canada's most prosperous resource may lie below the surface, certainly its most plentiful grows upon it. Canada's expansive forests provide countless economic and recreational opportunities, from hiking, camping, and birdwatching to forestry. From the boreal forests that cover an enormous part of the country from the Yukon to Newfoundland, to the more southern deciduous forests in Ontario and Quebec, to the mountain forests and coastal forests of British Columbia, Canada alone possesses 10% of the world's forest area. Canada has the largest forestry industry in the world, and is the world's largest exporter of forest products. Outposts in northern Ontario, northern Quebec, British Columbia, and elsewhere attract numerous forestry engineers and laborers to help clear trees. However, unlike the oil sands, which are often criticized for environmental reasons, the Canadian forestry industry operates sustainably, with only about 1% of Canada's forest land being cut down each year. Foresters are also forced to strict replanting schedules, a regime that has ensured that Canada retains over 90% of its original forest coverage. Canada also possesses several other natural resources that have helped shape the country. For example, the rich and fertile agricultural land that covers Canada west of Ontario up to the Rocky Mountains in Alberta has been heavily exploited by ranchers and farmers. This sparsely populated area is so ripe for agricultural use that the wheat grown not only feeds the entire country, but is exported to many other countries as well. Additionally, the discovery of certain resources have attracted Canadians to remote regions of the country that otherwise wouldn't be populated. For example, the discovery of large diamond caches in the Northwest Territories have attracted engineers, miners, and others to the territory and helped give the region the highest per capita income in Canada. Elsewhere in the country, new resources may reveal themselves as climate change makes Canada's Arctic more accessible. For example, the sea ice that chokes the various straits between Canada's Arctic islands is melting at a considerable pace, potentially opening up new international shipping lanes. Canada's natural resources have shaped Canadian history and continue to drive its economy and migration patterns. Indeed, without resource extraction of diamonds, large parts of the interior of the Northwest Territories might have little to no population whatsoever. The very first European settlements in Canada were along the St. Lawrence River and the banks of the Great Lakes, great seaways that allowed access to the interior of the continent. Today, their existence has continued to shape the Canadian economy, as Canadian manufacturing and agriculture continue to use the lake shipping lanes. While the Great Lakes remain vital, Canada's economy now largely depends on another resource, oil. Profitable oil extraction from the Alberta oil sands has driven the Canadian economy since 2000, spurred migration to Alberta, and will continue to shape Canada's future for decades to come. No matter where you are in Canada, whether you are near the ocean or on top of a mountain, you are often surrounded by various types of wildlife. Indeed, Canada is the second largest country in the world by land area, yet only about 35 million people live there. That's a few million less than live in California alone. So even when you are in the depths of Canadian cities like Toronto or Vancouver, you're usually only a half-hour's drive from being back in the Canadian wilderness. In this lesson, we'll explore the plants and animals typical in the different regions of Canada and the habitats in which they live. The northernmost region of Canada, as you might guess, is also the coldest region. It also gets very little rainfall and is called the Canadian tundra. In equal parts due to the short growing season and lack of precipitation, the tundra has almost zero tree growth. What few trees are able to grow never grow very tall. Furthermore, because of the Canadian North's long, cold Arctic winters, much of the tundra's earth exhibits permafrost, where the ground stays at or below freezing the entire year round. This is an added challenge to any plant life trying to take root in the region. What little plant life exists is often composed of short grasses, lichens, and mosses that cling to the rocky landscape. This plant life has adapted to the Arctic short growing seasons, and their seeds need only the wind to be dispersed. The ecosystem's scarce plant life supports relatively small numbers of animal life as well. Rodents like mice and lemmings populate the landscape, and these are hunted by foxes, wolves, and birds of prey like falcons or hawks. The only animal species which is able to maintain a large population in the Canadian Arctic is the caribou. Enormous herds of caribou graze on the grasses and lichens of the Arctic, migrating according to season, north in the summer and back south in the winter. South of the Arctic, and covering more square feet of Canada than any other ecosystem, are Canada's boreal forests. Boreal stretch from the Yukon in Canada's northwest all the way across most of northern and central Canada, and even cover Canada's Atlantic Island province, Newfoundland. These expansive forests are dominated by evergreen trees like pine, spruce, and fir. Deciduous trees also dot the landscape. This region receives far more rain than the Arctic, and the farther south you go, the more precipitation the forests receive. This not only facilitates tree growth, but also supplies the numerous lakes, rivers, and streams that pockmark the boreal landscape. As you might suspect, this well-watered and forested landscape is home to a veritable treasure of wildlife. Indeed, many of the animals that people think of when they think of Canada, like moose, beaver, bears, and loons, make their home in boreal forests. The boreal forests are home to over half of the bird species that exist in Canada, who feed on the region's large insect populations. Large bird populations and large land mammal populations, from muskrats and mice to caribou and moose, support large numbers of apex predators, including hawks, eagles, bears, and wolves. These complex food chains and ecosystems are sometimes threatened by increasing mining and forestry in Canada's boreal forests. Just because the boreal forest covers so much of Canada does not mean it's the only forest. Large parts of the rest of Canada are forested too. These more southerly forests are often composed of a mix of deciduous and evergreen trees, since growing seasons are longer and more tree species are able to survive in lower latitudes. These forests, for instance, cover much of southern Ontario, southern Quebec, and the maritime provinces of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Though these forests differ radically from one another, Nova Scotia's Acadian forests, for instance, have far more broadleaf trees than species in southern Ontario. They are all far more closely related than they are to the boreal forests. In British Columbia, on the other side of the Rocky Mountains, there are different types of vegetation altogether. Often termed mountain forests or coastal forests, these regions are typically more coniferous, making them highly attractive to the logging industry. Animal life in these regions is very similar to the boreal, though some larger species, like moose and bears, exist in far smaller numbers. One reason for the lower animal numbers is human activity. For example, much of southern Ontario, once entirely forested, was cleared by colonial settlers and is now mainly agricultural land. Indeed, 90% of the Canadian population lives within 100 miles of the U.S. border, and most of the people have settled in what was once land covered by these southern forests. This has destroyed habitats and pushed animal life to less populated areas further north. Finally, we come to the Canadian prairies. Found in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and eastern Alberta, the Canadian prairies get less precipitation than forested areas, largely because rain systems are held up by the Rocky Mountains. As a result, tree growth is sparse, and instead the landscape gives way to large areas of grasslands and low-level shrub growth. In the south, much of this area resembles the prairies of the United States, and much of it is heavily farmed by wheat, soybean, and dairy farmers. In fact, nearly 95% of the Canadian prairies have been converted to farmland. Many of the species that used to live in the Canadian prairies, such as black bears, deer, owls, and other bird species, are largely endangered or protected. Canada is incredibly large, and its flora and fauna is incredibly diverse. In the northern tundra regions, little grows due to the long, cold winters, and animals and plant life is sparse. Conversely, the boreal forest to the south of the tundra is not only Canada's largest ecosystem, but also its most plentiful in terms of plant and animal life. The enormous expanses of untouched evergreen forests support large populations of birds, insects, herbivores, and apex predators. Further south, forests of a different variety altogether can be found, though these have been greatly impacted by human activity. However, the flora and fauna of Canada has been most drastically changed in the western prairies, where most land has been converted to agriculture and many animals are now endangered. Canada is a big place. The second largest country in the world by land area, it accommodates a wide range of climates, economies, ecosystems, and people. In this lesson, we are going to meet 7 different Canadians who all live in different cities in Canada, so we can learn a little bit more about Canada and what life is like in Canada's various cities and regions. Without further ado, let's get started. This is Steve. Steve lives in downtown Toronto. Surrounded by around 2.6 million people, Steve lives in Canada's largest metropolis. Steve, as you might presume by his slick suit and briefcase, is an investment banker. All day he monitors his clients' investments on the Toronto Stock Exchange, Canada's only stock market, which is also based in downtown Toronto. Toronto is Canada's financial hub, and tens of thousands of banking professionals and lawyers live in the city. Most of the companies he invests in are manufacturing companies that are based in and around Toronto and throughout the province of Ontario, Canada's manufacturing capital. It's a good thing Steve makes as much money as he does, because living in Ontario, especially in Toronto, can be pretty expensive. Ontarians pay high rates of taxes, but they get plenty in return: a completely free healthcare system, numerous social services available to the public at low costs, and even monthly checks mailed to new parents by the provincial government to help offset the expenses of child rearing. Even indirect taxes are high in Ontario. Ontarians pay a 13% sales tax, high property taxes, and even proportionally high taxes on gasoline, alcohol, and tobacco. The average package of cigarettes, for example, costs well over $10 in Ontario. Steve enjoys similar weather to his American neighbors across Lake Ontario and New York: relatively short, hot summers followed by longer, colder winters that often see Steve spending his weekends shoveling snow. Steve likes to spend his summer weekends bicycling and hiking through the numerous deciduous forests that cover large portions of southern Ontario. Let's leave Steve behind for now and meet Dave out on Canada's east coast. Dave lives in Halifax, Nova Scotia, on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. As you can probably tell from the galoshes and net, Dave is a fisherman. He spends large periods of time out on the open ocean on his boat, catching tuna, halibut, and other fish for the commercial fishing industry. As much of life and the economy in Canada's Atlantic provinces revolves around the ocean, Dave's wife and most of his relatives work in the fish canning plant a few miles outside Halifax. Dave and his family don't make a ton of money. The commercial fishing industry in eastern Canada has steadily declined over the past half-century as domestic fisheries and growth in fishing in other areas of the world have hurt demand for Dave's products. Indeed, the Atlantic provinces of Canada, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland only account for roughly 5% of Canada's GDP. Dave's winters are even longer and harsher than Steve's. Storms, referred to as nor'easters, often storm up the east coast of the United States and into Atlantic Canada, dumping feet of snow in the process. Summers are cooler in Atlantic Canada as well. Leaving Dave to his fishing and snow, Let's jump all the way to Canada's west coast to meet Sally. Sally lives in Vancouver. Sally works as an executive for a foresting company. Though Vancouver is one of Canada's largest cities, it is surrounded by mountains and expansive coniferous forests that cover most of British Columbia. Various lucrative forestry and mining companies operate in British Columbia and throughout Western Canada, and many are headquartered in Vancouver. Vancouver is more economically diverse than other cities. Pacific fishing operations are also a big economic motivator in the city, as well as shipping and logistics. Meanwhile, TELUS, one of Canada's big three telecommunications companies, is also located in Vancouver. Sally's job as an executive gives her a big salary, which makes it possible for her to live in downtown Vancouver, the most expensive city in Canada. Indeed, Sally's rent and utilities would put Steve's in Toronto to shame. Property values here are higher than anywhere else in Canada. At least Sally can save some money on winter clothing in comparison to other Canadians. Vancouver, much like Seattle or Portland in the United States, is kept warmer during the winter than other areas at its latitude by the warm Pacific currents on its shores. It rarely, if ever, snows in Vancouver. The same feature also keeps it cooler and rainier in the summer than elsewhere in Canada. Let's leave Sally to her rain and head north across the Rocky Mountains to Fort McMurray, Alberta. Here we meet Dale. Dale works in the oil and gas industry. The oil and gas industry is the biggest economic motivator in Alberta and arguably Canada's most profitable industry in the past quarter century. It's what has caused people like Dale, who used to live in Ontario, to move to places like Fort McMurray to take a job in one of northern Alberta's numerous oil sands extraction operations. Winters in Fort McMurray can be bitterly cold, but Dale is at least warm by the money he makes. The lucrative oil and natural gas industry has made Alberta Canada's greatest economic success story, the only province that routinely posts budget surpluses. If Dale thinks winters are cold in Fort McMurray, he should meet Stephanie in Nunavut. Stephanie works for the federal government in the provincial capital of Canada's Arctic province, Iqaluit. Stephanie is also Aboriginal, one of Canada's first peoples. In fact, of the roughly 32,000 people who live in Nunavut, 84% identify themselves as Inuit or otherwise Aboriginal. With Nunavut temperatures below freezing most of the year, agriculture is virtually impossible. Most people in Nunavut work in resource extraction, fishing, or for the federal government like Stephanie, helping to administer government in the vast Arctic region. Indeed, federal spending makes up roughly 70% of GDP spending in the province. Let's leave Stephanie to her work helping to govern Canada's Arctic and visit someone who is trying to help feed most of Canada. This is Trevor. Trevor lives in a rural area outside of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, in Canada's prairies. Canada's prairie land stretches west from the Rocky Mountains all the way to Ontario and looks very similar to the prairies in the United States. Also like the U.S.'s prairies, the Canadian prairies are heavily farmed by people like Trevor. Indeed, well over 90% of Canada's prairies have been converted into agricultural land, where Trevor grows wheat, soybeans, and other crops, as well as grazing cattle. The wheat of Canada's prairies helps feed large parts of the rest of the country and makes up a sizable portion of Canadian exports to other countries, specifically in East Asia. Last, but certainly not least, let's visit Marie in Montreal. Montreal is in Canada's only officially French-speaking province, Quebec. Marie's first language, like many Quebecers, is French, though she has a pretty good grasp of English too. Indeed, Marie often spends most of her days speaking both English and French, depending on her audience. Marie pays very high taxes, higher even than in Ontario, but she has access to numerous government services. Marie even has access to incredibly affordable government-funded daycare services, where she can drop off her children while she is at work for only $7 a day. The weather Marie enjoys in Montreal is relatively similar to that Steve enjoys in Toronto, except a little colder. Quebec is farther north than most of Ontario. Predictably, in a country as vast as Canada, people live very different lives in different environments and climates and work at very different jobs. For example, Stephanie works for the federal government in a snowy environment the entire year, while Sally may never see snow outside her Vancouver apartment. Canada has farmers and farming communities, like Trevor's in the prairies, and it has high-powered bankers, like Steve in Toronto. This even extends to languages. Canada's second official language, French, is the only official language in the province of Quebec. Canada is an extremely diverse country, from Halifax to Vancouver, and from Toronto to Iqaluit.
As a product of the American school system, I don't remember many lessons on areas south of the border. Yes, I learned all about Cortez conquering the Aztecs or Pizarro devastating the Incas, but after that, things seem pretty silent on our neighbors to the south. To remedy this, today's lesson will take a look at the physical and human characteristics of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. In other words, we'll be taking a look at their physical geography and their demographics. Keeping things simple, we'll define demographics as the study of populations. We'll get things moving with the physical geography of the Caribbean. Since this is such a vast area, we'll just hit some main features. The Caribbean is made up of about 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. Unlike the soils of the U.S., most of the Caribbean is volcanic in origin. Volcanoes aren't just part of the Caribbean's past. Islands like St. Croix and St. Vincent still have active volcanoes. Although mainly made up of islands in the ocean, the Caribbean also has its fair share of lakes and rivers. Located on Hispaniola, Lake Enriquillo is the largest lake in the Caribbean. Located in Cuba, the Cato River is the largest river in the Caribbean. Now that we know a bit about its physical geography, let's take a look at the people that inhabit this region. For starters, the estimated population of the Caribbean is about 36 million. With about 11 million people, Cuba is the most heavily populated island nation. The Dominican Republic and Haiti come in second and third. Since much of the Caribbean was first colonized by very Catholic Spain, many of its inhabitants speak Spanish and hold to Catholicism. However, French and English also can be heard, as well as the native languages of the individual islands. Protestantism is also practiced by some of the people. Because the islands of the Caribbean are so varied, they are home to many different people groups. Some are of African Caribbean descent, while some are of European Caribbean descent. Some still are pure members of the native Arawak, Caribs, or Taínos tribes. With this, let's move on to Central America. Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea which connects two larger land masses. Just like the Caribbean, much of Central America is volcanic in origin. Some parts are also rather mountainous. Central America also has its own impressive bodies of water. Lake Nicaragua is the largest lake in Central America. The Rio Coco is Central America's longest river. Adding to the beauty of the area, Central America has many rainforests, as well as the second largest coral reef in the world. As for demographics, Central America is home to about 43 million people. Guatemala has the largest population, with about 13 million inhabitants. Among the people of Central America, Spanish is the dominant language. However, Belize breaks the mold by claiming English as its official language. Like the Caribbean, Catholicism is the dominant religion of the region. When it comes to ethnicity, a majority of the people are of European and native tribal descent. Last, we come to South America. South America has some pretty impressive physical geography. It's home to the Amazon rainforest, the largest rainforest in the world. It also boasts the Amazon River, which has the largest volume of all the world's rivers. South America also has the stunning Angel Falls, the highest falls in all the world. It's also the location of the Andes Mountains, the world's longest mountain range. Moving on to its people, South America has a population of about 380 million. Among South American countries, Brazil has the highest population with about 194 million people. The official language of most of the countries of South America is Spanish. However, official doesn't always mean actual. On the contrary, about 50% of South America's people speak Portuguese, not Spanish. Of course, languages like French, Italian, and Dutch can also be heard. Due to being heavily colonized by Spain, Catholicism is the predominant religion of South America. However, places like French Guiana break the mold by having lots of Protestants. Adding even more variety, the countries of Guyana and Suriname are home to Christians, Hindus, and those who practice Islam. The Caribbean is made up of about 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. Most of the Caribbean is volcanic in origin. The region still has many active volcanoes. Located on Hispaniola, Lake Enriquillo is the largest lake in the Caribbean. Located on Cuba, the Cauto River is the largest river in the Caribbean. The estimated population of the Caribbean is about 36 million. Spanish is the predominant language of the Caribbean. Catholicism is the predominant religion. The ancestry of the population varies from island to island. Some are of African Caribbean descent, while some are of European Caribbean descent. Others are still pure members of the Arawak, Caribs, and Tayanos tribes. These are the native Caribbean tribes. Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea, which connects two larger land masses. Parts of Central America are mountainous. Lake Nicaragua is the largest lake in Central America. The Rio Coco is Central America's longest river. Central America has many rainforests, as well as the second largest coral reef in the world. Central America's population is about 43 million people. Spanish is the dominant language of the region. However, English is the official language of Belize. Catholicism is the dominant religion of the region. South America includes the Amazon rainforest, which is the largest rainforest in the world, as well as the Amazon River, which has the largest volume of all the world's rivers. Angel Falls are located in South America. They are the highest falls in all the world. The continent also boasts the Andes Mountains, the world's longest mountain range. South America has a population of about 380 million. Spanish is the official language of most of South America. However, about 50% of South America's people speak Portuguese. Catholicism is the predominant religion of South America. Being from the cold Northeast, I often dream of vacationing in the warm climates of places like the Caribbean, Central America, or South America. Since this is usually unfeasible, I guess I'll have to settle with a lesson on the landforms of these beautiful areas. I'll just pretend we're there. No, it won't be as refreshing, but it will be educational. Let's start our tour in the Caribbean. The Caribbean is made up of about 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. Historically referred to as the West Indies or the Antilles, the Caribbean abounds in lush rainforests, coral reefs, and tropical paradises. Continuing to sound like a travel brochure, the three largest islands of the Caribbean are Cuba, Jamaica, and Hispaniola. All three of these islands include some pretty impressive elevations and mountain ranges. In fact, Pico Duarte is the highest point in the Caribbean. It's located on Hispaniola. Speaking of elevation, most of the Caribbean is volcanic in origin. This is the reason for the beautiful black beaches of places like Puerto Rico. However, volcanoes aren't just part of the Caribbean's past. Islands like St. Lucia and St. Vincent still have active volcanoes. Moving away from the topic of elevation, the Caribbean is also dotted with lakes and rivers. They just don't get as much press as the coral reefs and rainforests. Located on Hispaniola, Lake Enriquillo is the largest lake in the Caribbean. Located on Cuba, the Cauto River is the largest river in the Caribbean. Moving west of the Caribbean, we come to Central America. Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by a sea which connects two larger land masses. Like the Caribbean, Central America has many mountain ranges that are volcanic in origin. The longest mountain range of Central America is the Sierra Madre de Chiapas. The highest elevation in Central America goes to Volcano Tayamuco in Guatemala. Moving to water, Lake Nicaragua is the largest lake in Central America. As the name implies, it is located in Nicaragua. Located in Honduras, the Rio Coco is Central America's longest river. Central America is also home to many of the world's rainforests. In fact, more than 50% of Belize is covered by them. Not only does Central America have lush rainforests, it also boasts the second largest coral reef in the world. Moving south, we come to our last destination, South America. Being quite a landmass, South America is the world's fourth largest continent. However, when it comes to landforms, it takes first place in several categories. Starting the medal ceremony of sorts, South America's Amazon rainforest is the largest rainforest in the world. Not being left off the medal podium, The similarly named Amazon River has the largest volume of all the world's rivers. Speaking of water, South America is home to Angel Falls. Located in Venezuela, these are the highest falls in all the world. I wasn't kidding when I said the continent's geography gets lots of blue ribbons. The continent also boasts one of the highest lakes in the world. Lake Titicaca is its name. Making a 180 away from water, South America is also home to the Atacama Desert of Chile. This desert is the driest place on Earth. It's also home to the Andes Mountains, the world's longest mountain range. Lo and behold, another first place. The Caribbean is made up of about 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. It's also referred to as the West Indies or the Antilles. The three largest islands of the Caribbean are Cuba, Jamaica, and Hispaniola. Most of the Caribbean is volcanic in origin. There are still many active volcanoes in the Caribbean. Pico Duarte is the highest point in the Caribbean. Located on Hispaniola, Lake Enriquillo is the largest lake in the Caribbean. Located in Cuba, the Cauto River is the largest river in the Caribbean. Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea which connects two larger land masses. Much of Central America is volcanic in origin. The longest mountain range of Central America is the Sierra Madre de Chiapas. The highest elevation of Central America is Volcano Talyamuco in Guatemala. Lake Nicaragua is the largest lake in Central America. The Rio Coco is Central America's longest river. Central America has many rainforests. It also has the second largest coral reef in the world. South America is the world's fourth largest continent. It includes the Amazon rainforest, the largest rainforest in the world. It is also home to the Amazon River, has the largest volume of all the world's rivers. Angel Falls are located in South America. They are the highest falls in the world. Lake Titicaca is also located in South America. It is one of the highest lakes in the world. The continent also includes the Andes Mountains, the world's longest mountain range. South America also includes the Atacama Desert. It is the driest place on Earth. People don't often just pick up and move for no reason. They usually do so to escape a bad situation or to look for a better life. Oftentimes, geography has a bunch to do with their desire to move. Geographical factors like climate impact their decision-making process. For instance, my parents are always threatening to migrate to the west. The warm winters in Arizona are calling their names. My parents aren't the only ones who let geography influence their movement. To prove my point, let's take a look at how geography has influenced migration in the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. For starters, let's define migration. Keeping things really simple, migration is the movement of people from one place to another. In the Caribbean, Central America, and South America, two of the main geographical influences on migration have been the availability of natural resources and climate. To prove this, all we need to do is look at European colonization. At the end of the 15th century CE, a few Europeans began descending on our three areas of study. Attracted by what they saw, it didn't take long for word to reach back home that there were treasures and land to be had. Soon, a few Europeans turned into many as people from countries like Spain and Portugal began migrating to the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. Hoping to profit from natural resources of the land, some Europeans mined for gold and silver in the Andes Mountains, while others farmed the grasslands of Argentina. Of course, this all sounds well and good for the conquering Europeans. However, European migration proved deadly for the native populations of the area. As Europeans descended on the lands, they annihilated, enslaved, or uprooted most of its native inhabitants. In places like Argentina, those of European descent forcibly removed those of Native American descent from the fertile grasslands. This is referred to as forced migration, the forced movement of a people group out of an area. With the native people groups out of their way, the Europeans were free to make a financial killing off the land and its natural resources. When looking a bit deeper into history, we find that Europeans weren't the only ones migrating to get a piece of the region's natural resources. Asia also got involved. Yep, during the 1800s, many Chinese migrated to places like Peru and Bolivia in order to work in the gold and silver mines. No wonder why modern Lima, Peru has its very own Chinatown. Of course, migration in the Caribbean, Central America, and South America didn't end with colonization, nor is it only affected by the desire for natural resources. Climate has also played a huge role in the area's migratory patterns. For instance, in South America, the heaviest population concentration is found to the east, from the mouth of the Amazon in Brazil to Buenos Aires, Argentina, and its surrounding grassland region. Why? A geographer would most likely tell you because people migrated there to escape the scorching climates of places like the Atacama Desert in the west. After all, who would want to migrate to an oven? This pattern of migration to more moderate climates is seen all over the continent as major cities like Caracas in Venezuela, Santiago in Chile, and Montevideo in Uruguay have sprung up much closer to the coast than to the interior of the continent. The same trend can be seen in the Caribbean, where migration has moved to the coastlines to escape the harsh environments of the jungles. Not only this, the coastlines also offer the people of the Caribbean employment in the bustling tourism industry. In Central America, climate has also affected migration. Here, most of the country's capital cities and highest population concentrations are found nearer to the cooler coasts than the scorching inland regions. Migration is the movement of people from one place to another. In the Caribbean, Central America, and South America, migration has been greatly impacted by natural resources and climate. When speaking of European migration, the desire for natural resources was paramount. The late 1400s saw people from places like Spain and Portugal descending on the region in search of gold, silver, and farmable land. European migration proved disastrous for the native inhabitants of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. Many were killed, enslaved, or victims of forced migration, the forced movement of a people group out of an area. Climate has also played a large role in the migratory patterns of these regions. Rather than sweltering in the interior, most of the population concentration in the Caribbean and Central America is found along the cooler coastlines. In South America, the heaviest population concentration is found in the more moderate climate offered from the mouth of the Amazon in Brazil to the grasslands of Argentina and its surrounding region. Places like the blazing hot Atacama Desert are extremely sparsely populated. One of my grandma's favorite things to do is people watch. We go to the mall and she sits and takes in the comings and goings of shoppers. We go to the beach and she has a blast scoping out the interactions of people, comparing bathing suits, or giggling as kids eat sand. When she gets a chance to talk to any of these people, she walks away from a 5-minute conversation knowing where they were from, where their parents are from, and where they go to church. Really, she has a gift. Speaking quite academically, my grandma is really into demographics, the study of populations and people groups. Since she also loves to travel anywhere warm, she would really enjoy today's lesson on the demographics of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. Come to think of it, she could probably teach it. In honor of my grandma and all the people watchers out there, let's dive into the demographics of these 3 areas. We'll kick things off with the Caribbean. The Caribbean is made up of about 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. When speaking of population, the Caribbean has a total population of well over 30 million. Cuba wins first prize for being the most populated island nation of the Caribbean. It's home to over 11 million. Before Europe got its hand on the Caribbean, the islands were home to many native tribes. The Arawak tribe was one of the largest tribes of the Caribbean islands. Sadly, as Europe came to town, many of the ancient tribes melted into history. Although some tribes, like the Arawak, still exist today, their influence on the area has been quite marginalized. On the contrary, Europe came, conquered, and made its mark. For instance, much of the Caribbean was colonized by very Catholic Spain. Due to this, Catholicism is the predominant religion in much of the Caribbean. For instance, the majority of the population of Haiti is Catholic. However, this isn't to say that other European faiths haven't made their mark. For example, St. Croix has a very Protestant bent. If my grandma ever had a chance to sidle up to a person from St. Croix, they could talk all day about church comings and goings. Of course, the Caribbean didn't just pick up European religions. It also took on European languages. Spanish is considered the predominant language of the Caribbean. However, English and French can also be heard. Moving away from religion and into ethnicity, the people of the Caribbean are as varied as the beautiful landscapes. Many people of the Caribbean are Afro-Caribbean or of African and Caribbean descent. Another large people group are those of Indo-Caribbean descent. These people have roots in India and the Caribbean. Again, showing the effect of Europe, it's believed most Indo-Caribbeans can trace their roots back to the time when European colonizers brought their slaves, who happened to be from India, with them to the New World. Standing the test of time and tragedy, the Caribbean is also still home to some native tribes like the already mentioned Arawaks, or the Caribs, or the Taínos. When speaking demographically, Central America shares a very similar story to the Caribbean. Locating it on our map, Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea which connects two larger landmasses. With its population of over 40 million, Central America's profile is very linked to Europe. Because it too was colonized by very Catholic Spain, much of the region is predominantly Christian. For instance, in Guatemala, the most highly populated country of the region, Protestantism and Catholicism make up a huge part of the religious scene. Along similar lines, Spanish is the dominant language of Central America. Standing a bit on its own, Belize breaks this mold by claiming English as its national language. Of course, this is due to the Brits who swarmed the area during colonization. Being very, very English, my grandma would have a blast sitting on the beaches there. Not only could she watch, she could eavesdrop on conversations. Despite such heavy colonization in Central America, some of the tribal languages of the region can still be heard. For instance, there are still remnants who speak Mayan, the language of the ancient people of Central America. As for ethnicity, Central America is also a mixed bag. A large majority of its people are of mixed European descent. Portions of the population are also of African descent. Giving a happy nod to history, some still belong to the pure native tribes of the region. Moving south, we come to South America. Again, we find a similar story. With its population nearing 400 million, Roman Catholicism is the dominant religion of the South American people. Spanish is also the official language of many of South America's countries. Putting a bit of a spin on things, a majority of South Americans also speak Portuguese. For instance, Brazil, which happens to have the highest population, claims Portuguese as its official language. As for people groups, South America is just as varied as the Caribbean and Central America. The population of South America is a mix of those from European, Native American, and African descent. A term which is often used for a large portion of South America's population is mestizo, a person of both Spanish and Native American descent. The Caribbean is made up of about 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. The estimated population of the Caribbean is over 30 million. Cuba is the most heavily populated island nation. Spanish is the predominant language of the Caribbean. Catholicism is the predominant religion. Many people of the Caribbean are of Afro-Caribbean or African and Caribbean descent. The population also includes those of Indo-Caribbean descent who have roots in India and the Caribbean. There are also the Arawak people, one of the largest tribes of the Caribbean islands. Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea which connects two larger landmasses. Central America's population is about 40 million people. Guatemala has the largest population. Spanish is the dominant language of the region. However, English is the official language of Belize. Some in the region still speak Mayan, the language of the ancient people of Central America. Catholicism is the dominant religion of the region. A majority of the region's people are of European, African, and native tribal descent. South America has a population of nearly 400 million. Brazil has the highest population. Spanish is the official language of most of South America's countries. However, and oddly, a majority of South America's people actually speak Portuguese. Catholicism is the predominant religion of South America. The population of South America is made up of varied European, Native American, and African descent. A large portion of South America's population is considered mestizo, a person of both Spanish and Native American descent. We are all products of our pasts. Like it or not, the people who came before us drew on the blueprints of our lives. Case in point, I'm a northeastern girl who says y'all instead of you. Why? Because despite living most of my life in the north, I was raised by a very, very southern mother. When discussing the culture of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America, the same rule applies. Although these regions are made up of many independent nations and island states, each of them have been molded by their past. Today we'll take a look at this. Since it's such a broad topic, we'll narrow our scope to the cultural influence of Europe, Africa, and the native tribes of the region. For starters, culture can be defined as the beliefs, customs, faiths, attitudes, and arts of a people group. It's how we dress, how we eat, how we speak, and how we express ourselves. It's what makes us, us. In the Caribbean, Central America, and South America today, culture has definitely been sculpted by Europe. In fact, a large part of these regions' populations can trace their lineage to Europe. For instance, there are the mestizo people groups of South America. These South Americans are of Spanish and Native American descent. This mixing of the native people of the regions with Europeans is hugely evident today. In fact, places like Puerto Rico and Aruba look very Western in their cultures. Barbados is so influenced by Europe that it's actually called Little England. With English as its official language, Belize also gives a nod to England's influence. Here's something else most of us don't think about. The fact that many people of these regions speak Spanish is a huge proof of Europe's cultural influence. The Spanish tongue is an import straight from Europe. Before Columbus and his cronies came on the scene and conquered, the people of Colombia and Peru were not greeting each other with hola. The influence of Europe on these regions' cultures is also very evident in religion. Very Catholic Spain colonized much of the area. Therefore, many of its inhabitants today practice Catholicism. For example, the majority of Cubans and Haitians claim allegiance to Catholicism. Africa also plays a large part in the cultures of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. Many in the population are of Afro-Caribbean descent. In other words, they trace their lineage through Africa and the native tribal groups of the Caribbean. Sadly, most Afro-Caribbeans can trace their history to slavery. Their African ancestors were brought here as slaves for the colonizing Europeans. Being proud of their unique heritage, places like Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago express it through their cultural festivals and music. In fact, the very famous Trinidad and Tobago Carnival dance is a reenactment of the African slaves' fight for freedom. African cultural influence is also prevalent in South America. For instance, many in Brazil practice candomblé, a religion with its roots in West Africa. Although the Caribbean, Central America, and South America have been so deeply molded by outside forces, they have been successful in creating their own cultural identities. We can see this in the tiny island of Montserrat, which claims goat as its national food. We can also see in the Caribbean as they seek to honor the ancient tribal roots of the Arawak people. And we can see it in Guatemala, where many people still celebrate the ancient fire festival. In this, they give honor to the Mayans, the ancient tribal people of Central America. Yes, these lands have been shaped by other continents, but from their meals of seasoned jerk chicken to the reggae music of Jamaica, they have created things that are distinctly their own. Culture is an encompassing term for the beliefs, customs, faiths, attitudes, and arts of a people group. The cultures of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America have been greatly influenced by European colonization. Large portions of these areas' populations are mestizos, which are people of Spanish and Native American descent. A majority of these populations also speak the very European languages of Spanish and English. Many adhere to Catholicism, the faith brought by conquering Europeans. Africa has also shaped the cultures of these regions. Many people from these regions are of Afro-Caribbean descent. This means they trace their lineage through Africa and the native tribal groups of the Caribbean. Portions of Brazil's population honor this heritage through candomblé, a religion with its roots in West Africa. The cultures of these regions also recognize their pre-colonial past. For instance, many in the Caribbean still honor their Arawak past, while those in Central America honor the Mayans, the ancient tribal people of Central America. If you follow international soccer, you most likely know a bit about Brazil. It's one of the sport's greatest powerhouses. We're talking seriously impressive. However, there's way more to Brazil than just soccer. To learn more about this South American country, let's take a brief look at its history, its culture, and its politics. We'll kick things off with history. Like most of Latin America, Brazil's history has been molded by colonization, specifically colonization by Portugal. Going back in the pages of history, Portugal began colonizing Brazil in the 16th century. From this point on, the Amerindians, or the native South American Indians of the land, had European rule thrust upon them. Rather than living freely, many of the native tribes found themselves either completely wiped out or laboring on European-owned sugarcane plantations or in European-owned gold mines. Having their fill of outside rule, the 18th century saw the people of Brazil seeking independence from the yoke of Europe. This definitely didn't come easily, but in the early 19th century, Brazil became an independent nation. Rather than being ruled by a European crown, they came under the rule of Brazilian royalty. In the late 19th century, the country took another leap forward when they displaced their monarchy and became a federal republic. Stated simply, a federal republic is a group of states under one central government. With this definition, we moved on to the politics of Brazil. Although Brazil became a federal republic in the late 19th century, its political climate has definitely not been one of smooth sailing. Its modern history has been marked with some pretty tumultuous times as military dictators have fought against those seeking democracy. Giving democracy a leg up, the late 1970s and early 80s saw Brazil's military government begin the process of democratization. Taking a giant leap forward, the people of Brazil removed military rule and elected their first civilian president in the late 80s. Like all new democracies, Brazil has definitely struggled, but in the past decades, its political world has become more stabilized. Today, Brazil operates under a constitution with an executive, legislative, and judicial branch. Leaving politics, we come to culture. Today, the population of Brazil is a bit of a melting pot. Many of its people trace their lineage back to Europe, Africa, or the native tribes of the Amerindians. Despite these differences in ethnicity, Brazil's culture still has Europe stamped all over it. For example, the official language of Brazil is Portuguese. Also, just like Portugal, Catholicism is the dominant religion of Brazil. In fact, Brazil is rather famous for its massive carnival celebrations during the season of Lent. Bringing our lesson full circle, you can't talk about Brazilian culture without talking about soccer, or as most of the world says, football. To say Brazil is soccer crazed doesn't really come close to capturing the country's passion for the sport. Brazil has won the coveted World Cup 5 times. That's more than any other nation in the world. When the Brazilian national team is playing, the country basically shuts down. The 16th century saw the land of Brazil forever changed by Portuguese colonization. Rather than self-rule, the Amerindians, or native South American Indians, had European reign thrust upon them. In the early 19th century, they freed themselves from this yoke. The 20th century saw Brazil's government begin the process of democratization. Today, Brazil is a federal republic, a group of states under one central government. Most of Brazil's population traces their roots back to Europe, Africa, or the native tribes of the Amerindians. Portuguese is the official language of Brazil. Catholicism is the dominant religion of Brazil. Soccer is also a huge part of Brazilian life. Growing up, my family owned a grocery store. Since my parents' names were on all the bills, they made most of the decisions. They decided what to buy and what to sell. For the most part, they also got to decide the prices of things like bananas, cereal, and coffee. They made the call on how many packs of hamburgers to grind or how many pounds of deli salads to make. Interestingly, not all business people around the world get to make the same decisions. As a case study of sorts, let's take a look at the traditional command and market economies of Central and South America. Since most of us are familiar with a market economy, we'll start here. Stated very simply, a market economy is one in which economic decisions such as pricing and what to produce are based on supply and demand. In a market economy, the government does not step in and tell producer what needs to be made, nor does it walk around carrying a big pricing gun. Instead, prices and production ebb and flow as the people decide what they want to see on the store shelves and how much they are willing to pay for it. With this in mind, it's important to note that market economies are driven by profit. The more producers and sellers can get for a product, the more they will take. When speaking of Central and South America, Colombia and Peru are great examples of market economies. With both of them trying to capitalize on their natural resources, Colombia lets supply and demand dictate the price for the oil and coal it sells. Likewise, Peru depends on the market when exporting its gold and copper. Like in most countries, there are times when the government steps into the process. However, for the most part, these two countries work under the market economy system. Adding to Colombia and Peru, Chile also has a market economy, and Costa Rica falls on the market economy side of the board too. Opposite of the market economy are state-controlled economies. A state-controlled economy is referred to as a command economy. In a command economy, the government, and not the free market, controls economic activity. When speaking of command economies, communism is usually the first system to be mentioned. Again, stated very simply, communism is a system of governance in which all property, resources, and productions are publicly or state-owned. In other words, like a puppet master, the government pulls the economy's strings, commanding the decisions of what gets made, who makes what, who gets what, and who gets paid for what. When discussing command economies of Central and South America, we have to look a bit into the past. During the latter half of the 20th century, countries like Nicaragua were under the yoke of the command economy. However, today most of the economies in the Western Hemisphere have become a mixture. They are not completely command, but they aren't freely market. Economists aptly choose to call these economies mixed economies, or economies that have characteristics of both market and command economies. When speaking of South America, Brazil is a great example of an economy that is not quite command, but not quite market. To explain, the supply and demand of Brazil's market decides what to produce. If the market screams for more bananas are produced. However, the government of Brazil has the authority to step in and say who gets to produce the bananas. Sometimes it's the best farmer for the job. Other times it's the guy who happens to be a government official's brother. Either way, the government plays a big part in the process of production and pricing. Brazil is not the only country with this type of mixed economy. It's also seen in countries like Argentina, Nicaragua, and El Salvador. Our last type of economy is a traditional economy. Very different from most economies of the modern world, a traditional economy is one in which traditions, customs, and beliefs shape production. For example, goods aren't made to sell, they are made to be part of family life or worship. Although very rare in our modern world, some parts of Central America and South America still give us a glimpse of traditional economies. For instance, there are still some tribes of Mayan ancestry who practice a traditional economy. Found in the highlands of countries like Guatemala and Belize, these people groups produce for survival of their families, not profit or because the government demands it. A market economy is one in which economic decisions, such as pricing and what to produce, are based on supply and demand. It is the buying habits of the people that govern what goods are produced and the prices of these goods. Market economies are driven by profit. Market economies are found in countries like Colombia, Peru, Chile, and Costa Rica. A command economy is a state-controlled economy. Communism, in which all property, resources, and productions are publicly or state-owned, is an excellent example of a command economy. Within a command economy, goods are often rationed. Although aspects of the command system still exist, many countries of Central and South America have mixed economic systems. Mixed economies are economies that have characteristics of both market and command economies. Brazil, Argentina, Nicaragua, and El Salvador are examples of economies that have command characteristics but are labeled as mixed. A traditional economy is one in which traditions, customs, and beliefs shape production. For example, goods aren't made to sell, they are made to be part of family life or worship. They are made for survival, not profit. Traditional economies are very rare in the modern world. However, they can still be found in the tribes of the highlands of both Central and South America.
Like most huge landmasses, South America is a land of variety. There are countries like Brazil that have become rather industrialized, and there are countries like Guyana, which is still very poor. There are major cities like Buenos Aires, and there are tribal villages high in the Andes Mountains. Rather than trying to tackle the huge topic that is South America, today's lesson will stick to the region known as Caribbean South America. Made up of Colombia, Venezuela, Guyana, and French Guiana, this region is as varied as the continent on which it resides. Walk down a street in Guyana and smell delicious Creole foods, and hear steel drum music that'll make you swear you're on a Caribbean island. Visit Colombia and have your taste buds treated to passion fruit, seafood, papaya, and more. To dive further into this colorful region, let's start our lesson on the culture, history, and politics of Caribbean South America. For starters, Colombia and Venezuela are considered part of Caribbean South America due to geography. Colombia shares a coastline with the Caribbean Sea. However, the Andes Mountains create a barrier of sorts between the more modernized areas of the country and its Caribbean coast. Being colonized by Spain in the 1500s, many of the indigenous tribes of Colombia were either killed or conscripted as slaves in European-owned gold mines. Tired of heavy taxation and subservience, Colombians finally threw off Spanish rule in the early 19th century. However, the country's history of Spanish colonization is still very present in its modern culture. For instance, most Colombians speak Spanish, and about 90% of Colombians claim Catholicism as their faith. Of course, both of these are imports from the conquering Spain. Despite gaining its freedom, the political history of Colombia is a story of violence and civil war. For much of modern times, its people and its culture have been victim to cruel dictators, the illegal drug trade, and fear. The violent days of the drug trade ended when the famous drug dealer, Pablo Escobar, died during a shootout with Colombian security forces. Nowadays, the country is a world leader in the exportation of coffee, and tourism is a thriving industry. Like Colombia, Venezuela also borders the Caribbean Sea. In fact, a large portion of Venezuela's population lives along the Caribbean coast. Venezuela was also colonized by the Spanish, and many of its indigenous people groups were wiped out. Spain ruled the Venezuelan land until its independence in the early 1800s. Like Colombia, its official language is Spanish, and a huge majority of its people practice Catholicism. Regarding its political history, Venezuela's rulers have been military men who have presided over the country, followed by times when democratically elected leaders have presided. Nowadays, Venezuela lives a time of political and economic uncertainty as a consequence of the decisions made by former President Hugo Chavez. After his death, Nicolás Maduro took over and has followed the same line of work, which has led to inflation along with shortage of goods. Among the population, there's concern about an authoritarian attitude on the government side, while the people are jobless and feel unsafe. Many people have gone out on the streets to protest, while others have fled to neighboring countries, including Colombia and Ecuador. Moving away from Colombia and Venezuela, Guyana and French Guiana share many cultural traits with the Caribbean region. For starters, it's believed the first migrants to Guyana actually came from the Caribbean and inhabited the land until Europeans descended upon them in the late 16th century. Unlike Colombia and Venezuela, Guyana was mainly colonized by the Dutch, but this didn't stop Spain, France, and England from trying to gain a foothold. In fact, much of Guyana's history is full of these nations warring over it. In the early 19th century, these wars came to an end when England took power from the Dutch. It held these reigns until the 1960s, when Guyana finally gained its independence. With this history, it's not surprising that the cultural mix of Guyana is pretty eclectic. Its population is divided into people who practice Hinduism, Protestantism, Catholicism, Islam, and more. Many in Guyana speak English, while others speak native dialects very similar to those of the Caribbean. Today, Guyana is a country struggling to make its way. In the last few decades, it has moved toward democracy. However, it has not been an easy transition, and much of the country still struggles in poverty. Like Guyana, French Guiana also shares cultural traits with the Caribbean. Also like Guyana, several European countries fought to colonize the country, but, as the name implies, France won. Today, French Guiana is one of the overseas territories of France. Despite the fact that they're separated by more than an ocean, the people of French Guiana are represented in and governed by the nation of France. Athletes from French Guiana even compete for the French team during the Olympics. Like the people of mainland France, much of French Guiana's population speak French and practice Catholicism. Just like the French Quarter of New Orleans, French Guiana has a Mardi Gras celebration. Feeling very similar to the celebrations of Louisiana, it's a party atmosphere full of parades, music, and yummy fried foods. Caribbean South America is a region made up of Colombia, Venezuela, Guyana, and French Guiana. Colombia and Venezuela both have coastlines on the Caribbean Sea and a history of Spanish colonization. The effects of this colonization are seen in the fact that most of the populations of these two countries speak Spanish and practice Catholicism. The political history of Colombia is a very turbulent one, although it is a democracy today. Venezuelan modern history is marked by military rulers as well as leaders who have been elected democratically. However, a political crisis is currently big in Venezuela. Guyana and French Guiana share many cultural traits with the Caribbean. The first migrants to Guyana came from the Caribbean and brought their cultures with them, though it was ruled by the Dutch and English before becoming independent. Guyana still struggles in poverty and has a fledgling democracy of sorts. French Guiana also shares cultural traits with the Caribbean. Although many other Europeans tried to gain a lasting presence in the area, France won the right to rule. Due to this, many in French Guiana speak French and practice Catholicism.
Living in the United States, we're accustomed to hearing about regions. For instance, when I say I live in the Northeast, fellow Americans can probably surmise I reside in a place with snowy winters. They might not be able to guess my exact state, but if given a chance between Pennsylvania and Florida, I'm guessing they'll choose the right answer. Like us, other continents also use regions to classify areas. Today we're going to discuss one such region as we dive into the history, culture, and politics of the Andes and Pampas, a region way to our south that encompasses much of western and southern South America. Despite the fact that the Andes and Pampas go together like peanut butter and jelly in most discussions of South America, there are some real differences between the two. First of all, they have striking differences in geography. For instance, the Andes Mountains are a huge mountain chain, covering much of the west coast of the continent. It encompasses Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Chile, and even part of Argentina. Very opposite from the rugged Andes are the Pampas. Keeping things simple, the Pampas are the grasslands of South America. These famous grasslands cover parts of Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Although they differ greatly in geography, the Andes Mountains and the Pampas are bound together by history. In fact, some classify the Andes and Pampas as the lands once ruled by the great Incan Empire, even though the empire really only touched into parts of Argentina. Speaking of the great Incan Empire, let's dive into some history and how it has shaped the culture and politics of the region. Before Europe descended upon South America, the Andes were ruled by the mighty Incas, arguably the most powerful ancient empire of South America. Despite their power, the Incas were no match for the Spanish, who came to the continent looking for land and treasures. Sadly, the 16th century saw the near end of the Andes native populations. Those who were not killed found themselves slaves to the conquering Spaniards. Many were conscripted to European-owned gold and silver mines. Proving how prosperous the gold and silver proved for the conquering Spaniards, word of it even reached Asia. Soon, Asians looking for employment migrated to the Andes in search of gold and a better life. For this reason, Asian culture has permeated parts of the Andes. Peru even has its own Chinatown. Sadly, the same story played out in the Pampas. When the Spaniards moved in, the native people were pushed out. Those who did survive found themselves slaves working on European plantations. Even when the Pampas region finally gained independence from Spain in the early 19th century, life for the native populations didn't get much better. Rather than becoming a place of freedom, those of Spanish descent, referred to as the Criollas, formed a rather abusive and horribly discriminatory political ruling class. With this, those of native descent were almost thrown from the frying pan into the fire. The Criollas refused them the right to vote and treated them with contempt. This was especially true in Argentina, where rulers went as far as to force anyone with Native American descent out of the land. As evidence of this cruel treatment and the removal of native influence, modern-day Argentina and much of the Pampas feel more European than Latin. In fact, after spending time in Buenos Aires, Argentina, my brother, who travels rather extensively, remarked that it felt more like Italy or Paris. To prove his point, the city's European cultural feel has earned it the nickname the Paris of the Americas. Stepping back into history, the removal of the native people from the Pampas cleared the way for the ruling Criojas to make some serious money off the grasslands. Perfect for farming and herding, the Pampas became home to a bustling cattle industry. From this came the famous gauchos, the cowboys of the South American plains. Just like the American cowboy, the gauchos hold an almost superhero-like place in South American culture. Tiring of their servitude, the poor classes of the Andes and Pampas began to rebel. Rising up against the Criojas, they put in place military rulers who promised them freedom and social reform. Unfortunately, many of these men fell short on their promises. Instead of freedom, they brought tyranny. Those who ruled over the Andes took over the mining, while those who lived in the Pampas nationalized or took state control of the farming and herding. With this, much of the Andes and Pampas fell victim to state-sponsored intimidation and even murder at the hands of the government during the latter half of the 20th century. Yes, areas like Buenos Aires, Argentina, speak of wealth and prosperity for the upper classes. However, many in the lower classes still suffer in a culture of poverty. Although many believe the cultural and political situation of the region has improved in the last few decades, the recovery from the oppressive political past and subjugation has been a very slow process for many in the Andes and the Pampas region. The Andes and Pampas encompass much of western and southern South America, including the Andes Mountains and the grasslands of South America known as the Pampas. The native populations, including the powerful Incas, were devastated by the conquering Spanish and their descendants, the Criojas, who enslaved the people and ruled the Andes and Pampas until the early 19th century. In the Pampas, the Criojas established huge cattle ranches run by the gauchos, the cowboys of South American plains. With the removal of the native influence from much of the Pampas, the culture of the area is very European. The Andes Mountains share a similar history. Here, the ruling Criojas got wealthy from mining, while the poor native cultures, as well as many immigrants from China, actually worked the mines. Finally, tiring of the discrimination and oppression, the 20th century saw the poor of the Andes and Pampas seek freedom. Rising together, they elected men who promised social reform and justice. Unfortunately, most of these men took control and nationalized the mining and agricultural industries. They used intimidation and even murder to achieve their goals. Although there is definitely a wealthy class in the Andes and Pampas region, and although places like Buenos Aires, Argentina look so attractive and modernized, many in the region still suffer in the wake of the region's tumultuous past.
I'm guessing we've all heard the saying, to make a long story short. It's a popular one. Today, I'm going to employ it for our lesson on the history, culture, and politics of Central America. Covering so much information in so little time will definitely force us to make a long story short. For this reason, we're going to stick to a quick survey of such a deep well of material. Before we begin, let's locate Central America on our globe. Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea which connects two larger landmasses. Belize, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama are the countries of Central America. Before Europeans descended on the New World, Central America was home to many native people groups. Many of these native groups were descendants of the Mayans, an ancient tribal people of Mexico and Central America. Sadly, the 16th century and European colonization saw many of these people groups either wiped out or made slaves to the conquering Europeans. When discussing Europe's influence, Spain was the main colonizer of Central America. Although it took some time, the early 19th century saw Central America pushing for freedom from Europe. Although the region eventually gained it, European influence is still stamped all over Central American culture. Firmly linked to its history of colonization, Central American culture still speaks of Europe. Yes, each country does have its own flavor, but there are some generalizations we can make. For instance, Spanish is the dominant language of the region. Standing out a bit, Belize actually claims English as its official language, but this too speaks of European influence. After all, before the Europeans made shore, the ancient Mayans weren't greeting each other with hellos or holas. Adding to the evidence of Europe's influence on Central American culture, Catholicism is the dominant religion of Central America. Moving away from European influence, the culture of most of Central America is marked by poverty. In fact, the region is considered part of the developing world. This means it's a region of little industry, struggling economies, and poor living conditions. With many of its inhabitants struggling to survive, most of Central America has very low literacy rates and short lifespans for its people. Of all the Central American countries, Nicaragua is usually considered the least developed. As for the most developed, let's briefly talk about Costa Rica and Panama. Costa Rica is an exceptional country in Central America, as its priority is the conservation of its natural land with its biodiversity and amazing landscapes, such as volcanoes. For this reason, ecotourism is the main source of income in Costa Rica. Also, Costa Rica abolished its army back in 1949 as a way to prevent it from overthrowing the government as it had happened before. The consequences have been interesting because the state budget, previously used to support the army, is now destined to enhance educational and health programs, bringing up literacy rates and life expectancy. Regarding Panama, international commerce is big in this country, and its economy has benefited a lot from the trades done through the Panama Canal, which is also a major tourist attraction. One last interesting fact: many Americans retire in Central American countries to enjoy the weather and the low to moderate cost of living. Many link Central America's poor economic status to its political instability. Since gaining independence, most of the countries have been plagued by upheaval. This was especially true during the latter half of the 20th century. During this time, the region was stuck in a tug-of-war between the U.S. and communism. Known as the Cold War, a time of political hostility between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, the U.S. fought to keep Soviet influence out of the region, while those in favor of communism sought to bring it in. This controversy led to battles, revolutions, and all-out wars that devastated the region. Places like Nicaragua and Guatemala are still suffering in the Cold War's wake. Despite this, most of modern-day Central America claims democracy. However, due to its dependence on foreign money, the region is still heavily influenced by outsiders. Adding to its woes, much of the region stakes its survival on the exportation of agricultural products, specifically coffee or bananas. This has earned several countries in the region the political nickname banana republics. This means they are small nations dependent on one crop and the inflow of foreign money. Due to this precarious economic position, they are very dependent on other countries for their survival. In other words, many believe Central America's political workings are still being pulled by outside strings. Being more specific, some would say by American strings. Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea which connects two larger landmasses. The countries of Central America are Belize, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. The Mayans were an ancient tribal people of Mexico and Central America. Many of these people were wiped out by European colonization. Spain was the main colonizer of Central America. European colonization has had a huge impact on Central American culture. Spanish is the dominant language of the region, although English is the official language of Belize. Catholicism is the dominant religion of the region. Historically, Central America has struggled with poverty and political instability. It's considered part of the developing world. It is a region of little industry, struggling economies, and poor living conditions. Its political climate is still being impacted by the Cold War, a time of political hostility between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. As the U.S. tried to keep communism out of the region, groups tied to the Soviet Union tried to bring it in. This led to years of political instability, bloodshed, and war. Today, most of the region claims democracy. However, due to their poor economies, many of the countries are considered banana republics, small nations dependent on one crop and the inflow of foreign money.
Today, most of the people of Mexico speak Spanish and hold to the Catholic faith. Of course, this speaks to the huge influence of European colonization. However, there is more to Mexico than its ties to Europe. To explore this ancient land, let's take a look at the history, culture, and politics of Mexico. Years and years before Mexico was invaded by Europe, it had a rich culture of its own. It was home to many tribal people. For instance, the Maya and the Aztecs were a few of the most famous native tribes of Mexico. Living off the land, these tribes existed for generation upon generations. Sadly, this all changed with the close of the 15th century. As the 16th century dawned, Spain invaded the lands of Mexico. Searching for gold and silver, the European explorers wiped out many of the native people. Even the mighty Aztecs couldn't stand against the tide of European invasion. Soon, most of Mexico's native people were either dead or enslaved. As Spanish explorers and settlers swarmed the land, the face of Mexican culture changed. Rather than being either Aztec or Mayan, the people of Mexico became divided into two main categories. There were the criollos and mestizos. At the top of the social ladder were the criollos, of pure Spanish descent. In other words, these wealthy landowners considered themselves pure bloods. No one in their family tree had ever mixed with the natives of Mexico. They looked down on the mestizos, or those who were descended from both Spanish and native descent. Creating their own culture, these new people groups of Mexico desired freedom from Spain, and they got it. By the early 1820s, Mexico claimed independence from Spain. Of course, the wealthy criollos were more than happy to become the new rulers of the land, and as rulers they were rather gutsy. They even took on the U.S. over the right to Texas. Unfortunately for them, this was a bigger bite than they could chew. The war for Texas not only saw them lose Texas, they also lost the areas known today as California, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and Utah to the United States. Pulling themselves up after this loss, Mexico went on to create its own political system. The main characteristic of this system in modern times has been single-party domination. To explain, the Partido Revolucionario Institucional, or the PRI, dominated Mexican politics during most of the 20th century. Founded in the 1920s, it began as a loose association of powerful political bosses, but by the 1960s, it had millions of members. The PRI gained such massive power by letting the common classes feel like they were part of the political process. Yes, history tells us the leaders were involved in all sorts of intimidation, bribery, and even some cruelty, but somehow they gave the common classes enough to keep the country from all-out revolution and upheaval. Considering that much of Latin America suffered in devastating violence during the 20th century, the PRI's ability to do this was a rather monumental task. Although its power has waned over the last few years, the single-party domination of the PRI has defined Mexico's modern political world, in the same manner that Spanish influence has dominated its culture. As mentioned earlier, most of Mexico's people speak Spanish and hold to Roman Catholicism. Of course, both of these are direct imports from Europe. Also, places like Mexico City have a very modern feel. Of course, Mexico still honors its native past. Not only does it honor it, the country has done an excellent job of benefiting from it. Today, millions of tourists enjoy visiting the ancient ruins of the Mayan and Aztec people. Speaking of sightseeing, tourism also plays a huge part in Mexican culture. With many of Mexico's people making their living in the industry, cities like Cancun, Cozumel, and Puerto Vallarta are some of the most popular vacation destinations in all the world. Today, the country of Mexico is one of the most popular tourist destinations in all the world. With beautiful beaches like Puerto Vallarta dotting its coasts, many Mexicans make their living in the tourism industry. Places like Mexico City are also very modernized. The Mayan and the Aztecs were two of the most famous native tribes of Mexico. Sadly, these tribes were decimated when Europe, specifically Spanish explorers, came looking for gold and silver. The 16th century saw the death or enslavement of most of Mexico's native people. Today, this European influence is still seen in the language and the religion of most of Mexico's inhabitants. A majority of Mexicans speak Spanish and hold to Catholicism. As the culture of Mexico changed from that of the native tribes to one of European influence, two distinct people groups emerged. There were the Criollos, who were of pure Spanish descent, and the mestizos, or those who descended from both Spanish and native descent. As the wealthy landowners, the Criollos ruled Mexico after its independence from Spain in the early 1820s. Interested in keeping as much land as possible, the Criollos fought for Texas but were rebuffed by the United States. The Mexican political scene has been dominated by the Partido Revolucionario Institucional, or the PRI. While most of Latin America struggled with bloody revolutions, the PRI succeeded in keeping Mexico under its political grasp. Yes, it often used intimidation and bribery, but it ruled Mexico without falling to all-out rebellion for decades of its modern history. When hearing the word economy, many of us probably think of things like the stock market, Wall Street, or the Dow Jones. However, these terms don't really characterize all the different economies around the globe. To see what I mean, let's take a look at our neighbors to the south as we take a brief look at the economies of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. Traveling south toward the equator, let's start with the Caribbean. Placing it on the globe, the Caribbean is made up of about 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. Although each island has its own story, there are a few generalizations we can make about the region's economic activity. For starters, most of the region works under a free trade economy. This simply means the unrestricted purchase and sale of goods and services between countries. Under this free trade system, the tourism industry is one of the most important aspects of the Caribbean economy. Capitalizing on its tropical setting and beautiful beaches, the Caribbean attracts millions of visitors a year. This booming industry supplies work for many of the Caribbean's people. Tourism isn't the only economic activity of the region. The Caribbean economy is also supported by its exporting of fish, as well as minerals such as iron, nickel, and even petroleum. When speaking of minerals and petroleum, the islands of Cuba, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago are the region's heaviest hitters. Adding to tourism and minerals, the Caribbean also exports agricultural products. The production and sale of crops like eggplant, coffee, sugar, and even beautiful tropical flowers add to the economic picture of the region. Moving on through our economic tour, we come to Central America. Positioning ourselves on the globe, Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea which connects two larger landmasses. As a region, Central America's main economic resources are gold, silver, lead, coal, and timber. Despite these resources, many of the region's inhabitants live in poverty. For this reason, when studying the economy of Central America, we need to be familiar with the term developing world. Developing world is used to define areas with little industry, struggling economies, and poor living conditions. Much of Central America falls into this category. To combat their poor living conditions and economic tribulations, many of the countries of Central America unified under the banner of the Central American Common Market. Created in the 1960s, its goal was to promote economic activity within the region. Sadly, political upheaval in and among the member countries saw many of the organization's goals go unreached. Today, much of the region still struggles to gain economic strength. Although places like Costa Rica seem to be succeeding, the region remains predominantly within the impoverished developing world. Moving further south, we come to South America. Since South America is such a huge landmass, studying its economy briefly is definitely an exercise in generalization. Our first generalization is that most of South America is rich in natural resources. Deposits of iron, copper, and oil are found all over the continent. Capitalizing on these resources, several of the continent's countries have become very modernized. Brazil is a great example of this. It's considered the most industrialized country in South America. Speaking of Brazil, it's not only rich in minerals, it also does quite well agriculturally. In fact, it is the world's leader in coffee exportation. Along with Brazil, the country of Argentina also has an economy that is supported by agriculture. Due to their natural resources and their agricultural base, South American countries like these are considered emerging markets. economies that have characteristics of the developed world and are making advancements toward economic stability. Although several of South America's economies have improved in the last few decades, many areas of the continent are still really struggling. For instance, countries like Bolivia and Colombia are still sinking in poverty. The Caribbean is made up of about 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. Most of the Caribbean operates under a free trade economy. This means the unrestricted purchase and sale of goods and services between countries. As a free market economy, tourism is one of the largest industries within the region. The Caribbean economy is also supported by the exportation of things like minerals and agricultural products. Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea which connects two larger landmasses. Although Central America does have natural resources like gold, silver, and timber, most of the area is considered part of the developing world. Developing world denotes areas with little industry, struggling economies, and poor living conditions. In an effort to promote economic health, much of Central America came together under the Central American Common Market. Its goal was to promote economic activity within the region. Despite this, much of the region remains in poverty. Moving south, most of South America is rich in natural resources like iron, copper, oil, and agriculture. Using these resources, countries like Brazil and Argentina have become very modernized and industrialized. Although countries like Bolivia and Colombia still struggle in poverty, many South American countries are now considered emerging markets, economies that have characteristics of the developed world and are making advancements toward economic stability. If you're a sun lover, this lesson on the climates of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America will be right up your alley. Yes, these sun-drenched areas do have their cons, but having to wear long underwear is definitely not one of them. As we take a tour of these three areas, let's keep in mind that climate definitely varies due to things like elevation and proximity to water. For this reason, we're going to stick to a general overview of all three regions. Let's get rolling with the Caribbean. The Caribbean is made up of about 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. The Caribbean's climate is a tropical one, with average temperatures typically hovering in the 80s and usually not dropping below 60 or above 100. It's perfect bathing suit weather. Where North America's climate tends to be delineated by winter, spring, summer, and fall, the Caribbean tends to be more about the rainy season versus the dry season. If you visit from about May to October, you'll probably want to bring an umbrella. These months tend to have the most rainfall. And if you plan on visiting between June through about November, you may want to get trip insurance since you'll be venturing into hurricane season. These hurricanes usually come to life over the warm waters of the Caribbean Sea. When they hit land, the results can be tragic. Of course, geography also has lots to do with rainfall amounts and climate. For instance, the windward side, or the side facing the wind, of islands with mountains tend to get hit with way more rain than those with flat elevations. Next we come to Central America. Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea which connects two larger landmasses. Like the Caribbean, Central America tends to be rather warm. Its weather pattern is also characterized by a very wet season and a dry season. Yes, the temps are usually warm during each, but there's a big difference in how much rain falls from the sky. Central America's wet season runs from about May to November. However, this doesn't mean that the rest of the year is dry as a bone. Quite the contrary, most of the region is hot and sticky throughout the year. In other words, it's humid for sure. In fact, temps usually average in the 80s along the coast. If this is too hot for you, you may want to stick to the more mountainous regions. There, temperatures tend to hover in the 60s. While the Caribbean has to deal with hurricanes, Central America is known for some pretty violent thunderstorms. Yes, hurricanes sometimes come to town, but impressive thunder and lightning is more the norm. Last we come to South America. Being the fourth largest continent, the climate of South America really varies. Talking about the climate of such a vast area will definitely take some generalizing. The northwestern coastal regions of the continent look a lot like Central America. They tend to be hot and humid. Of course, the massive Amazon rainforest is also very wet. If you're visiting the eastern coast of the continent, definitely wear white and bring sunscreen. Places like Brazil can be blazing hot, seeing temps over 100. If you decide on the southern coastal regions, you should bring these things as well. Places like Argentina and Chile are also prone to blazing heat during the summer months. If such heat makes you wilt, you can always head to the mountains of South America. In fact, the peaks of the Andes are usually covered in snow. The climates of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America can all be characterized as warm. The Caribbean is made up of about 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. Its climate is a tropical one. Its rainy season usually occurs between May and October. Hurricanes are common between June and November. Geography affects the climate of the Caribbean. The windward side, or the side facing the wind, of its mountainous islands tends to see more rain. Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea which connects two larger land masses. Central America's climate is characterized by a wet and dry season. The wet season runs from May to November. The mountainous regions of Central America offer cooler climates. Central America also sees very violent thunderstorms. Being a massive land area, the climate of South America is widely varied. The northwestern coastal regions of the continent are usually hot, wet, and humid, while the eastern and southern coastal regions are very hot. On the contrary, the high elevations of the Andes Mountains are often covered in snow. When people hear the term geography, they often just think maps and locations. However, the study of geography encompasses way more than this. For instance, a major theme in geography is the study of movement. Speaking geographically, movement is how places are connected to the world around them. Movement encompasses why a people come to an area or why they leave an area. It also includes discussion on what products or resources an area offers to the world. Today we'll be taking a look at this part of movement as we discuss how the resources of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America drive movement within not only these three regions, but the world. Let's start our look at resources and movement by taking a look at the Caribbean. The Caribbean is made up of thousands of islands surrounded by the Caribbean Sea, the Atlantic, and the Gulf of Mexico. Quite amazingly, it's believed there are over 7,000 islands in the Caribbean. When speaking of resources and movement, each island has its own unique characteristics. However, there are a few generalizations we can make about the region's resources and how they affect movement. For starters, the Caribbean's tropical climate greatly impacts movement. Capitalizing on its beautiful beaches, its warm temps, and its beautiful vegetation, the region uses these natural resources in the same way others use things like oil, gold, and silver. However, rather than exporting their natural resources to the world, the Caribbean uses them to entice people in. To say the least, they're rather successful at it. Islands like St. Croix, St. Vincent, and Jamaica attract millions of tourists a year. Yes, many of the islands also have more traditional natural resources. They also export things like fish, iron, and even petroleum. However, when it comes to affecting movement, its tropical climate makes a huge splash. Remembering that geographical movement denotes how places are connected to the world around them and how things and people move in and out of a region, let's take a look at Central America and its resources. Taking a look at our map, Central America is the land bridge that connects North America to South America. The technical term for this is an isthmus. An isthmus is a narrow piece of land surrounded by water that joins two bigger land masses. When discussing why people live and come to an area and what resources it offers to the world, Central America is a difficult case. To explain, much of Central America exists in poverty. Although the region has natural resources like gold, silver, lead, coal, and timber, a history of political instability has made it very difficult for the region to capitalize on them. In fact, many Central American countries are almost completely dependent on just one agricultural product for their survival. For many, it's either coffee or bananas. Due to their inability to capitalize on their resources, Central America's place in the world tends to be one of dependence. In fact, the world refers to many of the countries as banana republics. This nickname means they are small countries reliant on one crop and heavily influenced by foreign money. In other words, movement in Central America is heavily influenced by the governments and money of other countries and regions. Yes, countries like Costa Rica have made great strides. Exporting things like coffee, bananas, pineapples, and palm oil, they have begun to improve their economies. Not only are they attracting tourists, they have begun enticing foreign investors. Traveling further south, we hit South America. Since South America is such a huge landmass, studying its geographical movement in reference to its resources could take hours upon hours. For this reason, we'll do some more generalizing. For starters, most of South America is rich in natural resources. Iron, copper, and oil are found all over the continent. Capitalizing on these resources, several South American countries have become very modernized and industrialized. For instance, Brazil has capitalized on its natural resources and now attracts industry from all over the world. People don't just come to visit and sightsee, they come to stay and work. Although the other countries of the continent might not be as industrialized as Brazil, many also use their natural resources to create movement in the world. For example, Peru and Chile export things like gold, copper, and petroleum to places like China and the United States. Like Central America, South America also does battle with poverty. As a whole, Bolivia and Colombia are impoverished nations. Despite this, these countries' goods also move throughout the world as they export things like petroleum to both the eastern and western hemisphere. Moving away from minerals, South America's soil and climate allow some countries to be agricultural powerhouses. Again, looking at Brazil, it's the world's leader in coffee exportation. Argentina is also a large exporter of agricultural goods. Geographical movement is how places are connected to the world around them. It deals with topics like why do people come to an area, or what products or resources an area offers to the world. Natural resources affect movement in the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. The Caribbean is made up of thousands of islands surrounded by the Caribbean Sea, the Atlantic, and the Gulf of Mexico. The Caribbean's tropical climate is one of the region's most profitable natural resources. Greatly defining the movement of the region, it brings millions of tourists to its beautiful shores each year. It also interacts with the world through the exportation of things like fish, iron, and petroleum. Central America is the land bridge that connects North America to South America. The technical term for this is an isthmus. An isthmus is a narrow piece of land surrounded by water that joins two bigger land masses. Although Central America does export natural resources like gold, silver, and timber, most of the area is impoverished and dependent on outside influence. Due to this dependency, many of Central America's countries are deemed banana republics, small countries relying on one crop and heavily influenced by foreign money. South America is rich in natural resources like iron, copper, and oil. Using these resources, countries like Brazil and Argentina have become very industrialized. Foreigners don't just come to visit, many come to work and live on the continent. These countries also export agricultural products to the world. Although countries like Bolivia and Colombia still struggle in poverty, they also add to the movement of resources by exporting things like petroleum. Dear friends of mine live in Costa Rica. Whenever they send pictures, they're usually standing in front of striking plants or posing next to rainbow-colored flowers. It makes my eyes water with jealousy. Yes, the pine trees and mountains of Pennsylvania are beautiful, but there's something about palm trees and brightly feathered birds that just call to you. To dive into my friend's colorful region, let's take a look at the plant and animal life of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. We'll start our studies with the Caribbean. The Caribbean is an island group made up of about 7,000 islands bordering the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. Unlike the soils of the U.S., most of the Caribbean is volcanic in origin. This makes the soil very fertile, giving the islands stunning and varied vegetation. For instance, flowers thrive in the volcanic soil of the Caribbean. Beautiful blooms from plants like the hibiscus, bougainvillea, and orchid create a feast for the eyes. Along with these blooms, it's believed the Caribbean has over 13,000 species of vegetation. Of course, this amazing variety only helps to boost the Caribbean's thriving tourism industry. Like most places, the natural vegetation of the Caribbean has been changed by human interaction. Where there were once lush forests, land has been cleared to make way for farming sugarcane. Yes, there are still forests full of gigantic ferns, huge elephant ear plants, cedar trees, and mahogany trees. However, much of this exotic vegetation has fallen victim to deforestation, the clearing of trees or transforming a forest into cleared lands. Moving on to wildlife, the Caribbean is known for its birds and reptiles. Yes, the islands have things like rodents, manatees, seals, but the region is really famous for its birds and reptiles. Quite remarkably, the islands are home to over 600 species of birds and 500 species of reptiles. Many of these species are unique to the Caribbean. In other words, unless they've been imported, you won't see them flying or crawling free anywhere else. With such beautiful birds and interesting reptiles, it's not odd to see the macaw, the parrot, or the gecko used to symbolize the Caribbean. Now to Central America. Central America is the landmass that connects the North American continent to South America. Using some geographical language, Central America is an isthmus. It is a thin piece of land surrounded by sea that bridges two larger landmasses. Being sort of a bridge between North and South America, Central America's vegetation shares characteristics of both continents. Like South America, Eastern Central America is home to rainforests. These rainforests supply Central America with many varieties of ferns, vines, orchids, and palms. Of course, all of these exist under the canopy of towering broadleaf trees. With this lush vegetation, Central America also has an amazing, almost incalculable variety of wildlife. Its tropical regions are home to monkeys, crocodiles, bats, frogs, snakes, sloths, turtles, jaguars, and more. Moving away from the tropical rainforest, the central mountains of the region look a lot more like the forests of the United States. With their high elevations, they are home to hardwood trees like oaks, walnuts, they have pines, and all sorts of evergreens. Moving further south, we end with South America. By landmass, it's the fourth largest continent of our world. For this reason, its plant and animal life is extremely varied. Perhaps most famously, South America is home to the Amazon rainforest, the largest rainforest in the world. Like the rainforests of Central America, the Amazon houses huge canopy trees, gigantic ferns, snakes big enough to scare anyone, sloths, anteaters, electric eels, and piranha. In striking contrast to the Amazon, South America is also home to the Atacama Desert. Considered the driest place on Earth, water is so sparse here that even cactus, not to mention wildlife, have a hard time making a go of it. Yes, they survive, but vegetation and wildlife is very sparse. Quite crazily, birds like flamingos and penguins manage to survive along the Atacama's coastline, while scavengers like mice scrape a living off the desert's floor. The Caribbean is an island group made up of about 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. The volcanic soils of the Caribbean islands make the region's vegetation both beautiful and varied. Flowers like hibiscus, bougainvillea, and orchids dot the region. Along with lush vegetation, the Caribbean is also famous for its many species of birds and reptiles. Sadly, much of the Caribbean's vegetation and wildlife has been affected, if not destroyed, by deforestation, the clearing of trees, or transforming a forest into cleared land. Central America is the landmass that connects the North American continent to South America. It is an isthmus. An isthmus is a thin piece of land surrounded by sea that bridges two larger landmasses. Central America's vegetation shares traits of both North and South America. Eastern Central America is home to rainforests. These rainforests are home to a variety of tropical ferns, vines, and flowers. They're also home to a plethora of wildlife species. From crocodiles to bats to jaguars, they are teeming with life. The central mountainous region of Central America is home to forests full of hardwood trees like oaks, walnuts, it has pines, and evergreens. South America is the fourth largest continent of our world. It is home to the Amazon rainforest, the largest rainforest in the world. The rainforest and its massive canopy of trees is home to ferns, palms, snakes, sloths, eels, piranha, and so much more. South America is also home to the Atacama Desert, the driest place on Earth. Despite its treacherous climate and its dry-as-a-bone air, some species of birds and scavengers manage to carve out a life in this desert. Through most of my school years, the Caribbean, Central America, and South America were only discussed during units on colonization. Once we got past Europe taking over the New World, our neighbors to the south almost seemed forgotten. Today we're going to remedy this a bit by taking a look at life in these three regions. Of course, since this is such a huge topic that could take up several courses, we'll stick to breadth rather than depth. Let's start our survey with the Caribbean. The Caribbean is made up of about 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. The three largest islands of the Caribbean are Cuba, Jamaica, and Hispaniola. Although life definitely differs among the islands, there are some generalities we can make. For instance, life in the Caribbean is heavily influenced by the tourism industry. With its beautiful white beaches and its tropical temperatures, the region attracts visitors from all over the world. Capitalizing on its positives, many in the Caribbean support themselves and their families through tourism. Speaking of outsiders coming to visit, life in the Caribbean still speaks of European colonization. Because they were colonized by the very Catholic Spain, many of the island's people are staunchly Catholic. For example, the majority of Haiti's population is Catholic. Along the same lines, Spanish is considered the predominant language of the region. Leaving the sunny beaches of the Caribbean, let's hit Central America. Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea, which connects two larger land masses. Like the Caribbean, Central America has been heavily influenced by Europe. For instance, much of the region claims Catholicism as its predominant religion and Spanish as the language of choice. When discussing life in Central America, the phrase developing world is usually used. Keeping things simple, developing world is used to denote regions with little industry, struggling economies, and poor living conditions. Being a difficult place to live, most of Central America has very low literacy rates and short lifespans for its people. Of all the Central American countries, Nicaragua is usually considered the least developed. While many in the Caribbean make their living through tourism, most Central Americans make their living through farming. In fact, coffee is one of the region's biggest exports. Along with coffee, bananas also make up a large part of the region's profits. This is why countries like Panama and Honduras are sometimes referred to as banana republics, or small countries dependent on one export like bananas. Let's move on to South America, which has a population of about 380 million. When discussing life in South America, we see many similarities with the Caribbean and Central America. Like these two, European colonization has molded the area. For instance, Brazil claims the European language of Portuguese as its official tongue. Also, just like the country of Portugal, Brazil's predominant faith is Catholicism. Being such a huge area, actually the fourth largest continent of our world, life in South America varies greatly from place to place. There is the bustling city life of places like Buenos Aires, Argentina, where people make their money from things as varied as tourism to the fashion industry. There's also the extremely rural life of the Andes Mountains, where people farm simply to provide for their families. There is crowded living in the large city of Lima, Peru, where money has been made exporting gold and copper. However, there are still tribes in the Amazon who live as though industrialization and even electricity do not exist. The Caribbean is a region of 7,000 islands surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. Many people in the Caribbean depend on tourism for their survival. Caribbean life is very influenced by its colonial past. Many in the region hold to Catholicism and speak Spanish. This speaks directly to Europeans' colonization of the region. Central America is the isthmus that connects North America to South America. An isthmus is a narrow strip of land surrounded by sea which connects two larger land masses. Many Central American economies are based on the sale of products like coffee and bananas. This is why countries like Panama and Honduras are sometimes referred to as the banana republics, or small countries dependent on one export like bananas. Despite this, much of Central America is considered part of the developing world. This means the areas have little industry, struggling economies, and poor living conditions. South America is a vast area where life differs greatly from place to place. Modern living can be seen in places like Buenos Aires and Lima, while tribal living still exists within the region of the Andes. European influence can be seen all over the continent as languages like Portuguese are spoken. Much of the continent's inhabitants also claim Catholicism.
The physical characteristics of an area are a description of the landforms in that area, unaffected by human activities. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. Landforms can include things like mountains, valleys, canyons, lakes, rivers, coasts, and bays. Topographical or physical maps are used to show the physical characteristics of a landscape. Human characteristics, on the other hand, are the features of a geographic area caused by humans, including cities, towns, dams, roads, and communication links. Today we're going to talk about the physical and human characteristics of Europe. Though there are too many to mention in a short video, we'll go through some of the most important ones. The largest cities in the geographical continent of Europe are Istanbul in Turkey, with around 14 million people, Moscow in Russia, with around 12 million people, and London in the UK, with 8.5 million people. St. Petersburg, Berlin, Madrid, Rome, Kiev, and Paris are also particularly large cities, though Paris contains only 2 million people. Most of these cities are the capital cities of their respective countries, the exceptions being Istanbul and St. Petersburg. Many of these cities coincide with physical features that would have been useful when the cities were first established. Most common of these are rivers and seas. London is along the Thames River. Paris is along the Seine River. Berlin is along the Havel and Spree rivers. St. Petersburg is on the Gulf of Finland, and Istanbul is near both the Sea of Marmara and the Black Sea. This was helpful when the cities were first established because they provided sources of water and fertile land for farming along their floodplains. The rivers could also be used for trade and transport of supplies by sending boats along them. This was especially useful during the Industrial Revolution. Europe has a huge number of mountains, rivers, valleys, and lakes. The biggest mountain range in Europe is the Alps, found where France, Italy, Switzerland, and Germany all meet. The tallest mountains in political Europe are Mount Ararat in Turkey at 16,854 feet, Mont Blanc in the Alps between France, Italy, and Switzerland at 15,781 feet, and Mont Rosa in the Alps between Switzerland and Italy, 15,203 feet. But the physical continent of Europe's tallest mountain is in the Caucasus Mountains in southwestern Russia, Mount Elbrus, which is 18,510 feet. The most famous European valleys are probably France's Loire and Rhone valleys and the Danube river valleys. The longest river in geographical Europe is the Volga River in Russia, running for almost 2,300 miles from just northwest of Moscow to the Caspian Sea. Political Europe's longest river is the Danube, stretching to a total length of nearly 1,780 miles. This river is especially famous because of the song that was written about it. It flows from Germany, eventually exiting into the Black Sea. Other important rivers include the River Elbe in the Czech Republic and Germany, and the Rhine River, which flows through 9 countries in Western Europe, and the Loire River in France. The Elbe in particular has been hugely important historically. It was the eastern limit of Charlemagne's empire, the biggest attempted eastern push of the Roman Empire, and it formed part of the border between East and West Germany after World War II. The biggest lake in political Europe is the Vänern in Sweden, at 2,181 square miles. And the biggest lake in geographical Europe is Lake Ladoga in Russia, at 6,800 square miles. The physical characteristics of an area are a description of the landforms in that area, unaffected by human activities. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. Landforms can include things like mountains, valleys, canyons, lakes, rivers, coasts, and bays. Human characteristics, on the other hand, are the features of a geographical area caused by humans, including cities, towns, dams, roads, and communication links. The largest cities in the geographical continent of Europe are Istanbul in Turkey, with around 14 million people, Moscow in Russia, with around 12 million people, and London in the UK, with 8.5 million people. St. Petersburg, Berlin, Madrid, Rome, Kiev, and Paris are also particularly large. Many of these cities coincide with physical features that would have been useful when the cities were first established. Most common of these are rivers and seas. These were important because they provided fresh water, fertile land, and routes for trade. Europe has a huge number of mountains, rivers, valleys and lakes. The biggest mountain range in Europe is the Alps, found where France, Italy, Switzerland and Germany meet. The tallest mountain in political Europe is Mount Ararat in Turkey, at 16,854 feet, though the tallest mountain in geographical Europe is in Russia, Mount Elbrus, which is 18,510 feet tall. The most famous European valleys are probably France's Loire and Rhone valleys and the Danube River valleys. The longest river in geographical Europe is the Volga River in Russia, running for almost 2,300 miles from just northwest of Moscow to the Caspian Sea. Political Europe's longest river is the Danube, stretching to a total length of nearly 1,780 miles. It flows from Germany, eventually exiting into the Black Sea. Other important rivers include the River Elbe in the Czech Republic and Germany, the Loire in France, and the Rhine River in Western Europe. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. Landforms can include things like mountains, valleys, canyons, lakes, rivers, coasts and bays. You can describe lots of things about landforms, their elevation, orientation, slope, or soil type, among others. Topographical maps are used to show landforms because they can include mountains and valleys, and also tend to show rivers. In this lesson, we're going to discuss the landforms of Europe. Europe is a huge area of land, similar in size to the US. There are hundreds of mountains, rivers, valleys and lakes, so we couldn't possibly talk about them all in a single lesson. Instead, today we're going to talk about the most important ones. The mountains of Europe are focused on certain key areas. The biggest mountain range in Europe is the Alps, found where France, Italy, Switzerland and Germany meet. But Turkey is also home to a lot of similarly tall mountains. And smaller mountains can be found in northern Spain, the Pyrenees, Norway, and even in Greece, Italy and the Balkans. The three tallest mountains in political Europe are Mount Ararat in Turkey at 16,854 feet, Mont Blanc in the Alps between France and Italy, 15,782 feet, and Monte Rosa in the Swiss Alps, 15,203 feet. But all of these mountains are smaller than Mount Elbrus in Russia at 18,510 feet. Western Russia is geographically in Europe, even if most Europeans don't consider Russia to be part of Europe at all. There are also many famous valleys in Europe, including the Loire Valley in France, famous for both its castles and for the wine the region produces, the Rhone Valley, also in France, which is home to the Matterhorn, and the many valleys of the Danube River in Germany and beyond. While Europe isn't really famous for its canyons, Montenegro is home to Europe's largest, the Tara River Canyon, which is 4,265 feet deep at its deepest point, and has been suggested as a possible World Heritage Site by UNESCO. Europe's longest river is the Blue Danube, for which the famous song was written, and has a total length of 1,780 miles. It flows from Germany, through Austria, Slovakia, Hungary, Croatia, Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, and Romania again, before flowing into the Black Sea. The River Elbe in Germany and the Czech Republic is also important, and was originally part of the border between East and West Germany. It links important cities and was extremely important for trade. The Loire and Rhine rivers are France's most famous and most important rivers, not only passing through scenic and beautiful areas, but also being vital for trade historically. The Rhine is 776 miles long, going from its source in Switzerland through France and Germany, and finally reaching the North Sea in the Netherlands. The Loire, by contrast, coils itself through France, starting in the Alps and finding its way into the ocean north of the Bay of Biscay. Europe has lots of lakes, though the exact number depends on what you count as a lake. The biggest lake in political Europe is Vänern in Sweden, at 5,655 square kilometers. But if you consider the geographical continent of Europe and include Western Russia, though most Europeans don't, that lake jumps down to fourth place by size and is totally eclipsed by Lake Ladoga in Russia at 17,700 square kilometers. The largest lake in Western Europe is Lake IJsselmeer in the Netherlands at 1,100. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. Landforms can include things like mountains, valleys, canyons, lakes, rivers, coasts and bays. The biggest mountain range in Europe is the Alps. Turkey is also home to a lot of similarly tall mountains, and smaller mountains can be found in northern Spain, Norway, Greece, Italy and the Balkans. The tallest mountain in political Europe is Mount Ararat in Turkey at 16,854 feet, and Mont Blanc in the Alps between France and Italy, 15,782 feet. These mountains are smaller, though, than Mount Elbrus in Russia at 18,510 feet, which is in geographical Europe. Famous European valleys include the Loire and Rhone valleys in France, and the many valleys of the Danube River in Germany. Europe's largest canyon is in Montenegro, the Tara River Canyon, which is 4,265 feet deep. Europe's longest river is the Blue Danube, with a total length of 1,780 miles. The River Elbe in Germany and the Czech Republic links important cities and was extremely important for trade. The Loire and Rhine rivers are France's most famous and most important rivers. The biggest lake in political Europe is Vänern in Sweden at 5,655 square kilometers, but this is totally eclipsed by Lake Ladoga in Russia, which is 17,700 square kilometers. Humans don't like to sit still, and historically humans have moved around a lot, traveling and spreading out all over the world. In certain parts of the world, the USA for example, families can tell you their history and how they've moved from country to country over the years. Migration of humans is the seasonal or long-term movement of humans from one area of the Earth to another. For example, if you move from the United States to Canada, you've migrated. Or if you move to a new city to find a better job, you've just migrated. Humans migrate for all kinds of reasons. Some of those reasons are economic, like pursuing jobs or searching for a more comfortable life. Some of those reasons are social, like fleeing from persecution or intolerance. And some of those reasons are physical, like a natural disaster or being forcibly pushed out of a country. Today we're going to talk about why people tend to move around in Europe, following some of the most common migration patterns. It will be impossible to properly discuss European migration patterns without talking about the political structures that exist there. Many of the countries of Europe are part of a political and economic partnership called the European Union. Those countries are Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Denmark, Germany, Estonia, Finland, France, Greece, United Kingdom, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, the Netherlands, Austria, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovenia, Slovakia, Spain, Czech Republic and Sweden. It's a lot of countries. One of the key rules of the European Union is that citizens can freely move between the countries to find work. So internal migration inside the EU is extremely common and is one of the key migration patterns of Europe. Even though the EU contains some of the richest countries in Europe, not all the countries are equally prosperous. For this reason, the net direction of migration tends to be from Eastern Europe to Western Europe. Eastern European countries tend to have much lower incomes, so people move to countries further west for a better life. This is especially true of the United Kingdom, France and Germany, which have some of the highest levels of migration into their countries. As well as permanent migration, there is some seasonal migration in Europe. The south of Europe comes alive during the summer. Tourism suddenly becomes a significant part of the economy, especially in countries like Spain, Italy and Greece. People from Northern Europe often choose these destinations for holiday homes and spend part of the year in the south. And workers move south at this time of year for the same reason. There's also a lot of migration outside the EU. Although moving to the EU from outside is much harder, a lot of people are still allowed to enter for a variety of reasons. Some people come to the EU for jobs, and some come seeking asylum to escape persecution. Others come to reunite with family members after years apart. But whatever the reasons, there is no doubt that Europe is very attractive as a place to move. Western Europe is one of the richest parts of the world, with extremely high living standards. Migration has definitely increased gradually over the years and decades in Europe, as the area has grown increasingly strong economically. This is true of all kinds of immigration, for jobs, for family, and for asylum. Although migration from outside Europe is often seen negatively by the public, it is acknowledged by EU reports that this migration is good for the economy. The migrants relieve labour shortages, create new jobs, and help stimulate the economy. Migration of humans is the seasonal or long-term movement of humans from one area of the Earth to another. Humans migrate for all kinds of reasons that are economic, social, and physical. Many of the countries of Europe are part of a political and economic partnership called the European Union, or EU. One of the key rules of the European Union is that citizens can freely move between countries to find work, so internal immigration inside the EU is common, and is one of the key migration patterns of Europe. Even though the EU contains some of the richest countries in Europe, not all the countries are equally prosperous. For this reason, the net direction of migration tends to be from Eastern Europe to Western Europe. There is also some seasonal migration. The south of Europe comes alive during the summer. Tourism suddenly becomes a significant part of the economy in countries like Spain, Italy, and Greece. People from Northern Europe often choose these destinations for holiday homes. Workers move south at this time of year for the same reason. There's also migration from outside the EU. Some people come to the EU for jobs, and some people come seeking asylum to escape persecution. Others come to reunite with family members after years apart. Western Europe is one of the richest parts of the world, with extremely high living standards, and that makes it very attractive to migration from around the world. Understanding the demographics of Europe is important because European culture has had a huge impact on the culture of the world ever since the Renaissance. From international relations to human migration to economic policy, it has had a ripple effect on the whole world. As of the beginning of 2014, the population of Europe was approximately 740 million people, with about 503 million of those people in the European Union. The European Union is a political and economic union of 28 countries, which allow those countries to work together on political and economic issues, including the promotion of free trade between member countries. For a long time, much of Europe had a growing population, but the population of most countries in Europe, especially the more wealthy ones, is aging, and birth rate is declining, leading the population growth to slow or even decline in the future. With such a large area, similar in size to the United States, comprising approximately 50 countries, it shouldn't be surprising that Europe is hugely varied in terms of culture, ethnic groups, and languages. There are perhaps 87 distinct ethnic groups in Europe, the largest being Russians, followed by Germans. There are also 20 million people living in the EU who are not European in ethnicity as of 2011. In terms of languages, European languages are mostly part of the same family, which is then subdivided into Romance languages, Germanic languages, Baltic, Slavic, Albanian, Celtic, Greek, Turkic, Mongolic, and Uralic. The vast majority of the languages of Europe fall into one or more of these subdivisions. According to the European Commission, the most spoken language in the EU as of 2007 was German, at 19% speaking, followed by French, 13%, English, 12%, and Italian, 11%. Though, if you include foreign language speaking skills, the list changes significantly in number and order. English tops the list at 49%, followed by German, then French, then Italian and Spanish. Religious practice is nowhere near as common in Europe as it is in other parts of the world. The region is becoming increasingly secular over time. Both belief in God and attendance at religious events has declined. According to one study by the European Commission, only 51% of EU citizens believe in God, as of 2010. Nevertheless, Christianity remains the dominant religion in Europe, with around 75% of Europeans considering themselves Christian, as of 2012. Though exact numbers vary from poll to poll, making Christianity hugely dominant compared to other belief systems. Perhaps 18% or so are agnostic or atheist, and Muslims make up around 2%. Europe is one of the wealthiest parts of the world and enjoys extremely high living standards, perhaps the highest in the history of the world. This is especially true in Western Europe, with countries like Germany, France and the United Kingdom rating among the most wealthy in total, with countries like Luxembourg, Switzerland and Norway being the richest per person. As countries get richer, there seems to be a trend towards a lower birth rate. Many of these rich European countries have small families and aging populations. As the older parts of the population reach the ends of their lives, it's likely that population growth will stop or even decline. The median age in Europe was 37.7 in 2003, and some predict it will reach over 50 years old by 2050. This could cause problems for Europeans in maintaining their economic growth and in turn their high living standards. As of the beginning of 2014, the population of Europe was approximately 740 million people, with about 503 million of those people being in the EU, the European Union, which is a political and economic union of 28 European countries, which allows those countries to work together on political and economic issues, including the promotion of free trade between member countries. For a long time, much of Europe had a growing population, but the population of most countries in Europe, especially the more wealthy ones, is aging, and birth rate is declining, leading the population growth to slow or even decline in the future. Europe contains around 50 countries, and so, unsurprisingly, it is hugely varied in culture, ethnic groups and languages. There are around 87 distinct ethnic groups in Europe, and 23 officially recognized languages, though there are many more minority ones. The most spoken languages in Europe are German, French, English and Italian. Religious practice is nowhere near as common in Europe as it is in other parts of the world. Nevertheless, there is still around 75% of Europeans who consider themselves Christian, followed by 18% or so who consider themselves to be agnostic or atheist. Muslims account for 2%. Europe is one of the wealthiest parts of the world and enjoys extremely high living standards, perhaps the highest in the history of the world, though it's possible that the aging population of Europe may cause these living standards to decline in the future. Europe is not always clearly defined. When a person says Europe, do they mean the geographical continent, countries where people consider themselves to be European, the European Union, the European Economic Area, countries with ties to Western Europe? There are so many ways to define Europe. Even geographically and scientifically, it's hard, because Europe and Asia could be considered part of one larger tectonic plate called the Eurasian Plate. Historically, the definition of Europe has been constantly changing too. Mostly it's agreed that the Mediterranean Sea marks the southern end of Europe, the Atlantic Ocean marks the west end, and the Arctic Ocean marks the north. But the East has changed a lot over the decades and centuries. Going beyond Europe as a whole, humans being humans, we find ways to create even more borders. Within Europe are the borders of many countries. Indeed, Europe contains around 50 countries, 28 of which are part of the European Union. The European Union, or EU, is a political and economic union of 28 member states that promotes free trade and cooperation. Key bodies of the EU include the European Commission, the Council of the European Union, the European Central Bank, the Court of Justice, the Court of Auditors, and the European Parliament. It also includes the European Court of Human Rights. The EU aims to allow the free movement of people, capital, goods and services between member countries. The EU came to be gradually in the aftermath of World War II, as the countries of Europe started to work together more and more, reducing the chance of another world war. But this era of cooperation was not the norm in much of Europe's history. Political divisions can exist across the world, and Europe is no exception. From a cultural perspective, borders and divisions give people a sense of identity. They're tied to ethnic heritage, history, and language. They mark the home of a particular group of people, even if that home has been claimed by multiple groups over the ages. But beyond cultural reasons, there are more practical or economic ones. Land is of great value, from the natural resources it holds to the economic activity that can be done on that land. This is why people have fought so many wars over land, seemingly over lines on a map. But it isn't just pure greed and desire for more that creates borders. It can also be about ideologies. During the Cold War, the Iron Curtain was the border between Western European countries that held similar values to the United States. many of the same values that began in ancient Greece and Rome, and the eastern countries influenced by the USSR. This barrier even cut through the center of a city, splitting the German capital of Berlin east to west. In the late 1980s, the Soviet Union fell, but the political geography of Europe remains affected to this day. We could also highlight the political divisions between Catholic and Protestant countries as a source of tension in the 18th and 19th centuries, yet another way to draw political boundaries. Unfortunately, not all wars are cold. Even before the two world wars, Europe was tumultuous and seemingly constantly at war. The most powerful countries like the UK, France and Spain all had their own empires and competed with each other for land, resources and power across the world. This translated into wars all over the world. Even before these empires developed, wars between these countries were common in Europe. France and the United Kingdom, for example, have historically spent huge amounts of time at war with one another. Those wars and their aftermaths are a large part in determining the borders of countries, and are responsible for many of the borders between countries in Europe to this day. The aftermath of World War I was particularly significant, as the Ottoman and Hungarian empires were broken up into lots of smaller countries. And then there are the physical boundaries. As part of these wars, it's often the case that certain natural features prove hard to conquer. Crossing a large river with an army can be difficult, as can passing over mountain ranges, so it shouldn't be surprising that rivers and mountains often form natural borders between countries in Europe. Europe is not always clearly defined. There's the continent of Europe, the tectonic plates that includes Europe, countries that consider themselves European, the European Union, and many other ways to define the area. But whatever Europe is, it's certainly a part of the world that has seen huge changes in its political boundaries and divisions. Within Europe are the borders of many countries. Indeed, Europe contains around 50 countries, 28 of which are part of the European Union. The European Union, or EU, is a political and economic union of 28 member states which promotes free trade and cooperation. The EU Parliament is elected by EU citizens every 5 years. The EU aims to allow the free movement of people, capital, goods and services between member countries. This political and economic alliance came to be gradually in the aftermath of World War II, as countries of Europe started to work together more and more, reducing the chance of another world war. But this era of cooperation was not the norm in much of Europe's history, and those wars were often about drawing lines on a map. From a cultural perspective, borders and divisions give people a sense of identity. They're tied to ethnic heritage, history and language. They mark the home of a particular group of people, even if that home has been claimed by multiple groups over the ages. But land is also of great value, from the natural resources it holds to the economic activity that can be done on that land. This is why people have fought so many wars over land. But borders can also be about ideologies. During the Cold War, the Iron Curtain was the border between Western European countries that held similar values to the United States, and the Eastern countries influenced by the USSR. War is a big reason for why the boundaries and divisions in Europe exist. The most powerful countries like the UK, France and Spain all once had their own empires, and competed with each other for land, resources and power across the world. This translated into wars all over the world. Even before these empires developed, wars between these countries were common in Europe. Those wars and their aftermaths are a large part in determining the borders of countries and are responsible for many of the borders between countries in Europe to this day. The aftermath of World War I was particularly significant, as the Ottoman and Hungarian empires were broken up into lots of smaller countries. And then there are the physical boundaries. As part of these wars, it's often the case that certain natural resources prove hard to conquer. Crossing a river with an army or passing over mountain ranges can be difficult, so it shouldn't be surprising that rivers and mountains often form natural barriers between countries in Europe. Political geography is the study of the relationships between governments, citizens and countries, both external and internal, and their effects on those citizens and countries. Studying political geography means looking at the political landscape of an area and considering the factors that have affected or led to that situation. In the case of Europe, this is a land with an extremely long history and most likely a long future. The relationships between governments, citizens and countries has continually evolved and changed. The politics of the past have impacted the politics of today and the politics of the future. Today we're going to talk about some of the historical, geographical reasons that have affected the politics of Europe and how those have led to the current political geography. Europe is a continent full of history. Regular people in Europe pass buildings every day that are older than the United States itself. So summarizing the historical factors is difficult, but there are some factors that are too important not to mention. Europeans have shaped ideas about citizenship and government globally and had a huge impact on the whole world. Going all the way back to ancient Greece and ancient Rome, their ideals and systems of government affect Europe and the world to this day. Greece, with its democratic city-states, is described as the birthplace of democracy. Since the political bodies there were made up of citizens, this was the birth of the entire concept of citizenship, which is so important in modern democracy to this day. Ancient Rome is also important because it gave Europe many of its ideas about law, government, and military force. European empires, the British, French, and Spanish empires, are heavily influenced by the Roman Empire and their approach to governance. Much later, World War I and II were significant political events in Europe's history. After World War I, the Ottoman and Hungarian empires were broken down into lots of small countries. This completely rewrote the borders of Europe, and is very heavily responsible for many of the borders that persist to this day, though those borders were further shaken up during World War II, where a total of 43 million Europeans died. The British and French lost significant worldwide influence due to the heavy costs of the war. The British in particular spent so much money and lost so many citizens, it was effectively the last nail in the coffin of the British Empire. Politically, this experience has also affected European sensitivity to racism and fascism. Pledges of allegiance, ID cards or show me your papers laws, overuse of national flags, and racial slurs tend to worry Europeans to this day. The United States and USSR rose to the ascendancy and became more politically important than Europe. But Europe remained a key battleground even in the competition between these two nations. During the Cold War, the Iron Curtain was the border between Western European countries that held similar values to the US, many of those same values that began in ancient Greece and Rome, and the Eastern European countries influenced by the USSR. This barrier was so extreme, it even cut through the center of a city, splitting the German capital of Berlin into an east and west side. In the 1980s, the Soviet Union fell, but the political geography of Europe remains affected to this day. The aftermath of the Cold War can be seen in the modern political geography of Europe. Eastern Europe was far more tied to Russia, both culturally and politically. Gradually, the West influenced these eastern countries, but the process was slow and gradual. Many of them have large ethnically Russian populations even today. But even while the Cold War was ongoing, new peacetime political structures were being developed. In 1957, in the aftermath of World War II, the European Economic Community, or EEC, was set up between several prominent European countries. The idea was to promote free trade, common cause, and common social, environmental, economic, and military policies. This only grew over the years, and after the fall of the USSR, the idea expanded into the European Union, or EU, we know today. The Maastricht Treaty that officially set up the EU was signed in 1993. The modern European Union is a political and economic union of 28 member states that promotes free trade and cooperation. Key bodies of the EU include the European Commission, the Council of the European Union, the European Central Bank, the Court of Justice, the Court of Auditors, and the European Parliament. It also includes the European Court of Human Rights. The European Parliament is elected by EU citizens every 5 years. It's been highly successful and has grown rapidly. They've even developed an optional currency that some countries have adopted, called the euro. It's arguably the second most important currency in the world today. While the idea of the European Union seems great, there remains to this day a lot of political controversy about it. Some politicians in member countries gain votes by campaigning against the European Union, saying that they want to leave the EU or regain sovereign powers signed away in the various treaties that established it. Having to bail out struggling countries like Greece during the economic crisis of 2008 increased tensions dramatically. Immigration from poorer Eastern European countries is also a source of tension, and racism remains rampant, especially in the UK and France. But there's little doubt that it's helped stabilise Europe politically. To gain the benefits of membership in the EU, you must have a stable, democratic government, an economy based on the free market, and a commitment to the rule of law. The EU was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2012 for these influences. Political geography is the study of the relationships between governments, citizens and countries, both external and internal, and their effects on those citizens and countries. The ideals and systems of government from ancient Greece and ancient Rome affect Europe and the world to this day. Greece is described as the birthplace of democracy and is the source of the entire concept of citizenship. Ancient Rome gave Europe many of its ideas about law, government and military force. European empires are heavily influenced by the Roman Empire. Much later, World War I led to the Ottoman and Hungarian empires being broken down into lots of small countries, which completely rewrote the borders of Europe and is very heavily responsible for many of the borders that persist to this day. World War II put an end to the remnants of the European empires and led to the creation of the Iron Curtain, which was the border between Western European countries that held similar values to the US, and Eastern countries influenced by the USSR. In the 1980s, the Soviet Union fell, but the political geography of Europe remains affected to this day, with many Eastern European countries still culturally and politically influenced by Russia. In 1957, the European Economic Community, or EEC, was set up. This eventually led to the official establishment of the European Union in 1993. The modern EU is a political and economic union of 28 member states that promotes free trade and cooperation. It encompasses many bodies, including the European Central Bank, the Court of Justice, and the European Parliament. The European Parliament is elected by EU citizens every 5 years. Political controversy about the EU remains to this day. Having to bail out struggling countries like Greece during the economic crisis of 2008, the loss of sovereign power, and immigration from poorer Eastern European countries are the main sources of tension. But there's little doubt that it has helped stabilise Europe, both economically and politically. What comes to mind when you think of Eastern Europe? Perhaps little more than the occasional James Bond villain, or a Transylvanian castle on a stormy night. But it's not all sinister, I promise. Eastern Europe is the eastern side of the continent of Europe, usually considered to include Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, Romania and Bulgaria, though sometimes also including Poland, Serbia, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Georgia, Armenia, Montenegro and Hungary. There is no precise definition of Eastern Europe, so they tend to vary. People debate whether Russia is included because some people don't consider it to be part of Europe. Geographically, the west of Russia is part of the continent of Europe, but politically few Europeans would consider it so. Though it's a large area with many countries, many cultures and subtleties, we'll try to focus on the most significant aspects and summarize the places, religions and geography of Eastern Europe. The largest and most important cities in Eastern Europe are Belgrade in Serbia, Bratislava in Slovakia, Prague in the Czech Republic, Bucharest in Romania, Budapest in Hungary, Kiev in the Ukraine, and Krakow, Poland. If you include Russia in Eastern Europe, then Moscow would immediately jump to the top of the list as the most significant city. Not counting Moscow, Bucharest and Budapest are the largest of these cities, with around 1.8 million people each. Many Eastern European countries have strong ties to the Soviet Union, including Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova, Armenia, and Ukraine, which were formerly part of the USSR, and Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, then Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Poland and Romania, which were all USSR allies. Perhaps that's where the Bond villain stereotype comes from. Why just fight a villain when you can fight a Soviet villain? Certainly the USSR has had a big influence on their cultures, and many of the countries in the northeast have strong Russian ancestry. Some even consider themselves to be Russian, though most assert their independent identity. Despite this Russian influence, Eastern European countries are becoming increasingly westernized, especially in cities. You have to leave the city and head into the country to get a better sense of traditional Eastern European culture. Eastern Europe is overwhelmingly Christian by religion, at around 84%. A further 8% are agnostic, 5.7% Muslim, and 1.6% atheist. In terms of denomination, most Christians in Eastern Europe are Eastern Orthodox, especially in Moldova, Romania, Montenegro, Serbia, and Bulgaria, all of which have more than 50% of their population being Eastern Orthodox. In Moldova is a full 93%. However, there are some countries in Eastern Europe where Catholicism is the most popular denomination, specifically Poland, Lithuania, Slovakia, and possibly Hungary. Data there is a bit mixed. All of these have greater than 50% Catholic populations. Other Christian denominations are very much a small minority in Eastern Europe, less than 2%. Compared to other parts of Europe, there's very little religious diversity in the area. While Eastern Europe isn't generally known for its mountains, the Alps and the Caucasus, for example, both have much bigger mountains, it does have some pretty large peaks. The largest mountain in Eastern Europe is probably Masala in Bulgaria, which is 9,596 feet tall. Though, if we include Russia as Eastern Europe, it has taller mountains by a long shot. Mount Elbrus in Russia, for example, is 18,510 feet. By far the most important river in Eastern Europe is the Blue Danube, made famous by the song of the same name. The Danube starts in Germany and eventually finds its way into the Black Sea in Romania. In the process, it passes through Hungary, Serbia, Croatia, Austria, Slovakia, and Bulgaria. The largest lake in Europe is Lake Ladoga, if Russia is included, at 6,834 square miles, or Lake Peipus in Estonia otherwise, at 1,373 square miles. Eastern Europe is the eastern side of the continent of Europe, usually considered to include Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, and Bulgaria, though sometimes also including Poland, Serbia, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Georgia, Armenia, Montenegro, and Hungary. There is no precise definition of Eastern Europe. Bucharest in Romania and Budapest in Hungary are the largest cities in Eastern Europe, with around 1.8 million people each. Regarding religion, 84% of Eastern Europeans are Christian, and the Eastern Orthodox denomination is particularly prevalent, especially in Moldova, Romania, Montenegro, Serbia, and Bulgaria. In other countries, specifically Poland, Lithuania, Slovakia, and possibly Hungary, Catholicism is the most popular denomination. Masala in Bulgaria is Eastern Europe's tallest mountain, excluding the mountains in Russia, and the Blue Danube, which starts in Germany and eventually finds its way into the Black Sea in Romania, is the most prominent river. Summarizing European customs and culture in a single video is impossible. Europe is a huge area, similar in size to the United States, but containing approximately 50 countries, and each of those countries has its own individual customs and culture. But there are still certain generalizations and summaries that can be made, especially when comparing European cultures to other parts of the world. In general, European culture tends to be relatively laid back, with greater emphasis on time with family. This becomes increasingly true as you travel further south in Europe and approach the Mediterranean. Time not only passes more slowly in the sense that life is slower paced, but Europeans also have a greater sense of historical time. A building that is 100 years old is old in the United States, but new in Europe, because this is a continent where people walk past older buildings every day of their lives. Since Europe is more densely populated than the United States, their sense of distance is different too. Driving 100 miles is a much bigger deal to a European, because everything is so close together. Yet at the same time, Europeans are generally well-traveled, because they have many countries on their doorstep. European social culture is much less individualistic and materialistic. American phenomena like Black Friday aren't generally seen in Europe, and most parents spend much less on their children on special occasions. Taxes are higher, though often hidden in the forms of sale tax that are included in listed prices by law. But taxes are not hated to the same degree they are in other parts of the world. there is more of a sense that working together for a common good and common societal protection is worth the price. Related to taxes, politics is in general much more liberal in almost every regard, with the exception of gun control, which is much stricter in Europe, and driving. Young people drive much later. Guns aside, Europe focuses heavily on human rights and protects many rights that are ignored or left undefended in other parts of the world. The cultural attitude to alcohol is a big difference between Europe and other parts of the world. Underage drinking in a family setting is the norm in most countries in Europe from a young age. With alcohol so freely available, and parents educating their children about it so openly, alcohol abuse tends to be paradoxically lower, particularly in mainland Europe. Europeans are less patriotic, probably because of the history of war in the region. The police are generally less aggressive than in the United States, and many of them don't even carry guns under normal circumstances. The list of cultural differences continues, enough to fill 5 video lessons like this one, especially if we discuss the cultural patterns of individual countries. So let's focus on a couple of the most important demographic aspects of European cultural patterns. Language and ethnicity is important to discuss when talking about Europe, because with 50 countries, there are countless languages and ethnicities, even if certain ones are more dominant. There are at least 87 distinct ethnic groups, 33 dominant ones and 54 minorities. The largest group are Russians and Germans. This could be said to be followed by British, French and Spanish ethnicities, though these countries have so many subgroups that defining ethnicity there is difficult. In terms of language, there are languages from many different families, including Germanic languages, Romance languages, Baltic, Slavic, Albanian, Greek, Turkic, Mongolic, Uralic, and Celtic. And within those branches are many individual languages themselves. The most commonly spoken first languages are German, French, English, and Italian. But the language that most people speak, including as a second language, is English. Europe is far more secular than other parts of the world. Only 51% of Europeans in European Union countries believe in God, with a further 26% believing in some sort of spirit or life force. But other polls have suggested that as many as 76% identify as Christian, perhaps partly for cultural reasons. When it comes to religious people, Christians are by far the most dominant group, and 48% of the EU population identify as Catholics, with 12% Protestants and 8% Eastern Orthodox. Eastern Orthodox, unsurprisingly given its name, is far more common in Eastern Europe. Islam, while hugely significant worldwide, accounts for only 2% of the population of the European Union. Europe is extremely densely populated and is one of the most fully used continents on Earth, with a very large proportion of the land used for housing, production and infrastructure. The land use that takes up the largest land area in Europe is farming, pastures and crops, though there is still a lot of forested land in Scandinavia. Traditionally, education in Europe involved a lot of differentiated branches. At a young age, children would be tracked down certain paths that decided the schools they were sent to, and the future of children was known early. But in modern-day Europe, these systems have largely disappeared, with only a few countries, most notably Germany, holding to them as young as age 10. Generally, modern European countries follow either a single structure or common core curriculum, with all students following the same path until at least age 14. Depending on the country, sometime between 14 and 18, students start to get more options about what they learn, how they learn, and where they learn. In the UK, for example, at age 16, many students choose to go to a separate college and leave their high schools. But like most things in Europe, it varies significantly by country. Trying to summarize European customs and culture in a single video is impossible. Europe is a huge area, similar in size to the United States, but containing approximately 50 countries, and each of those countries has its own individual customs and culture. But there are certain generalizations and summaries that can be made. European culture tends to be relatively laid back, with greater emphasis on time with family. Europeans also have a greater sense of historical time. A building that's 100 years old is old in the United States, but new in Europe. Europe is more densely populated than the United States, and is one of the most used continents. Most of the land is used for agriculture, housing, and infrastructure. Thanks to this density, driving 100 miles is a much bigger deal to a European, because everything is so close together. European culture is much less individualistic and materialistic compared to American culture. Taxes are higher, but aren't hated to the same extent that they are in some countries because there's a lot more emphasis placed on the common good. Politics is in general much more liberal in almost every regard, with the exception of gun control, safety laws, and driving. Europe focuses heavily on human rights and has strict human rights laws. The cultural attitude to alcohol is much more laid back, and underage drinking in a family setting is common. Europeans are less patriotic, probably because of the history of war in the region. The police are generally less aggressive than in the United States, and many of them don't even carry guns under normal circumstances. Europe contains at least 87 distinct ethnic groups, and numerous languages in many language families. The most commonly spoken first languages are German and French, but including second languages, the most commonly spoken language is English. Europe is far more secular than most parts of the world. Depending on how the question is asked, between 51 and 80% are religious. Among religions, Christianity is the most common, with 48% of the EU population identifying as Catholic, yet only 2% identifying as Muslim. Traditionally, education in Europe involved lots of differentiated branches, but these days, most European countries follow either a single structure or common core curriculum, with all students following the same path until at least age 14. Europe, much like the United States, is a free market economy based on the movement of capital. The economy in Europe has a GDP of around 20 trillion US dollars and includes more than 700 million people in almost 50 different countries. The largest economy of Europe is Germany, followed by France, followed by the UK. Europe is a continent containing many different countries, all with their own economic policies and systems. But there are certain ways that the countries of Europe combine together to strengthen their economy. One way is called the European Union, which is a political and economic union of 28 European countries, allowing those countries to work together on political and economic issues, including the promotion of free trade between member countries. Workers, products, and capital can move freely inside the European Union, which allows the free market to work more efficiently. Another way the countries of Europe work together is that many of them have switched to a common currency called the euro. This makes exchange and trade even easier, and exchange rates are no longer a factor. However, the downside is that monetary policy is set for the whole eurozone, which means that decisions made by the European Central Bank can be good for some countries and not so good for others. Not all the countries of Europe use the euro as their currency. In fact, not even all members of the European Union do. Deciding whether to switch currencies to the euro is a choice for individual countries to make. Unsurprisingly, Europe trades the most internally. But there's also a lot of trade between European countries and China, the United States, Japan, and Russia. Since Europe is such a large area with so many different economies, it's hard to summarize the economy of Europe, but we can look at major sectors of the economy and where they are mostly located. Agriculture is a major part of Europe's economy. The EU subsidizes farming in order to make their products more competitive and keep the agriculture industry afloat. This is controversial because it goes against the idea of free trade, but it is very common. The United States also subsidizes farmers. Farming remains extremely important to some countries in the EU. France, for example, has a large agricultural economy and would suffer greatly without the EU's protections. Manufacturing is also important in the EU. Industry in general, including manufacturing and construction, accounts for 25.2% of the EU's GDP. Europe is the world's largest car manufacturing region, creating jobs for 12.9 million people. But there are many other active industries, including aerospace, defense, vehicles, ships, etc., electronics, chemicals, especially petrochemicals and polymers, and biotechnology. By far the biggest economic sector of Europe, though, is the service industry. Services account for a full 73% of the GDP of the EU. While there are many services of importance, the financial sector is front and centre in Europe. London, in particular, is home to many of Europe's and the world's largest banks, including HSBC, Barclays, BNP Paribas, Crédit Agricole Group, Dutch Bank, Royal Bank of Scotland, and many others. Europe, like much of the United States, is a free market economy based on the movement of capital. The economy of Europe has a GDP of around 20 trillion US dollars, includes nearly 750 million people in about 50 different countries. The largest economy in Europe is Germany, followed by France, followed by the UK. There are several organizations that help encourage free trade and cooperation between countries of Europe. One is called the European Union, which is a political and economic union of 28 European countries, allowing those countries to work together on political and economic issues, including the promotion of free trade between member countries. Workers, products and capital can move freely inside the EU, which allows the free market to work more efficiently. Another is a common currency called the euro. This makes exchange and trade even easier, though since monetary policy is set for the whole eurozone, this can be seen as unfairly damaging to some countries. The biggest sector of Europe's economy is the service industry, especially banking. Services account for 73% of the EU's economy, for example. The second biggest sector is manufacturing, which is responsible for 25%. Much of the remaining portion of GDP is taken up by agriculture. Europeans have some of the best living conditions not just of the world, but in the history of the world. Their strong economy is a big part of how that is achieved. Climate is not the same thing as weather. Hard as it might be to believe, this winter's unusual snowfall in the northeast doesn't mean an end to climate change. Climate isn't local, and it isn't small. Climate is the average or general weather conditions of an area taken over a long period of time. To know about climate, you have to look over a large area and watch that area over many years. In the same way, climate change is about weather patterns occurring over multiple decades. One wet winter or one blistering summer tells you nothing about climate. And climate varies hugely around the world. The United States has a totally different climate than Africa, which in turn has a totally different climate than Asia. Today we're going to talk about the major climates of one of the most influential regions in the world, Europe. Europe is a huge area of land. It might look small on a map, but map projections can be deceiving. Europe is 3.931 million square miles. Compare that to the 3.806 million square miles that make up the United States, and you'll see that it's a close comparison. Since it's such a huge area, it's also similarly varied in climate. There are at least 8 distinct climates in Europe. These climates include semi-arid, Mediterranean, humid subtropical, marine, humid continental, subarctic, tundra, and highland climates. Let's talk about where these climates can be found. When most people in other parts of the world think of Europe, they imagine Western Europe. Maybe a cafe in Paris taking a bite of a croissant, or travelling around London on a double-decker bus, or relaxing on a beach in Spain or Italy. This is where the tourists congregate, where the action is. Of course, it's only really one small section of the huge continent of Europe. But even in this section, you can still find a mix of climates. Marine climates in the UK, northern and central France, Germany, and other countries in the northwest. Mediterranean climates in Spain, southern France, and Italy. Patches of semi-arid climates in Spain, and a large area of highland climate in the Alps mountain range, where Switzerland, France, Italy, Austria, and Germany all meet. There's even a humid subtropical area that stretches from northern Italy to northern Greece. What is it like to live in these climates? Well, marine climates tend to be in areas on the west coasts of continents that feature warm summers and cool winters, though mountains can still be cold, with a small range of yearly temperatures. Mediterranean climates have warm to hot, dry summers and mild, wet winters. Semi-arid climates, on the other hand, are particularly dry areas that can be either cold or hot, with a lack of precipitation. That means there generally isn't as much vegetation. In Europe, the examples of semi-arid climates are hot. And then there are the highland climates, which describe mountains and other upland areas where conditions are cooler than nearby areas and are generally dry, though lower slopes can be relatively wet. And last of all, humid subtropical climates are characterized by hot, humid summers and mild to cool winters. Southeast Europe includes the Ukraine, Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova and Greece. In this area there are three main climates: humid continental, which is the climate that dominates most of Eastern Europe as far north as Sweden and Finland, semi-arid climate in eastern Ukraine, and Mediterranean climate in southern Bulgaria, Greece and Turkey. Well, Turkey has an unusually varied climate thanks to the presence of the Black Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, landlocked areas and mountains all within its country's borders. Some of these climates we've already talked about, but we haven't yet mentioned humid continental climates. In these areas, there are large seasonal temperature differences with warm to hot, humid summers and cold, wet winters. This happens because of their landlocked nature, without nearby bodies of water to moderate their temperatures. Northeast Europe includes Norway, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Belarus. There are four main climates in this part of Europe: marine climates in western Norway, western Sweden and Denmark, subarctic conditions in northern Norway, Sweden and Finland, tundra at the very top edge of Norway, Sweden and Finland, and humid continental climate pretty much everywhere else, including all of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania and Belarus. We've mentioned what many of these climates are like already, but subarctic conditions have long, very cold winters and short, mild summers. In most cases they have little precipitation, though this isn't a requirement. You can also get mountainous areas at lower altitudes that qualify for subarctic temperatures while being particularly wet. And finally, tundra can be described as cold all year round with very little rainfall. Tundra usually meets the condition for being a cold desert. Climate is the average or general weather conditions of an area taken over a long period of time. To know about climate, you have to look over a large area and watch that area for many years. Europe might look small on a map, but it is a huge area of land encompassing 3.931 million square miles. Since it's such a huge area, it has a lot of climates, at least 8 in total. In Western Europe there are marine climates, Mediterranean climates, semi-arid areas, highland and humid subtropical climates. In Southeast Europe, you'll find mostly humid continental, semi-arid and Mediterranean climates. In Northeast Europe, there is marine, subarctic, tundra and humid continental climates. Marine climates have warm summers and cool winters, though mountains can still be cold, with a small range of yearly temperatures. Mediterranean climates have warm to hot dry summers and mild wet winters. Semi-arid climates are defined by being very dry and can be either cold or hot. Highland climates are cooler than nearby areas and generally dry, though lower slopes can still be relatively wet. Humid subtropical climates are characterized by hot, humid summers and mild to cool winters. Humid continental climates have large seasonal temperature differences with warm to hot, humid summers and cold, wet winters. Subarctic conditions have long, very cold winters and short, mild summers, with or without low precipitation. And finally, tundra is cold all year round with very little rainfall. So there you have it. Those are the climates of all of Europe, though you'll have to go a lot further than the cafes and bistros of Paris to see it. Natural resources are the products contained within and on the land, like water, timber, coal, oil, and rock types. Natural resources drive the economy in many parts of the world, and when your economy is strong, good living standards usually result. This in turn affects what humans choose to do, including the movement of their families, their products, and their money, capital. In this lesson, we'll summarize the natural resources of Europe and discuss how those resources lead to the movement of these three things. In many ways, the natural resources of Europe are kind of old news. In modern-day Europe, the most important export is services, which account for 73% of Europe's GDP as of 2013. Services have little to do with natural resources, unless you count humans as natural. But Europe's position as a financial and service-driven part of the world was developed over the years and centuries, and historically, natural resources were hugely important to Europe's success. Europe's climate is relatively mild. It contains marine climates in the west and Mediterranean climates in the south. These climates are great for agriculture, and even to this day, this is a major chunk of the economy. The biggest crops are wheat, rapeseed, potatoes, and livestock products in the marine areas, and olives, wine, and grapes in the Mediterranean. Germany remains one of the few major exporters to this day, exporting in particular cars, machinery, chemicals, electrical products, and drugs. But as we mentioned, the modern economy isn't about physical products, but more about services. Many of the major manufactured exports like cars, paper products, and food products are created using raw materials that are no longer sourced in Europe. Only certain countries still produce significant amounts of certain metals, and the UK does produce some significant oil in the North Sea. But these are all relatively small aspects of the economy. It's in the past that Europe built its urban, service-driven economy with the natural resources of the past. During the Industrial Revolution from about 1760 until 1840, the natural resources of Europe were exploited to their fullest, starting in the United Kingdom where coal and iron ore were major parts of the economy. It is these resources that built Europe and caused European people with their culture and ideas to spread all over the world. If that doesn't prove that natural resources lead to movement, nothing does. In general, where there are natural resources, you'll find that people and money will move. Private companies will move to an area to extract the resources and make money. These companies contain people who then move to the area, and they hire even more people as the company expands, encouraging workers to follow. This certainly happened during the Industrial Revolution, when Britain, France, and Spain all had significant empires overseas, and people travelled to make their fortune with promises of gold, diamonds, and other valuable resources. But in modern-day Europe, natural resources mostly involve imports. Resources that can be extracted cheaply in other countries are imported into Europe to be used there, or even manufactured abroad before being imported. If anything, natural resources drive companies and people to move out of Europe to take advantage of the resources overseas, though the natural resources of other countries continue to drive money into the hands of European companies who operate abroad. But it's the natural resources of the past that created Europe's financial centres, and those certainly caused people to want to move to Europe. Net migration is significantly towards Europe, not away. These financial centres also attract people within Europe. There's a flow of Eastern European workers into the richer areas of Western Europe. This isn't surprising considering Western Europe has among the best living standards in the world. Natural resources are the products contained within and on the land, like water, timber, coal, oil, and rock types. Natural resources drive the economy in many parts of the world, and when your economy is strong, good living standards usually result. This in turn affects what humans choose to do, including the movement of their families, their products, and their money, capital. Europe's climate is relatively mild and great for agriculture, which remains a not insignificant portion of the economy. The biggest crops are wheat, rapeseed, potatoes, and livestock products in the marine areas, and olives, wine, and grapes in the Mediterranean. But in modern-day Europe, the most important resources are not natural. The main export is services, which accounts for 73% of Europe's GDP as of 2013. But historically, Europe's position as a political and financial powerhouse happened because of the natural resources of the past, which were exploited during the Industrial Revolution. Many manufactured products are today created using raw materials that are no longer even sourced in Europe because it's cheaper that way. Natural resources cause money and people to move. Businesses move to an area to extract the resources and make money. Those companies hire people, encouraging workers to follow. This certainly happened during the Industrial Revolution, when Britain, France, and Spain all had significant empires overseas. But in modern-day Europe, natural resources mostly involve imports. Resources that can be extracted cheaply in other countries are imported into Europe to be used there, or even manufactured abroad before being imported. If anything, natural resources drive companies and people to move out of Europe to take advantage of the resources overseas, though the natural resources of other countries continue to drive money into the hands of European companies who operate abroad. Europe's natural resources of the past created the financial centers we know today, and because of those past resources, net migration flows into Europe. This isn't surprising considering it's one of the richest places in the history of the world. Europe is a large area, a total of about 3.9 million square miles, which is even bigger than the United States. Because of its size, it's hugely varied in climate, with a total of 8 distinct climate regions. These include semi-arid, Mediterranean, humid subtropical, marine, humid continental, subarctic, tundra, and highland climates. Since plant and animal life varies by climate, it should also not be surprising that the native plants and animals that call Europe home are equally varied, though many have been pushed aside or wiped out by human activities, often named the Holocene extinction. Today we're going to talk about some of the native plants and animals that live in Europe's many climate regions. The seas of Europe contain many species of fish, including lots of cod and haddock. There are also lobster, prawns, and shrimp. The continent is home to billions of birds, with around 500 distinct species. There are around 230 species of mammals as of 2007, including insectivores, shrews, moles, and hedgehogs, bats, and rodents, such as the Eurasian beaver, rabbit, hare, and mountain hare. There are several species of boar, moose, and deer. You can even find wolves, brown bears, wolverines, and polar bears, though most species are endangered, not to mention lynx, foxes, jackals, stoats, otters, badgers, and martens. Southern Europe is particularly rich in amphibian life, though wetlands can be found all over Europe. In fact, there are more wetlands in the northwest, even if those wetlands have less amphibians. There are many species of frogs and toads in Europe. Despite all this animal life, it's astonishing to think that this biodiversity is only a fraction of what once existed prior to human activities. While animals can find ways to spread over large areas, climate is the most important factor in determining the location of plants. Frost has huge impacts on which plants can survive and at what times of year they grow. Soil is also another factor, since soil in the Mediterranean areas is more sandy, causing rainfall to leave soil quickly. And in contrast, where there's rock not far below the soil, water can be trapped, creating marshes. Put these together, and the plants of Europe vary a lot by area. The Mediterranean climate region alone contains approximately 22,500 plant species found nowhere else, including the Aleppo pine, stone pine, Mediterranean cypress, strawberry tree, several species of oak, and many more. The far north of Europe, as well as more southern mountain regions, contain areas of tundra with sparse vegetation. A little further south, and a little lower in altitude in the case of mountains, you'll find coniferous forests, both in the form of boreal forests in the northeast, especially Scandinavia, and more temperate coniferous forests in places like Scotland. These forests include many species of tree, but especially Scots pine, Norway spruce, and other pine, fir, spruce, and larch species. There are also birch trees, and other small-leaved deciduous trees that can still survive in cold conditions. Generally, if you're in the west of Europe, you have to go further north to find coniferous forests, because the west coast of Europe is warmed by the Gulf Stream, hot currents travelling up from the Caribbean. In western and central Europe, these coniferous forests give way to deciduous, temperate broadleaf forests, which include elm, oak, aspen, hazel, and holly, among others. Europe also contains large areas of wetlands, with their own types of plant life. These are spread throughout Europe, but there are a particularly large number in the northwest, including the UK, France, Germany, the Netherlands, and Denmark. Europe is a large area, a total of 3.931 million square miles, and contains a total of 8 distinct climate regions. These include semi-arid, Mediterranean, humid subtropical, marine, humid continental, subarctic, tundra, and highland climates. Europe varies hugely in climate, altitude, soil type, and human density, and the plants and animals of each region are similarly varied. Europe contains many species of fish, billions of birds, around 230 species of mammal, and the south is rich in amphibians. The mammals include insectivores, bats, rodents, beaver, rabbit, hare, moose, deer, wolves, bears, lynx, foxes, otters, badgers and martins, among others. Amphibians can be found all over Europe, but especially in the south. Climate has a particularly large impact on the location of plants. The Mediterranean climate region alone contains 22,500 plant species found nowhere else. The far north of Europe, as well as more southern mountain regions, contains areas of tundra with sparse vegetation. A little further south, and a little lower in altitude in the case of mountains, you will find coniferous forests, both in the form of boreal forests in the northeast, especially in Scandinavia, and more temperate coniferous forests in places like Scotland. In West and Central Europe, these give way to deciduous temperate broadleaf forests. Europe also contains large areas of wetlands, with their own types of plant life. These are spread throughout Europe, but there are a particularly large number in the northwest, including the UK, France, Germany, the Netherlands and Denmark. Overall, this is a lot of plant and animal life. It's therefore all the more astonishing to realize that what exists now is only a fraction of what once existed before we humans populated the area and caused plants and animals to go extinct. What is life like in Europe? The question is exceedingly complex. Life in Europe, like anywhere, varies a lot. Life in European cities is different from the country. Life in the UK and Scandinavia is different from continental Europe. Life in Western Europe is different from Eastern Europe. To summarize an entire way of life in a whole continent, much less one that contains around 50 countries, is no easy task. But there are still certain patterns we can discuss, certain generalizations in various parts of Europe that seem to apply. Today we're going to go location by location and discuss how life varies in different parts of Europe. Western Europe is the part of Europe that generally includes the United Kingdom, France, Spain, Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Luxembourg. Sometimes Scandinavia is included due to cultural similarities, sometimes not. This part of Europe is by far the richest and contains major financial centres like London and Paris. The cities of Western Europe, especially in the UK, France and Germany, are responsible for a large proportion of the economic growth, and life there is different from much of the rest of Europe. Like in many places, city life is faster paced and more stressful. People drive faster, talk to the neighbours less, and work longer hours. But you don't have to go far from a major city, even in Western Europe, to find this attitude change. In most of Europe, including the countryside of France, Germany and Spain, life is relatively laid back and slow-paced. People work less demanding schedules, and family and meal times are central parts of life. Europe has strong social safety nets, and this further reduces the level of stress in people's lives. Few people have cause to worry about finding themselves living on the street or having crippling medical bills. Religion plays a less significant role in everyday life than places like the United States, and the majority do not attend church regularly. This is especially true in Western Europe, which is more secular than other parts of Europe. Crime is also relatively low, even in cities. Europe is very much a safe place to live. Heading south, you find hotter weather along the Mediterranean coast. Mediterranean Europe is an area that includes eastern Spain, southern France, Italy, Croatia, Greece, Montenegro, and Albania. Life in this part of Europe is even more laid back and relaxed than further north. Relatively large amounts of time are spent with family, and meal times are extremely important to many cultures in this area, especially French, Italian and Greek cultures. People will routinely spend several hours eating a meal with family. People are also much more religious here, especially in Italy where the Catholic faith is dominant. Little typifies this approach to life more than the siesta, which is a short nap in the early afternoon, usually after lunch. This is especially common in Spain, southern Italy and Greece. Businesses tend to close for anything from an hour to 4 or 5 hours and reopen in the evening. In parts of Europe where siestas aren't common, such as Western and Northern Europe, businesses tend to close earlier in the evenings. Eastern Europe is the eastern side of the continent of Europe, usually considered to include Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, Romania and Bulgaria, though sometimes also including Poland, Serbia, the Czech Republic, Slovakia and Hungary. There is no precise definition of Eastern Europe. Life in Eastern Europe has more and more in common with the West every day, especially in cities where fast food chains are now common. To really get a sense of traditional Eastern European culture, you have to venture beyond the cities into small towns and hamlets. Once there, you'll discover friendly and welcoming cultures with a heavy Russian influence. There is a strong tradition of hospitality in Eastern Europe, and generosity and goodwill are common, from inviting strangers to dinner to offering of drinks and gifts. Accepting one drink may lead to many more, even if that drink is strong. Vodka is common. Eastern Europeans are usually very religious, though here the most common faith is generally Eastern Orthodox. Many of the countries of Eastern Europe were once part of the USSR, or were allies of the Soviet Union at one time or another. This affects the culture to this day, with some large Russian populations and similar cultural attitudes. Governments also tend to take a much heavier hand in their economies to this day, and will work hard to actively provide jobs for their people. Eastern European culture often involves venting about misfortunes. When compared to the unusually positive culture of America, the differences are stark. Many Eastern European cities are not designed around cars, and walking is common. This is true to a lesser extent in much of Europe, but especially so in the East. Western Europe is a part of Europe that generally includes the UK, France, Spain, Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, Switzerland and Luxembourg. This is the richest part of Europe, containing the major financial hubs of Paris and London. City life is fast-paced and stressful when compared with Europe as a whole, but you don't have to go far from a major city to find this attitude change. In much of Europe, life is laid back and slow-paced. People work shorter hours and have lots of time with family. Europe has strong social safety nets, and this further reduces the level of stress in people's lives. Religious attendance in Western Europe is poor. Crime is low even in cities, making Western Europe very safe. Mediterranean Europe is an area that includes eastern Spain, southern France, Italy, Croatia, Greece, Montenegro, and Albania. Here life is even more laid back and relaxed than the West. Lots of time is spent with family, including several hours for meals. Religion is central to life, especially in Italy where the Catholic faith is dominant. Siestas are increasingly common as you go south. Siestas are a short nap in the early afternoon, usually after lunch. Businesses tend to close during this time and reopen in the evening. Life in Eastern Europe has more and more in common with the West every day, especially in cities. Traditional culture can be found in rural areas. Eastern European culture is friendly and welcoming, from inviting strangers into your home to offerings of gifts and beverages. Thanks to the USSR, there are some large Russian populations and similar cultural attitudes. Governments also tend to take a heavy role in economies compared to the West. Many Eastern European cities are not designed around cars, and walking is common.
Look at a physical map of Africa and the Middle East. Before we do anything else, soak in that geography. More than anything else, it has affected where people settle in these two regions. If you were to zoom in far enough, you'd see river valleys, fertile plateaus, big harbors, jungles, and desert oases. In short, you'd see plenty of places that look ripe for human settlement. More than 10,000 years ago, the major cities of Africa and the Middle East were far from being formed. In fact, the vast majority of the few million people who lived here moved around in hunter-gatherer groups. However, as we will soon see, once people started to settle down, they chose so wisely that modern Africans and Middle Easterners still settle in those same places today. Have you had enough to drink today? A silly question, but if you are thirsty, chances are you can think of little else. After oxygen, humans need water more than anything. Beyond water to drink, it is also essential for crops to grow. As a result, in both the Middle East and Africa, the oldest societies were those close to rivers and streams. In Africa, the first settlements of the Kush, predating the Egyptians by thousands of years, were up on the Blue Nile in modern-day Sudan. Not yet able to control the floods that would both plague and benefit the Egyptians, These Cush simply lived close to the water in such a way that allowed them to escape the floods. The same could be said about the people of Çatalhöyük in modern-day Turkey. Live close enough to the water to take advantage of it, but not so close as to be its victim. As our ancestors became better farmers, they moved to take advantage of the rivers in a bigger way. Major civilizations sprung up on the Nile, Tigris, Euphrates, and Niger rivers, as well as the well-watered Great Rift Valley. Today, these remain the most densely populated parts of the Middle East and Africa. Yet not all major cultures sprung forth from these river valleys. Many rivers were still susceptible to floods, and low river valleys were easy for conquering armies to sweep through. As a result, some of the most enduring civilizations sprung up on the plateaus of the Middle East and Africa. In fact, the two oldest continuously independent cultures of the regions are both plateau-based. In the Middle East, Iran has maintained a very distinctly Persian culture since the time of the ancient Greeks. In fact, the documents written in Persian by Cyrus the Great 2,500 years ago sound as odd but recognizable to modern Persian speakers as Shakespeare sounds to us. Likewise, the same Ethiopian culture that once sent the Queen of Sheba to meet with King Solomon, king of the Israelites in the Bible, continues to thrive in the highlands of East Africa. In both areas, the population is more spread out than in the river valleys of other cultures, but it is nonetheless very enduring. If you were to make a list of the 20 biggest cities in the Middle East and Africa, more than half would be homes to impressive harbors. This is because after securing water and food, trade is vital to the growth of cities and cultures. The largest city in the Middle East, Istanbul, was once the most important trading post in the world, and much of this had to do with its impressive harbor, or safe place for ships. Hundreds of ships could fit in it at a time, and all were relatively safe from storms and pirates. In Africa, Mogadishu was built hundreds of years ago to take advantage of the sweeping harbor convenient to the Middle East, East Africa, and South Asia. Before the outbreak of civil war there, it was one of the most important ports in all of Africa. Yet in the past decades, the once predictable pattern of water, food, and trade for founding a city has floundered. Instead, access to natural resources has proven to be vital. As a result, cities have sprung up in the Arabian desert to take advantage of oil, while desalination plants that turn seawater into drinkable water have become increasingly common in the most oil-rich regions. In Africa, gold and diamond mines have also seen an increase in nearby settlements. However, with these newfound riches comes newfound conflict. Just as the ancients fought over a good harbor or a fertile river valley, there is much contention for the new resources. Almost 30 years ago, Saddam Hussein of Iraq invaded Kuwait for the stated reason of gaining its oil reserves. Today, throughout much of Africa, armed militia groups control access to many of the diamond mines of Central Africa, causing civilians much harm in the process. In this lesson, we looked at how physical and human characteristics have affected settlement throughout the Middle East and Africa. We saw that the most important physical characteristic, water, has kept many settlements near reliable sources, while combined aspects of harbors and plateaus have used physical characteristics to both protect from human elements of aggression and invasion while encouraging human characteristics of trade and commerce. Finally, we saw how natural resources like oil and diamonds are now influencing the locations of new settlements that the ancients would have completely ignored. If you look at a map, you might think that Africa has more types of major landforms than the Middle East. After all, when looking at the two regions from space, Africa alternates between bands of desert, grassland, and forest, while the Middle East is relatively a uniform shade of desert tan. However, they have a lot more in common than deserts. Africa and the Middle East have deserts, rivers, river valleys, highlands, valleys, plateaus, and areas of vegetation. Both the Middle East and Africa share struggles related to water availability in desert regions. You've probably heard by now that the Sahara Desert in northern Africa is the world's biggest desert. It is about the size of the United States, and it is relatively barren. Barren, that is, with one noticeable exception. At the far eastern edge of the desert, a river snakes through the red land of the desert. This river, the Nile River, is the world's longest river, and it allows more than 80 million people to live in Egypt alone. Clearly, the Nile makes life possible in Egypt. Of course, the Nile is not the only important river in Africa and the Middle East, nor is the Sahara the only important desert. In the Middle East, the Tigris and Euphrates rivers support the ancient Mesopotamian civilizations like the Sumerians, and the river valley remains an important source of water and transportation for the people of Iraq. On the drier end of things, the Syrian and Arabian deserts have kept much of the Middle East arid. Rivers are much more common in Africa, with the Congo, Niger, and Zambezi rivers draining a large amount of the continent. Africa also has another major desert, the Kalahari Desert, which covers much of southern Africa. Water is also important on the African savanna, where life is defined as part of a wet season or a dry season, and local farmers have to adjust their crops accordingly. And in desert communities where there are no rivers flowing, the presence of an oasis can mean survival or doom. Many of those rivers have their sources in the numerous highlands of Africa and the Middle East. The Tigris and Euphrates rivers both rise in the highlands of eastern Turkey and western Iran, the Taurus Mountains. Likewise, the Nile also rises in the highlands of Ethiopia and the Great Lakes region of southeastern Africa. Mountains also make fertile land possible where none would be otherwise. In the northwestern corner of Africa, the Atlas Mountains cause rain to fall, while at the same time contribute to the dryness of the Sahara Desert. The same effect is seen in Arabia, where the mountains of the Hijaz cause a fertile strip of land along the Red Sea. That said, some of the most spectacular landforms that deal with elevation are not mountains, but plateaus and valleys. In Africa, the Great Rift Valley created soil and climatic conditions that led to a real diversity of life, including the home to the first humans. Meanwhile, the Bekaa Valley of Lebanon helped to define that country's identity as separate from its neighbors, given its extremely rugged terrain. Finally, plateaus in both Africa and the Middle East saw the development of very significant cultures. In East Africa, the East African Plateau allowed Ethiopian civilization to develop, while the Iranian Plateau saw the establishment of the unique Persian culture over centuries. While you probably associate grasses and trees more with Africa than the Middle East, both have a vital role to play there as well. After all, one of the more traditional occupations of people in the Middle East has been as shepherds, and it is pretty hard to be a shepherd without grasslands to feed your herds on. Likewise, forested areas in Lebanon, northern Morocco, and Iran have helped to create similar microclimates that have allowed the cultivation of more substantial crops. In Lebanon, lumber exports of cedar have been a major part of that country's history. Of course, however, grasslands and forests play a much more substantial role in Africa. After all, this is the home to the savanna and the jungles of the Congo. It is in these landforms that we associate so much of what we think of when we think of Africa, whether it is lions and zebras or the rapids of the Congo flowing through the dense jungle. This lesson details some of the landforms found in Africa and the Middle East, focusing on the fact that there are surprising similarities between the two regions. Both have massive deserts and numerous highlands, but are really defined by the impact of water. After all, it is water that makes jungles like those found in Congo possible, and also that permitted development along the Nile, Tigris, and Euphrates rivers.
Imagine trying to find two different grocery stores. One is just off the main highway without too much traffic and has ample parking. The other is located the same distance away, but at the end of a one-way street with no parking and with constant traffic. Which grocery store are you going to go to? Just like grocery shoppers, culture tends to move along the easiest possible routes to expansion, and geography can be as powerful of a block on movement of culture as anything else. This is very apparent in the Middle East and in Africa, where culture could be easily transmitted in some directions, but utterly stopped in many others. All along the eastern coast of Africa, people speak Swahili to differing degrees. Yet if you go more than 50 miles inland in many places, the number of Swahili speakers drops dramatically. Why is that? Simply put, the coast was a channel for conveying culture. Swahili was spread up and down the coast because these coastal merchant towns had more in common with each other than they had with the inland reaches of East Africa. As a result, they shared their languages until they melded into what we today call Swahili. In fact, Swahili itself comes from another African language, Bantu, which was spread much in the same way throughout Africa. Before the days of Indian Ocean trade, around 400 AD or so, many people moved throughout the land routes of Africa. As the trade moved along, so too did the Bantu language. In this respect, only the easily crossed parts of Africa were affected, meaning that populations living in deserts were not introduced to Bantu. As time went on, the Bantu dialects spoken on the coast changed so fast as to become quite different from the Bantu spoken inland. Geography also worked to help spread Middle Eastern culture. More than 5,000 years ago, the relatively flat terrain of Mesopotamia allowed for a unified culture to exist, even where states were vastly different and often in opposition to one another. Also, it is interesting to note that the most unifying aspect of Arab culture, the Arabic language, only thrived when spread largely over flat areas. The Taurus Mountains in the Iranian plateau helped to stop Arabic's expansion to the east and north, while it was unchecked in North Africa due to the flatness of the land. Meanwhile, since religion required less cultural oomph to make it through the mountains, it was able to spread throughout Asia. This was best demonstrated by the rapid expansion of Islam in the 7th and 8th centuries. As a result, Arabic and Persian, both Middle Eastern languages, became important throughout Central and South Asia, as well as down the East African coast. In fact, it wasn't just the mountains of the east that provided a limit on Arabic's expansion. While Arabic is common in North Africa as an everyday language, it never really made it further south than that. This is because the Sahara Desert was an effective barrier for culture. It's part of the reason we often talk about North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa as if they are completely different places. In fact, the only African country to speak Arabic that doesn't border the Mediterranean Sea is Sudan, and it had the Nile River to make it easy for Arabic to be passed along from Egypt. Just to the east of Sudan we find the greatest triumph of geography working to isolate culture in Africa. Ethiopian culture is largely unlike anything else found in Africa, and it has remained largely untouched by outside influence for hundreds of years. This is largely because of the relative isolation offered by the Ethiopian plateau. In short, because Ethiopia is on a plateau, only cultural attributes that the Ethiopians wanted to adopt were ever really successful. As a result, Ethiopia remained Christian, while much of Africa was conquered and converted to Islam, and Ethiopia even managed to keep its independence from European powers for more than 50 years after the Europeans began trying to claim it. Of course, little made it out as well, which is why the culture is the home to the only indigenous alphabet, called the Ge'ez alphabet, in sub-Saharan Africa. Speaking of plateaus, remember the Iranian plateau that I mentioned earlier? The one that kept Arabic out but let Islam in? Just like the Ethiopian plateau, that landform also kept a civilization largely safe from outside influences, the Persian civilization. Despite being crucial to the development of Islam, Persian culture predates the religion by thousands of years. Safe atop its plateau, it was only conquered 3 times, once by Alexander the Great, again by Islam, and finally by the Mongols. Each time, Persian culture seeped out to overtake the invader. It would not have been so strong had it not had such a secure cultural homeland. Yet it does not take an entire plateau to show how Middle Eastern cultures were shielded by geography. The vastness of the Arabian desert has kept many Bedouin, traditional nomads who herd goats, sheep, and camels, relatively free of outside influences. In fact, when 2 different groups of Arabs disagree about what an Arabic word meant 1,000 years ago, they consult a Bedouin, since they are viewed as having the cleanest connection to the past. Hiding behind the dunes of the desert, the Bedouin continue to only accept cultural inputs that they themselves desire. This lesson explained how geography has affected the migration of groups and cultures throughout Africa and the Middle East. We saw how geography is very commonly a primary reason for connections between groups, as culture is easily able to pass down a river, along a shoreline, or through a trade route. This was seen with the spread of Islam in the Middle East, the spread of Swahili and Bantu in Africa, and the spread of the Arabic language in the Middle East. However, we also saw how geography can block cultural advancement. This was especially true of the mountains and highlands of the Ethiopian and Iranian plateaus, but also common in isolating the Bedouin of the Arabian desert. From the perspective of demographics, few regions have as much diversity as the Middle East and Africa. First, these are truly populous regions. The Middle East has almost 300 million people, making it only slightly smaller than the United States in population. Meanwhile, Africa has more than 1 billion. However, within that nearly 1.4 billion people, there is an incredible amount of diversity of life, not only in measurable attributes such as life expectancy, education, and economics, but also in language, culture, and religious beliefs. However, before we go on any further, I think it would be beneficial to define the regions that we are discussing. Africa is pretty obvious, although we are including the countries of North Africa, which culturally are quite close to the Middle East. As for the Middle East, we are only discussing those countries that have majority Arabic-speaking populations, as well as Israel, Iran, and Turkey. While some may regard countries like Pakistan or Kazakhstan as part of the Middle East, we are focused solely on the core of that region. If you were to compare the life expectancies of the countries of Africa and the Middle East, you'd immediately notice a number of big differences. By far, the highest life expectancies are found in the Middle East, namely in Turkey and the countries on the Persian Gulf. With the exception of Yemen, every country in the region has a life expectancy of over 70. However, if you look to Africa, you see a very different story. Outside of North Africa, where life expectancies are between 65 and 75, you are hard-pressed to find countries where the average person can expect to live to age 60. The reasons for this are largely due to HIV/AIDS, a disease which is particularly devastating in Africa, as well as continued conflict. Conflict in Somalia, the Central African Republic, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo has limited life expectancies to around 50. A similar disconnect happens when discussing education, especially as measured by the literacy rate or the percentage of people who can read and write. Again, with the exception of Yemen, every country in the Middle East has a literacy rate above 80%. The United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Qatar are above 90%, while Israel has above 97%. Meanwhile, in Africa, several countries have rates under 35%. In the southern tip of the continent, literacy rates top 80%, as well as in Cameroon and Gabon. Most tellingly, however, is that literacy rates in Botswana rival those found anywhere in the Middle East. Despite differences in life expectancy and literacy, Africa and the Middle East show a great deal of similarity when it comes to sources of income and development. With only a few exceptions in each region, namely South Africa, Israel, and Turkey, the richest countries have gotten that way almost exclusively off of mineral production. For the Middle East, this means oil and natural gas. In fact, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, and Kuwait alone make up around 50% of the world's known oil reserves, with the United Arab Emirates also holding a substantial percentage. In Africa, on the other hand, oil dominates in Libya and Nigeria, but the story of African mineral wealth is gold and diamonds. The way that these resources are distributed also shows gulfs of differences. This means maps and measures of per capita income, or the total amount of money made by a country divided by the population, are often in need of some qualification. Botswana may have a similar per capita income to South Africa at around $7,000 per year, but Botswana has historically applied such income more equally across the population. Until 20 years ago, South African wealth was held almost exclusively by the white majority. In fact, only a handful of nations in either region have what we would call a middle class. In Botswana, much of the wealth from diamonds and gold has been invested into public institutions striving to establish such a middle class. As a result, the country is one of the most politically stable in Africa. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, corruption about oil revenues has caused conflict between the country's ethnic groups. While Nigeria has more billionaires than other African countries, it also has one of the lower per capita incomes, at only around $3,000 a year. These same divisions in ethnicity in Nigeria also show up as differences in language and religion. In fact, the Middle East and Africa are remarkably diverse in terms of both. In fact, it may be easier to think of each if we imagined the Middle East as a group of 100 people. Let's start with the group that shows the least diversity, religion in the Middle East. In the Middle East, 90 of our group of 100 people would be Muslim, with 30 of them being Shia Muslim and 59 being Sunni. The odd man out would be a mix of different takes on the Islamic faith. 3 would be Jewish, 5 would be Christian, and the remaining 2 would be everything from Druze to Zoroastrian. In fact, we'd find a great deal of diversity in that 2%. However, that same group of 100, with respect to language, would show more differences. Of our group of 100, only 40 would speak Arabic. Given the differences in Arabic dialects, they'd find themselves in 3 groups for each of the major Middle Eastern dialects of Arabic: Levantine, Gulf, and Iraqi. Meanwhile, 23 would speak Persian, 23 would speak Turkish, and 3 would speak Hebrew. So what about that other 11? 6 of them would speak Kurdish, a language related to Persian but still quite different. The remaining 5 would be mixed in their speech, with everything from Circassian, Aramaic, Greek, Azerbaijani, and even Baluchi spoken, with those mostly spoken in Iran, Turkey, and Iraq. While we typically see a great deal of diversity in the smaller groups of Middle Eastern languages and religions, we see it all over the place in Africa. Take languages spoken in Africa, for example. Excluding English, French, and Portuguese, each of which have more than 100 million speakers in Africa, the most common languages in the continent are Arabic, with 17% of Africans speaking Arabic, Swahili, with 10%, and Hausa, with about 6%. That said, dozens of other languages exist, many of which have more than 20 million speakers. In fact, Nigeria alone has dozens of languages, and South Africa recognizes 9 in addition to English and Afrikaans. Meanwhile, Africa is composed of 40 to 45% each of Muslims and Christians, while the remaining 15% or so follow traditional beliefs. Many Africans, regardless of how they identify on forms, however, tend to blend elements of different traditions together. With more than 1.4 billion people, Africa and the Middle East are very diverse places from a demographic point of view. Still, the two regions are polar opposites in many regards, especially given the low achievement of African states in respect to life expectancy, literacy, and per capita income. Still, the two regions both share diversity in language and religion.
The term cultural pattern refers to the way people behave over time. When large numbers of people behave the same way, we refer to their behavior as custom or cultural pattern. On the surface of it, it may not look like the diverse cultures found in Africa and the Middle East have a great deal in common. However, upon closer examination, we can see that both regions share common cultural themes that either unite or set some of their native peoples apart. This is not only to say that their cultures are the same or even remotely similar. Instead, they show how different aspects of culture can have a comparably strong effect on completely different groups. Take language, for example. As many as 2,000 languages are spoken throughout Africa, with about 24 majority and minority languages spoken in the Middle East. In Africa, there has long been a need for a lingua franca, or a common language known to everyone. In much of Eastern Africa, people speak Swahili. In parts of West Africa, people speak Hausa. Arabic functions as the lingua franca in the Middle East, but with one distinction. While plenty of people speak Arabic as their native language, it is actually quite different from the Arabic used as a lingua franca. So how would a West African speak to an East African? He or she would have to learn Swahili, or the other person would have to learn Hausa. Likewise, if an Arab tries to communicate with an Arab from a different country, both parties might find themselves using the same word differently. Customs and patterns of language in both Africa and the Middle East are diverse and present both regions with the same cultural challenge. As a result of this challenge, there has been a real push in both Africa and the Middle East to communicate in English and French. Major faiths found in Africa include Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, and traditional African rites. In the Middle East, the major faiths include Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, all of which are monotheistic and share a historical relationship with one another. Throughout much of the Middle East, religion is the most important aspect of people's lives. It determines whom they can marry and what kind of work they can do. In countries like Lebanon, it even determines one's role in politics. Loyalty to faith often precedes loyalty to a political state. Sometimes faith also forms the basis for political and religious warfare. By comparison, religion is something that is largely absorbed into existing beliefs in Africa, where faith practices may combine the beliefs of indigenous religions, Christianity, and Islam. As a result, it's not uncommon to find someone praying in Arabic to a pagan-looking idol alongside a cross and calling God Allah. Despite their differences in religion, land use is one place where many Africans and Middle Easterners find some common ground. Historically, powerful local leaders in both regions controlled most of the fertile land, but largely ignored the deserts and grasslands. As a result, fertile land is highly valued, while other lands remain largely unregulated. As a result, large numbers of nomads populate places like the Arabian and Sahara deserts. Due to the discovery of oil, gold, and diamonds in Africa, some states have started to enforce land rights. As you might imagine, this causes some level of friction with nomadic groups who have had access to the land for centuries, such as the Bedouin and the Khoi. Finally, as is true of many places in the developing world, educational patterns in Africa and the Middle East differ from those found in the Western world. Despite the best efforts of governments, education at the primary level is still traditional in nature. In Africa, the lack of qualified teachers in many areas serves as a barrier to more advanced education. However, recent advances in online and open source learning have led to significant gains in areas with access to technology. In major cities throughout the Middle East, as well as in Turkey and Israel, some educational systems are based on the elementary school models found in the West. Students in some of the Gulf Arab states learn in madrasa, an Islamic school that focuses on traditional Islamic studies. In the past, these were known as maktabs. However, such traditional studies are all but abandoned when students reach college. Here they're encouraged to only study what is practical. As a result, there are many more engineers, doctors, and businessmen in African and Middle Eastern universities than there are poets and musicians. In this lesson, we examined some of the cultural patterns in Africa and the Middle East, including those related to language, religion, land use, and education. The term cultural pattern refers to the way people develop customs or behave in large groups over time. To promote communication among diverse peoples, some African regions have sought to establish a lingua franca, or common language, such as Swahili in Eastern Africa and Hausa in Western Africa. Although Arabic is a lingua franca in the Middle East, it differs from native Arabic. Natives of Africa and the Middle East include Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Hinduism and traditional African beliefs can also be found in Africa. While Jews and Muslims of the Middle East tend to be defined by their faith, some Africans combine elements of Christianity, Islam, and paganism. Education continues to face challenges in both Africa and the Middle East. In Africa, there is a severe lack of teachers. In the Middle East, philosophical approaches differ between Western and Islamic approaches to education. Both regions emphasize study of practical skills at the university level in lieu of the liberal arts. Historically, powerful local leaders in both Africa and the Middle East controlled the use of land. However, the discovery of oil, gold, and diamonds in Africa has disrupted the traditional nomadic lifestyles of the Bedouin and the Khoi.
One of the major economic problems facing both the Middle East and Africa today is a lack of opportunity for women and minorities. For those of us raised in the West, where we try our best to make sure that everyone has equal opportunities, This sounds crazy. However, for much of the world, there are still very widely held prejudices against minorities and women doing well financially. Often these prejudices are culturally based, but have been inflamed by political leaders looking to score cheap points with their supporters by trashing other people. However, in many ways, as we'll see, the situation of both women and minorities is improving dramatically in both regions. The plight of women in the Middle East has long been an issue of focus by people from around the world. In many ways, it is getting better. In many universities throughout the region, more than 60% of students are women. That's a massive economic potential just sitting, waiting until graduation. However, it's not just in education that women are gaining economic potential. Divorced women in particular are often in real financial danger, no matter what society they are in. However, countries from Turkey to Jordan are working to increase the rights of women who have been through divorces. Meanwhile, in Africa, women are beginning to take advantage of microfinance plans that give people very small loans in order to make dramatic changes to their economic livelihood. Encouragingly, many of the gains from these microfinance plans have been channeled into education and healthcare for the next generation. Yet, many women are still held back in Africa and the Middle East. Perhaps nowhere is this more apparent than in Saudi Arabia. Women are forbidden to travel outside of the home without the permission of a male relative, which leads to the ridiculous situation in which a mother has to be escorted by her 10-year-old son. Meanwhile, women in that country are only slowly gaining the right to drive, often by openly defying the authorities. Elsewhere, especially in Africa, traditional practices still keep women out of the financial sector, meaning that many women can't secure bank loans. This has led to much of the success of the aforementioned microfinance plans. Minorities throughout the Middle East have a history of either faring extremely well or being forced to leave completely. The most famous example of this is certainly the migrations during the 1940s as a result of the declaration of Israel and Palestine. Politicians and scholars still hotly debate the merits of each case, but for both Palestinians and Israelis, the simple truth was that because of a distrust of minorities, thousands had to leave economically thriving livelihoods to start entirely new lives. As a result, many Jews have faced economic discrimination in parts of the Middle East, while the economic activities of Muslim-majority Palestinians are heavily limited in the occupied territories of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. In other parts of the region, minorities have relied on existing business contracts elsewhere to thrive. This is especially true for both old-money Lebanese families, many of whom have had wealth and connections for more than 100 years, as well as the growing expat communities of the Persian Gulf. However, the treatment of minorities is widely different in the Gulf. Those groups perceived to have money, such as Europeans or East Asians, are treated infinitely better than those groups that have the perception of being there to do menial labor, such as South Asians. As a result, many human rights violations have been reported against South Asians in places like Dubai or Bahrain. Meanwhile, what about Africa? In many parts of Africa, they have very limited economic rights. Here we must be very careful to avoid offense because in at least one country, South Africa, for years the numerical minority oppressed the economic and political rights of the majority through a program known as apartheid. Unfortunately, ethnicity still matters throughout the region. The best example of this can be found in the decision of Idi Amin, the ruler of Uganda during the 1970s, to expel all South Asian people from the country. This was done because the South Asians had much of the country's money, but the problem was that they had earned it through a culture that favored trade and had many good business connections abroad. However, there is hope. In South Africa, victim of apartheid for so many years, there is a real attempt to integrate the whole country into the economy. As a result, the minority whites have been joined by the majority blacks in economic prosperity, although the system is still far from perfect. While the situation is continuing to improve for women and minorities throughout the Middle East and Africa, it is still far from perfect. Certainly, women have benefited greatly from economic and political changes that have made it more acceptable for them to get educations and jobs, but in some places, heavy limits still exist on the more practical parts of being productive, such as driving a car or using a bank. Minorities, on the other hand, still have a way to go, with a lot of backtracking occurring when political leaders ignite nativist sentiments in places like Palestine and Uganda.
At first glance, you might not expect for the Middle East and Africa to have many of the same climates. After all, much of the Middle East and parts of Africa are very arid, meaning that very little rain falls there, while some parts of Africa have more than 100 inches of rain a year. That said, when you actually look at the geography of each place, almost every climate present in one region is present in the other. Sometimes the amount of a particular climate present is much smaller, but Africa and the Middle East share much more than just being hot. Of course, the dominant climate of much of the Middle East and almost all of northern Africa is that of a desert climate. Here, less than 200 millimeters of rain, or about 8 inches, falls a year across some of the world's biggest deserts, the Sahara and Kalahari deserts of Africa, and the Syrian and Arabian deserts of the Middle East. As you can imagine, these are very dry places with very small amounts of human settlement. However, people do live here, although they are almost always involved in one of 3 economic activities. Some people are merchants, crossing the deserts to trade, much like people have done for centuries. Still others are herders, taking their flocks of camels from oasis to oasis. Finally, some are hunter-gatherers, especially in the Kalahari in southern Africa. They live like the very first humans did, hunting animals and insects and eating what vegetation they can find. The second largest climate zone in the Middle East, and one of the largest in Africa, is a semi-arid climate. These areas receive more rain than deserts, but not enough for anything other than a few short grasses and shrubs to grow. In fact, the precipitation range for a semi-arid region is between 8 and 20 inches of rain a year. In Africa, much of the area around the Kalahari Desert is technically semi-arid. However, a much larger band of semi-arid territory exists immediately south of the Sahara. Known as the Sahel, it stretches across the continent just under the Sahara and is between 50 and 250 miles wide. In the Middle East, semi-arid areas make up much of Turkey and Iran, as well as areas around the Jordan River in Israel, Palestine, and Jordan. Don't let the little bit of extra rain fool you. It is still very hot there, but at least there is some hope of rain. Here, the number of merchants and herders grows substantially. If given a choice, most people in the Middle East would probably choose to live in a Mediterranean climate, areas known for relatively wet winters but dry summers. It gets its name because it is the weather of much of the land around the Mediterranean Sea. Much of western Turkey, as well as almost all of Israel, Palestine, and Lebanon are considered to have a Mediterranean climate. Also, some parts of Iran near the Caspian Sea have such a climate. In Africa, most of the Mediterranean zones are near the 2 ends of the continent, in Morocco and Algeria, and then again in South Africa. This may sound strange at first, but if you look at a map with latitude lines drawn, it makes much more sense. Both of these zones are 40 degrees away from the equator. We've described most of the land in the Middle East, but there is still a huge chunk of Africa left to describe. These regions are tropical or subtropical regions. Tropical regions are often between 10 degrees north and 10 degrees south, while subtropical regions are often just north or just south of the tropic regions, up to 40 degrees north or south. Tropical regions have a lot more rain than arid regions, often getting more than 3 inches a month. The one exception are grasslands, which could have dry seasons with little or no rain, but make up the rainfall total for the year during the wet season. As the Middle East is too far away from the equator, there aren't any tropical zones there. Meanwhile, since the equator runs right through the middle of Africa, it is home to plenty of tropical areas, including both tropical rainforests like the Congo and tropical grasslands like the savanna. On the other hand, the Middle East does have a small subtropical region in Turkey and Iran, where the temperatures are hot enough and enough rain comes in from the Black Sea to support this kind of climate. However, to really find subtropical climates, we have to look at Africa. Here, much of the cooler parts of the savanna, as well as the lower parts of highlands in Ethiopia and southeastern Africa, are subtropical. In this lesson, we looked at the numerous types of climates found in Africa and the Middle East. Both continents have large deserts, namely the Sahara, Kalahari, Syrian, and Arabian. Additionally, both continents also have semi-arid and Mediterranean climates. However, only Africa really has any tropical zones like the Congo rainforest. With the exception of a small region on the Caspian Sea, Africa also has all the subtropical areas.
All across the Middle East and Africa, you can find economic activity of every kind imaginable. To say that these regions have real economic potential is an understatement. Literally tens of trillions of dollars in oil, gold, diamonds, and various other mineral wealth sit under the ground, while more than 1 billion people drive countries where the status of the wealthy is changing more and more every day. But Africa and the Middle East are places of great contrasts. Here, some of the poorest people in the country live in the shadow of some of the world's newest billionaires. Many of the poorest people in Africa and the Middle East are caught in subsistence-based economies, or those economies where daily survival is the primary focus. By survival, I don't necessarily mean physical survival, although in places like Somalia that is the case. Instead, I mean having enough resources to purchase food and other necessities, or if not purchase it, grow it. For many people, this is the way of life that they have known for generations. However, for some, it is a conscious choice as a way to avoid losing cultural contacts with the past. For example, many Bedouin in the Arabian Peninsula herd camels, but they use brand new SUVs and carry smartphones. Of course, much of the Bedouins' wealth is a result of the oil fields that have made the countries of the Arabian Peninsula quite wealthy. For many people, oil is the primary economic activity associated with the Middle East. However, it is not the only one. That said, such extractive economies, where people make a living by pulling resources from the land, are very common in Africa and the Middle East. While oil is the primary example for much of the Middle East, it also holds true in places like Angola and Nigeria in Africa. Also, it is not only oil at play. Countries like Botswana and South Africa grew very rich off of the massive diamond mines that dot their respective landscapes. Mining diamonds is one thing, but polishing them and selling them is a completely different type of economy. These service-based economies rely on services like tourism, translation, and other service-based industries to boost their economic output. In this, Egypt is a great example. For decades, a great deal of Egypt's economy has been supported solely by tourism. Think about how many people want to see the pyramids or the Sphinx, and you get some idea about how popular tourism to Egypt is. However, it's not just Egypt. Israel has made itself a center for app development in the past few years, and Qatar and Lebanon continue to fight to secure market share in media and advertising. In fact, Jordan and Syria have made themselves famous throughout the Middle East for providing some of the best professionals, whether they are engineers or doctors, so that other countries don't have to build expensive medical or engineering schools. Further south, Kenya has cashed in on its wildlife to draw many people wanting a safari. However, the real winner of the service economy in Africa is the cell phone industry. Towers are springing up all over Africa, and often there are cell phone dealers in towns before they are connected to the main cities by good highways. While technically a service industry, the growth of finance in Africa and the Middle East deserves its own mention. In Africa, places like Johannesburg, South Africa, Casablanca, Morocco, and Dakar, Senegal, are financial centers with growing monetary power. As Africa continues to develop, only more money will pour into these countries. However, the real economic power in the Middle East is in Dubai, a city in the United Arab Emirates. Here, with the growth of Islamic finance, which provides investments and loans that are permitted under Islamic law, hundreds of billions of dollars are being managed. In fact, most major banks now have large locations in Dubai so as to be close to the action. While the people of Africa and the Middle East are extraordinarily diverse, so too are the economic activities that they undertake. In a region with dozens of billionaires, it may sound strange that many people make a living on a subsistence level by scratching by every day. However, as increasing numbers of people take advantage of extracting natural resources and building service-based industries like tourism and app programming, we can only expect the financial section and the number of billionaires to grow as well. Natural resources are very important when determining where to settle, This is especially true of regions that have an abundance of natural resources in some areas, but a complete lack in others. Africa and the Middle East provide two great opportunities to see how people have decided to settle largely on the basis of natural resources. More interestingly, they also show us how settlement has changed as desired resources have changed, as well as how new technologies make increased settlement possible. For much of the Middle East and Africa, the most important natural resource is water. It sounds really basic, but in reality it is absolutely essential, and we need only look at the places that humanity settled in order to see this. For starters, the first settlements in either place were areas that had access to water, but were high enough to avoid flooding, such as Çatalhöyük in Turkey or the Kush culture of Sudan. However, the wealth water provided was tempting, and soon people were settling in much more flood-prone areas, such as Egypt and Mesopotamia. Such regions came with a real risk of flood, but the gamble was that in years when there was no catastrophe, settlements could grow and become rich. In fact, these settlements grew so rich that access to water became a primary way to trade and build knowledge and wealth. Soon, Egypt and Mesopotamia became centers of both, leaving behind earlier societies that had no such access to water. The same thing happened with the Zimbabwe people in southern Africa and Ghana in western Africa. The rivers there provided transportation for trade and wealth, in addition to more stable food stocks. In fact, it was only after humanity began to trade over the seas that areas such as Axum and Yemen were able to catch up. When Axum and Yemen did catch up, they caught up in a big way. Both were crucial markets for spices, and spices were often worth more than their weight in gold. As demand for gold rose, the empires of Africa and the Middle East set out to find it. Significant quantities were found in West Africa, but it presented a problem. How could it reach the rest of Africa without crossing either the Sahara or the jungles of the Congo? Transporting it was a problem, but humanity eventually found a solution with its settlements. By placing small outposts throughout the Sahara, close to permanent oases or sources of water in the desert, the trade routes were allowed to link. These places never grew really massive, but became amazingly wealthy. In fact, you've heard of the most famous one, Timbuktu. For centuries, this setup governed how settlements were arranged in Africa and the Middle East. Major population centers stuck close to the water sources or other areas where large crops were possible, while only small outposts could be found in areas like the Sahara that would provide stops for merchants. However, the discovery of petroleum, the kind of oil that is used to make gasoline, changed all that. Suddenly, the oil wells required large groups of people to maintain them. That was okay in places close to the traditional settlements, but it turns out that the biggest oil fields, like those in Nigeria and Saudi Arabia, were often in remote parts of the jungle or desert. As a result, thousands of people had to learn how to live in the middle of nowhere. In the past, large settlements were determined by the ability to maintain a population. Now, the location of large settlements was determined by economics. Such a movement would require a new host of technologies. Pipelines were built to get the oil from the remote areas to refineries where it could be turned into something useful, or directly to ports where it could be loaded onto ships. Huge sections of the jungle had to be drained in order to make room for people who were used to living in air-conditioned buildings, not houses built on stilts. In the desert, massive desalination plants had to be built to turn seawater into fresh water. This lesson shows just how important the presence of natural resources has been to determining settlement patterns in the Middle East and Africa. From the earliest times, the presence or absence of water has been a very important factor, leading to some of the world's densest settlements along the Nile River, but also leading to important civilizations in Ghana and Zimbabwe. However, water eventually became more useful for trade for resources like spices and gold, as the people of Axum and the peoples of the desert oases of the Sahara learned. Finally, as the world's appetite for petroleum continued to grow, the ability to drill for oil meant that it was soon more economical to build desalination plants or build houses on stilts to get people to the resources.
Throughout the Middle East and Africa, climate and landforms have had massive impacts on both plant and animal life. After all, the penguins that thrive on the islands off the shore of South Africa are not likely to be found in the deserts of Arabia. However, more than many other regions, the role of human beings is very apparent here. Humans have been crucial in not only encouraging the growth of certain forms of life, but also in completely eradicating others. When you think of the Middle East, you probably immediately think of desert. Granted, this is a region that is well known for being arid. However, this is also a region that first saw humanity domesticate many crops, or tame crops to be grown by people. Wheat, barley, dates, olives, and even the ingredients for many perfumes were first grown throughout much of the Middle East. That tells us that many parts of the region are surprisingly fertile. Again, landforms matter. Palm trees and date trees line the borders of many desert oases, but the crops of wheat and barley are isolated to the fertile plateaus of Iran and Turkey, as well as the river valleys of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Olive orchards can be found throughout the Levant along the Mediterranean, while the incense and other perfume ingredients prized the world over grow best in isolated parts of Yemen. To the south and west, Africa may look less touched by humans, but that is not necessarily the case. In fact, the Sahara is growing at an alarming rate every year because of the deforestation along its southern boundaries, where all the trees are cut down. Deforestation is a problem in other parts of Africa as well, primarily in the rainforests of Central and Western Africa. Still, a surprising amount of diversity is found in those rainforests. Unlike parts of the Middle East, where a few wild grasses may dominate uncultivated lands, the plant growth in these forests is nothing short of incredibly diverse. From mosses to giant trees, there is an awesome diversity of plant life in these jungles. On the outskirts of the jungles, grass-based monocultures make up much of the savanna, where the big game of Africa thrives. In fact, Africa is home to many of the world's most diverse large animals. Elephants, lions, hippopotamuses, rhinoceroses, and wildebeests make their homes here. So do wild dogs, smaller cats, small mammals, crocodiles, and virtually everything in between. On the domestic side of things, herders manage groups of camels, cattle, sheep, and goats. Many of the larger animals have long found themselves victim of human hunting, especially rhinoceroses and elephants. As a result of ivory poaching, the numbers of these animals has dwindled across the continent. The effects of human-caused extinction are very acutely felt in the animal life of the Middle East. As recently as 2,000 years ago, leopards, lions, and other large animals roamed much of the Middle East with abandon. However, these large animals tend to feed on livestock, which has made them the target of farmers trying to protect their herds, as well as thrill-seeking pleasure hunters. As a result, lions have disappeared from the Middle East, while wild leopards live only in a few isolated instances in Iran, Yemen, and Oman. Instead, much of the animal life presently found in the Middle East is dependent on existing human populations. Large herds of camels are ubiquitous throughout the region, ranging in use from transportation to a source of meat and milk. Likewise, the historically prominent role a shepherd is in no danger of going away during the 21st century. In this lesson, we looked at the plant and animal life present in the Middle East and Africa. In the Middle East, we saw how human interactions have caused the development of plant and animal life in the region to coincide largely with human goals. As a result, barley and wheat were domesticated and grown on a much larger scale than they would have been as mere wild grasses, while lions and leopards have been eliminated from the region. In Africa, human development has made an impact, but not as strongly. While the designs of humanity are apparent in phenomena like the growth of farming, the deforestation of the rainforest, and the continued endangerment of many big game animals in Africa, It has only been in the last 200 years that those effects have really begun to be felt. While researching opportunities to be an exchange student, you find an organization that offers the chance to study in Africa and the Middle East. Looking for something different than the chance to study in Europe or South America, you take a look at the organization's website, imagining little more than oil rigs and safaris when you think of those two places. However, as you soon find out, it's hard to condense the lives of more than 1.4 billion people into such a small group of stereotypes. The first picture that pops on the screen is a picture of the skyline of Istanbul. The tall minarets of the Hagia Sophia and the Blue Mosque immediately catch your eye, so this is a place worth looking at. As you start to read, you find out that Istanbul is one of the world's largest cities, and despite what some people think, it is not the capital of Turkey. Clicking on the tab about daily life, you find out that people here live much like they do in other big cities, although few big cities can claim a history going back to the time of the ancient Greeks. Knowing you'd want to do some sort of internship while you're studying, you find out that Istanbul is a major financial center as well. Istanbul definitely looks like a comfortable place to spend a school year, but it's not necessarily what you are looking for. With that said, you see a sidebar for another place in the Middle East, and you click it. You had no idea where or what Wadi Rum was, but those pictures are nothing short of amazing, like something straight out of the adventures of Aladdin or Lawrence of Arabia. Camels, tents, and a sky full of stars, you find out that Wadi Rum is a massive preserve near Petra, Jordan. Here, people live a very different life. Sure, some people live in the cities, but if you were to study here, you would be given the opportunity to live as a Bedouin, a nomad who still herds goats, sheep, and camels. Now that would be an experience. However, besides some Arabic language classes, you notice that education is pretty lean. Knowing how to milk a camel is only so useful when applying to colleges, after all. Figuring that something with a less familiar name may be a good option, you click on a link under the Africa heading. You're met with good news and bad news. Mogadishu, Somalia has a beautiful harbor, classes and everything you could imagine, and food that has been given a 5-star review. However, the whole page has been grayed out, and you are met with a pop-up saying that due to current events, studying in Mogadishu has been suspended. Curiosity gets the best of you, and you search Mogadishu. You're soon met with the reason why. Civil war has consumed the city for years, taking what was once a very wealthy region and plummeting it into chaos. The environment may be pretty, but the political situation makes this a non-starter for you. You can't even imagine what it would be like to be a student here. In fact, you wonder if it's even possible to study here given the conflict. Quickly, before you read any more about the tragedies, you go back to the exchange program website and search for one last place. You click on Gaborone, Botswana, half afraid of what you may find. After all, clicking on the unfamiliar name under the Africa tab has dashed your hopes before. Taking a deep breath, you are stunned. Parks, tall buildings, and wide, clean streets. In Africa? The only time you had heard of Botswana before was to know that it was popular for safaris, but this isn't at all what you expected. Reading more, you find out that the program there is based in Gaborone, the capital of Botswana, but really travels all over the country. It turns out Botswana has had a really interesting story. It was home to some of the oldest civilizations in history, but ones that your history book never taught you about. That would be something to throw into a class discussion. More importantly, it's a thoroughly middle-class country, not as rich as the United States, but still very wealthy compared to its neighbors. It has made this money off of diamonds and safari tourism, and the program mentions field trips for both geology and zoology. Granted, it's nearly 10,000 miles from home, but it's definitely worth talking to your parents about. In this lesson, we learned about 4 very different lifestyles in Africa and the Middle East. We saw how Istanbul was a city steeped in history, but was a big city like so many others around the world. Wadi Rum, on the other hand, was a place where people still lived as they had done for hundreds of years. Mogadishu has seen that continuity of lifestyle smashed by war, but that is not the only story of Africa. Instead, Gaborone shows how Africa has prospered.
South Asia could be considered the biggest melting pot in the world. There are dozens of religions, especially Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism and local beliefs, hundreds of languages and ethnic groups, and 8 nationalities: Bangladeshi, Indian, Pakistani, Afghan, Sri Lankan, Nepalese, Maldivian, and Bhutanese. With their different beliefs, cultures and history, all packed into one of the most densely populated parts of the world, it's no surprise that there's been conflict. But in terms of geographical characteristics, there are few parts of the world where the constant presence of humans have affected the landscape more. Only in the heavily built-up Western world does the impact of humans even compare. Yet South Asia is also home to the majestic Himalayan mountains, the largest mountain range in the world. So it's pretty clear that the landscape of this area is affected by both humans and the forces of nature, like those forces that caused those mountains to rise. South Asia is affected by both human and physical characteristics. While a big part of this lesson will involve talking about how the roughly 1.7 billion humans in South Asia have affected the landscape, there are things about the landscape that are almost impossible for humans to really affect. The mountains are the most obvious of these. They're most definitely a physical characteristic, or a feature of the Earth caused by the natural world that has nothing to do with humans. Asia is the most mountainous continent on Earth, after all. The Himalayas were created when 2 of the Earth's biggest tectonic plates, or huge slabs of Earth, smashed into each other. Compared to this collision, the worst car crashes in the world would seem like nothing at all. The Himalayas are found here, in the northern part of South Asia. The very largest Himalayan mountain is also the largest mountain in the world, Mount Everest, in Nepal, which measures a whopping 29,035 feet tall. Pakistan also has an impressive mountain called K2. South Asia also contains the Vindhya Range, the Karakoram Range, the Hindu Kush Range, and the Eastern and Western Ghats. South Asia is a land where water is at the heart of life. Water is like the veins and arteries of South Asia. The floodplains provide fertile land for farming, and the billions of people who live in the region need plenty of water to live. The monsoon rains are part of a cycle that sustains life in the area. So it could be argued that the rivers may be the most important physical characteristic of South Asia. Rivers are also sacred to people of the Hindu faith, and this is a major belief system in parts of South Asia. The Brahmaputra and Ganges rivers are found here and here. The Brahmaputra is about 1,800 miles long and passes through both India and Bangladesh until it flows into the sea in the Bay of Bengal. The Ganges also passes through India and Bangladesh and is almost as long as the Brahmaputra at about 1,560 miles long. But what about other parts of South Asia? The Indus River in Pakistan is extremely important in the present day as well as historically. It was home to one of the world's first farming-based societies, but it remains important to this day for many of the same reasons as the rivers of India and Bangladesh. You could argue that it's even more vital since Pakistan is drier than India or Bangladesh. The Indus is about 2,000 miles long and is the longest river in South Asia. The rivers are vitally important physical characteristics, but with so much water and flooding, controlling it becomes important. So there are also water-related human characteristics. Human characteristics are features of the Earth caused or affected directly by humans. Canals and dams are used to control water resources, and these constructions have big impacts on the landscape. One of the most important is the Tehri Dam in India. At about 850 feet high, it's the tallest in South Asia. Its base is a staggering 3,700 feet wide, approximately. Being islands, the Maldives and Sri Lanka are a little different when it comes to their relationship with water. Here is Sri Lanka, and here is the Maldives. Their main physical feature is their coastlines and all the things that go along with that: beaches, cliffs, bays, atolls, and reefs. The Maldives contain about 1,190 islands, each containing many physical features. In Sri Lanka, you'll find lagoons, coastal plains, and beaches. Humans are the most powerful force on the Earth, and this is certainly true in an area as densely populated as South Asia. We dig mines, cut down trees, fence off areas, build artificial rivers and lakes, bulldoze mountainsides, hunt and kill animals, and even change the gases in the atmosphere. And then, of course, there are cities. Ranking the biggest cities in an area is hard, because there are lots of ways to do it. Do you include the city itself, or addresses that count as part of the city, or the entire urban area? And populations are always changing too. But whatever order they're put in, it's pretty clear that the biggest 3 cities in South Asia are Delhi in India, found here, Karachi, Pakistan, found here, and Mumbai, India, found here. These cities have between 18 and 26 million people each, depending on how you count, and are consistently in the top 15 cities in the world by population. South Asia includes Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. A physical characteristic is a feature of the Earth caused by the natural world that has nothing to do with humans. Human characteristics are features of the Earth caused or affected directly by humans. Cities are definitely the most important human feature in South Asia because they have the biggest impact on the Earth's surface and environment. South Asia has a huge population, with 1.25 billion in India alone. The biggest 3 cities in South Asia are Delhi, Mumbai, and Karachi. In terms of physical features, the most significant ones in South Asia are rivers and mountains. Major rivers include the Brahmaputra, Ganges, and Indus. The Indus is the longest river of them all. In the northern part of South Asia is the largest mountain range in the world, the Himalayas. The very largest Himalayan mountain is also the largest mountain in the world, Mount Everest in Nepal, which measures a whopping 29,035 feet tall. Other major mountain ranges are the Vindhya Range, the Hindu Kush, the Karakoram, and the eastern and western Ghats. In addition to rivers and mountains, South Asia also contains the islands of the Maldives and Sri Lanka, which are mainly interesting physically because of their coastlines and unique features. South Asia, otherwise known as the Indian subcontinent, is the area usually considered to include India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives. These countries combined stretch over 1.7 million square miles. Today we're going to talk about the major landforms of this area. But first of all, what exactly is a landform? Well, a landform can be any natural feature of the Earth's surface. In the case of South Asia, there are many important mountains, rivers, plains, and plateaus in particular. But landforms also include lakes, valleys, canyons, coasts, and deserts. Anything that's a physical and natural feature of the Earth is a landform. Rivers are vitally important to South Asia. If the rivers dried up tomorrow, many people in the area simply wouldn't be able to survive. They provide water, but they also provide fertile lands on their floodplains. The rhythm of life in the subcontinent is centered on the flow of the rivers and the coming of the monsoon rains. The 1,800-mile-long Brahmaputra has its source in Tibet in the Himalayas, like most South Asian rivers, and then passes through India and Bangladesh, before reaching the sea at the Bay of Bengal. The lower parts of the river are sacred to Hindus, of which there are many in India. Considering how deeply the river influenced life in the area, this probably isn't surprising. The Ganges has a similar course to the Brahmaputra, flowing through India and Bangladesh, though it isn't quite as long. It is nevertheless the most sacred river of all Hindu rivers. Sadly, it's heavily polluted these days, but remains vital for life in the area. But the longest river in South Asia is the Indus River in Pakistan, at an impressive 1,988 miles. The Indus River is notable as much for the past as the present. Yes, it's important to this day, for the same reasons as the Indian rivers we talked about previously. But the Indus River Valley has huge historical significance too. The valley was home to the ancient Indus Valley civilization, one of the first agrarian or farming-based societies in human history. The river could be seen as one of the cradles of modern civilization. Mountains and Asia go together like wine and cheese. The Himalayas are the largest mountains in the world, found across the northern part of South Asia. The largest mountain in South Asia is therefore also the largest mountain in the world. Mount Everest in Nepal at 29,035 feet. This is followed closely by K2 in Pakistan. While K2 is smaller, it's usually considered to be harder to climb, particularly in terms of technical skill. There are another 12 mountains in Nepal, India and Pakistan that are over 25,000 feet, many of them on the border with China. While the Himalayas are the heart of mountainous South Asia, there are other notable ranges. The Vindhya Range in central West India is small, but of historical and mythological significance. They form the border between civilizations and were described as dangerous and unknown lands, full of demons and cannibals, and impassable due to the dense forest found on their slopes. They're even mentioned in the Indian national anthem, along with the Himalayas. The Hindu Kush Range is another significant one, found in northern Pakistan. They've had strategic importance since at least 500 BCE, and formed an unofficial dividing line between Russian and British areas of influence during the Cold War. Last of all, there are the Eastern and Western Ghats, which run along the east and west coasts of India. The Eastern Ghats contain many ancient Buddhist ruins, and the Western Ghats are one of the largest areas of biodiversity in the world. Asia has some of the most impressive canyons in the world, though you have to go a little further north than South Asia for many of them. But there is one particularly famous gorge called the Kali Gandaki Gorge in Nepal. Depending on how you measure it, it could even be considered the deepest gorge in the world, reaching 18,278 feet in depth if you measure from the top of the mountains on each side. The gorge was traditionally a major trade route between Tibet and India. People carried their wares along the banks of the Kali Gandaki River that lies at the bottom. The largest plain in South Asia is the Indo-Gangetic Plain, at almost 1 million square miles. These plains are the areas covered by the major rivers we've talked about, the Indus, Ganges and Brahmaputra. It's these plains that contain fertile soils and provide for the farming people of the Indian subcontinent. The main crops are rice and wheat. Being such a mountainous area, South Asia also contains many important plateaus. The Karnataka Plateau in south-central India and the Deccan Plateau, a little north of that, are volcanic plateaus that collectively make up most of southern India. The Karnataka Plateau is an average of 2,600 feet above sea level and is home to India's largest waterfall. Perhaps mountains, rivers and valleys are the most important landforms in South Asia, but the Maldives and Sri Lanka have their own distinctive landscapes. Their landforms of note are coasts, islands, atolls and reefs. There are around 1,190 islands in the Maldives, all with their own coasts and features to explore, and Sri Lanka is home to beaches, lagoons, coastal plains, and deep valleys and gorges in the centre. South Asia is the area usually considered to include India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and the Maldives. A landform is any natural feature of the Earth's surface. This includes mountains, valleys or canyons, lakes, coasts and rivers. South Asia contains part of the largest mountain range in the world, the Himalayas. The largest mountain in South Asia is Mount Everest in Nepal at 29,035 feet. There are 13 more mountains above 25,000 feet in South Asia, mostly in Nepal and Pakistan. The Indus and Ganges river valleys are probably the most famous in South Asia. Without them, much of the farming that happens in India and Bangladesh would not be possible. But when it comes to size and impressiveness, Kali Gandaki Gorge in Nepal may win the first prize. Depending on how you measure it, some say it's the deepest gorge in the world. From the top of the mountains on each side, it reaches as much as 18,278 feet in depth. Other mountain ranges include the Vindhya Range, the Hindu Kush, and the Eastern and Western Ghats. The longest rivers in South Asia are the Brahmaputra, the Indus, and the Ganges. The rivers of the area generally begin in the Himalayas. The Ganges and Brahmaputra are sacred to Hindus and are vital sources of water and fertile soil. But the longest river in South Asia is the Indus River in Pakistan, at an impressive 1,988 miles. The Indus floodplain was home to the ancient Indus Valley civilization. The Indo-Gangetic Plain is the largest in South Asia and includes the fertile floodplains of the Indus, Ganges and Brahmaputra rivers. There are also important plateaus. The Karnataka and Deccan plateaus are volcanic plateaus that together make up much of southern India. The Karnataka plateau contains the largest waterfall in India. Important landforms of Sri Lanka and the Maldives include valleys, gorges, coasts, islands, atolls, and reefs. There are around 1,190 islands in the Maldives, so there are many features to explore. People like to move around, and they do so for lots of different reasons. Human migration is the seasonal or long-term movement of humans from one area of the Earth to another. This might happen when someone moves for a new job, or flees persecution in their home country, or escapes from the path of a gigantic erupting volcano. Whatever the reason, when people move, that's human migration. In today's lesson, we're going to look at the migration patterns in each of the countries of South Asia. South Asia is the area usually considered to include Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. There are a lot of people in South Asia, a staggering 1.6 billion in total, 1.2 billion of whom are squashed into India. And where there are a lot of people, there's a lot of movement. Let's start with India and Nepal. Within the borders of India and Nepal, there's a lot of migration. In India, the most common reason people move is marriage. This is especially true of women. When a woman in India marries, she's expected to move in with or near to her husband's family. In fact, over 50% of internal migration in India is for this reason. People also move within the country for better employment or educational opportunities, or to avoid turmoil. For example, many people have left Jammu, Kashmir and Assam in recent years due to the conflicts there. In Nepal, the biggest flow of internal migration is from the northern mountainous areas into either cities or the southern fertile farmland. The mountains have become too densely populated and land is expensive. People are moving south to seek new opportunities. In 2001, only 2% of migrations in India were from outside the country. Far more people leave the country and emigrate to developed ones such as the United States and countries in Europe. Getting acceptance into these countries can take many years, but it provides a better life for a lot of people. When the British left India, they carved up the country into what we know today as India and Pakistan. The idea was that Hindu believers would be most at home in India, and Muslims could find their way to Pakistan. And this is exactly what happened, a surge of migration out of India into the new country of Pakistan. Later, internal migration within Pakistan occurred mostly from rural areas to city areas, by people in search of jobs or better opportunities. This continues to this day, as urban areas grow more each year. Sometimes this migration is permanent, but sometimes the men of a family go into the city and send money that they make back home to their families in the country. They might even return to the villages during agricultural harvests. This time away from their families is a huge sacrifice, but it can be the only way to escape poverty. When it comes to external migration, a lot of people in Pakistan have been moving to the Middle East to take advantage of the huge oil reserves there. They see this as a way to get rich. Afghan migration data is hard to come by. Since governments have been anything from informal to downright abusive, there often was little to no data gathered about how people moved. We do know that people seasonally migrate to Iran and Pakistan for work and send money back to their families in Afghanistan. We also know that people leave the country to escape persecution and are granted asylum in Europe, the US and other countries. And during the many times of war, there is often heavy migration out of the country to escape the fighting. Sri Lanka and the Maldives see a lot of migration. Since both countries are so small, opportunities can be limited, causing people to move to other places to work. They then send the money home to their families. Many people go to the Middle East for jobs in the oil industry. But South Korea and Singapore are also major destinations. Sri Lanka and the Maldives are both major tourist destinations. This short-term migration for tourism is common and brings a lot of revenue to the countries. This revenue is needed, especially in the Maldives, which is a relatively poor country. The future of the Maldives will almost certainly involve some drastic migration out of the country, thanks to climate change, and the fact that the country is only a few feet above sea level. The entire country is likely to disappear over the coming years as sea levels rise. Many of the country's islands have already been abandoned. The government has been saving tourist money in order to buy land in Australia for the day when it will have to relocate its population. The most common flows of migrants to Bhutan are currently from neighbouring Nepal and India. However, immigration has generally been discouraged and even banned at times, especially in the case of settlers from Nepal. Moving to Bhutan involves showing that you truly understand the culture and will become fully assimilated. Migration within Bhutan has tended to be from the east side to the west. Major reasons include employment, the movement of family, education, and marriage. Human migration is the seasonal or long-term movement of humans from one area of the earth to another. Migrants move to find work, improve their lives, and to escape persecution or natural disasters. South Asia is the area usually considered to include Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Within the borders of India and Nepal, there's a lot of migration. In India, the most common reason people move is marriage. When a woman in India marries, she's expected to move to, live with, or at least near her husband's family. Another common reason people move is due to employment, finding a job in a new area. In Nepal, the biggest flow of internal migration is from the northern mountainous areas into cities or the southern fertile farmland to seek new opportunities. Many Indians also try to move to more developed countries. Many Indians migrate to Pakistan. When the British left India, many South Indians, especially Muslims, migrated up into Pakistan. Within the country, there's also always been migration from rural areas to city areas by people in search of jobs or better opportunities. Sometimes men move alone and send money back to their families in the villages. When it comes to external migration, a lot of people in Pakistan have been moving to the Middle East to take advantage of the huge oil reserves there. We have limited information about migration in Afghanistan. We do know there's seasonal migration to Iran and Pakistan for work, that people leave the country to escape persecution, and that people leave during times of war. Sri Lanka and the Maldives both see a lot of migration for jobs. People often move to the Middle East, South Korea and Singapore and send money back to their families. These two countries are also both major tourist destinations. The most common flows of migrants to Bhutan are currently from neighbouring Nepal and India. However, immigration to Bhutan is generally discouraged. Demographics are statistical data relating to the population of an area and groups within it. Those could be religions, they could be cultural heritages, they could be languages or socio-economic classes. They could be anything really, so in a nutshell, demographics are numbers about people who live in a place. Numbers can be boring, but they help us make sense of a place in ways we just couldn't without them. South Asia is the area usually considered to include Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. It's one of the most populated parts of the world, with a total of 1.7 billion people. Yep, you heard that right, 1.7 billion. That's 1,700 million people, or 5 times the population of the USA. Most of that 1.7 billion is concentrated in India, which has 1.2 billion all on its own. But there are also 196 million people in Pakistan, 166 million in Bangladesh, 32 million in Afghanistan, 31 million in Nepal, 22 million in Sri Lanka, and less than 1 million each in Bhutan and the Maldives. South Asia is super diverse, perhaps one of the most diverse areas of the planet. It can also be kind of hard to get numbers about because India doesn't define ethnic groups in its census. India traditionally is divided into castes or clans rather than ethnicities. Languages are a little bit easier to pin down, but languages are also complicated because there are so many in the area. The two largest language groups in South Asia are Indo-Aryan and Dravidian. Indo-Aryans are most commonly found in northern India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives. Dravidians are found mostly in southern India, and small pockets of Sri Lanka and Pakistan. Two groups are pretty simple, but unfortunately that's only the tip of the iceberg. There are lots of smaller language families found all across South Asia, including Persian, especially in Pakistan and Afghanistan, Tibeto-Burman, especially in the Himalayas and Bhutan, and odd pockets of Austroasiatic and Nuristani languages. When you break it down into specific languages, the most commonly spoken languages in South Asia are Hindi and Bengali in India, Bengali in Bangladesh, Punjabi, Pashto and Sindhi in Pakistan, and Dari and Pashto in Afghanistan. But there are over 780 languages and 66 different scripts in India alone. I told you it was diverse. But that's all about language. What about actual ethnicity? Ethnically, South Asia is made up of a mix of Australoid and Indo-European genetic makeups. If we really wanted to get into the ethnic groups of South Asia, I think we'd all become pretty overwhelmed. There are dozens of ethnic groups in the area that people use to define themselves. It's all very complicated. The main religions in South Asia are Hindu, Islam, and Buddhism. In India, 81% of the population are Hindu as of the 2001 census, with 13% Muslim, and every other religion below 3% each. Nepal is similar to India, with 81% Hindu and 11% Buddhist as of 2011. Pakistan, on the other hand, is 96% Muslim, most of which are Sunni Muslim, with less than 2% Hindu and Christian. It's a similar story in Afghanistan, where 99% are Muslim, also mostly Sunni, and in Bangladesh, where 90% are Muslim and 9% Hindu. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, is 70% Buddhist, with 13% Hindu, 10% Muslim, and 8% Christian, according to the 2012 census. It's one of the most mixed countries in South Asia religiously. Bhutan also has a 70% Buddhist population, with the remaining 30% practicing Hinduism. So, to summarize, India and Nepal are mostly Hindu, Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan are mostly Muslim, and Sri Lanka and Bhutan are mostly Buddhist. Do you think this might be a source of some tension? You bet it is. But at the same time, South Asia is impressively diverse. If such a mix of religions, ethnic groups, and different language speakers can learn to live together in such a densely populated area, then perhaps there's hope for us all. Demographics are statistical data relating to the population of an area and groups within it. South Asia is the area usually considered to include Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. It's one of the most populated parts of the world, with a total of 1.7 billion people. Most of that 1.7 billion is concentrated in India, which has 1.2 billion all on its own. But there are also 196 million people in Pakistan, 166 million in Bangladesh, 32 million in Afghanistan, 31 million in Nepal, 22 million in Sri Lanka, and less than a million each in Bhutan and the Maldives. South Asia is super diverse, perhaps one of the most diverse areas on the planet. The two largest language groups in South Asia are Indo-Aryan and Dravidian. Indo-Aryans are most commonly found in North India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka and the Maldives. Dravidians are found mostly in southern India and small pockets of Sri Lanka and Pakistan. But there's also Persian, especially in Pakistan and Afghanistan, Tibeto-Burman, especially in the Himalayas and Bhutan, and odd pockets of Austroasiatic and Nuristani languages. The most commonly spoken languages in South Asia are Hindi and Bengali in India, Bengali in Bangladesh, Punjabi, Pashto and Sindhi in Pakistan, and Dari and Pashto in Afghanistan. But there are over 780 languages and 66 different scripts in India alone. There are dozens of ethnic groups in the area that people use to define themselves. The main religions in South Asia are Hindu, Islam and Buddhism. India and Nepal are mostly Hindu. Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan are mostly Muslim, and Sri Lanka and Bhutan are mostly Buddhist. Although this and other historical issues can be sources of a lot of tension, Considering how incredibly diverse this area is, the level of harmony isn't bad at all. South Asia is a highly populated area that includes 8 countries: Afghanistan, Bhutan, Bangladesh, India, the Maldives, Pakistan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. South Asia is one of the most diverse parts of the world, and so summarizing their culture in a single lesson is an incredibly difficult task. It's pretty much the definition of a cultural melting pot. But there are still things we can say about culture in the area, and we can talk about some of the differences between these countries. The culture of South Asia is completely entwined in language, ethnicity, and religion. There are hundreds of languages, ethnic groups, and many popular religions. These things, along with Western influences, especially from the old British Empire, produce a patchwork of local cultural variations and differences. So to really understand the culture of South Asia, we first have to look at languages, ethnicity, and religions. Religion is a big part of the culture of South Asia. There are many practiced religions: Hindu, Islam, Buddhism, and Sikhism especially. All 4 of these religions were born in South Asia and go back for thousands of years, with connections to ancient civilizations in the area. The religions are separated along national borders. When the British gave India its independence, it was split into 2 countries, India and Pakistan. India was the area that was mostly Hindu, with some Buddhists, and Pakistan was the region that was mostly Islamic. To this day, over 90% of Pakistanis are Muslim. But this has produced a lot of tension between the 2 countries. One of the biggest cultural patterns in the area is the contrast between egalitarian ideals and caste systems. Egalitarian ideals say that everyone is of equal value, and nobody is born superior to anyone else. The caste system is basically the opposite. The Hindu faith is the reason that historically India had a caste system, which gave people a social standing at birth. Some people really hated this caste system, and those people formed the Buddhist faith, which is more egalitarian. And then there's Islam, which came from the West. Islam is generally egalitarian, like Buddhism. So there is a clear cultural distinction between egalitarian Muslim countries like Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Maldives, and Bangladesh, egalitarian Buddhist countries like Bhutan and Sri Lanka, though Sri Lanka is more religiously mixed, and Hindu countries like India and Nepal. While the caste system is less strong in India these days, these cultural roots are still there. Their society remains hierarchical, and subordinates tend not to contradict superiors in the workplace. The various religions have a big impact on how people live. The days they celebrate come from religions, how patriarchal the country is, and even down to the cuisine. Islam in particular has strict guidelines in what can be eaten and how food can be prepared. Even artists only produce art that aligns with the religious values of the country. Artistic free speech that involves going against Islam is frowned upon. Language and ethnicity is even more complex and diverse. People identify their ethnicity in terms of the countries that exist today, in terms of caste, and in terms of the ancient tribes and ethnic groups that lived in the area. There are hundreds of groups, and the details aren't always well documented. Censuses don't always provide enough information. In terms of languages, there are 2 main groups: Indo-Aryan languages and Dravidian. Indo-Aryans are in North India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives. Dravidians are more in select areas, mostly southern India and parts of Sri Lanka and Pakistan. But then there are lots of smaller language families just to make things even more complicated. The most common languages in South Asia are Hindi and Bengali in India, Bengali in Bangladesh, Punjabi, Pashto, and Sindhi in Pakistan, and Dari and Pashto in Afghanistan. But there are a ton more to get your head around, 780 in total. Traditional dress in India involves silk saris for the women, and dhotis, lungis, or panchis for men. Pakistanis wear the salwar kameez, and something similar is worn in Bangladesh. Sri Lanka's dress has more in common with India. In terms of cuisine, across South Asia the cuisine tends to involve heavily spiced and usually very hot food. This is the food people eat every day of their lives. In many places meat is a big part of people's diet, including the Muslim countries. Though many Hindus and Buddhists are vegetarian for religious reasons. So while the spices are common throughout South Asia, the thing you're spicing isn't always the same. Muslim countries like Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh follow strict rules about the preparation of meat, and don't eat pork for religious reasons. This has an influence on cuisine. Aside from this religious aspect, Pakistani and Bangladeshi food generally has a lot in common with Indian cuisine. In terms of sports, while a long list of them are played, cricket is by far the most popular across South Asia. This is especially true in India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, where few sports come close. It's been said that cricket is like a religion to Indians and Pakistanis. Each of these countries has successful domestic and international cricket teams. But there are other popular sports. Football, or soccer, is more popular than cricket in Nepal, and archery is the national sport of Bhutan. In Afghanistan, football and cricket are similarly popular. South Asia is a highly populated area that includes 8 countries: Afghanistan, Bhutan, Bangladesh, India, the Maldives, Pakistan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. South Asia is one of the most diverse parts of the world, and their culture is completely entwined in language, ethnicity, and religion. There are many practiced religions, but the most popular ones are Hindu, Islam, and Buddhism. One of the big cultural patterns of the area is a mix of cultures that follow egalitarian ideals versus those that follow a caste system. The Hindu faith is a reason that historically India had a caste system, which gave people a social standing at birth. Buddhism and Islam are more egalitarian. This is reflected in the cultures of Muslim countries like Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Maldives and Bangladesh, Buddhist countries like Bhutan and Sri Lanka, and Hindu countries like India and Nepal. Indian society remains hierarchical to this day, and subordinates tend not to contradict superiors in the workplace. The various religions have a big impact on how people live, the days they celebrate, how patriarchal the country is, and even the cuisine. All are impacted by religion. Islam in particular has strict guidelines in what can be eaten and how food can be prepared, and some Hindus and Buddhists are vegetarians. The languages and ethnicities of South Asia are many and complex. People identify their ethnicity by nationality, caste, ancient tribes, and local ethnic groups. There are hundreds of ethnicities. There are 2 main language groups: Indo-Aryan languages in most of South Asia, and Dravidian in southern India and parts of Sri Lanka and Pakistan. The most common individual languages in South Asia are Hindi and Bengali in India, Bengali in Bangladesh, Punjabi, Pashto and Sindhi in Pakistan, and Dari and Pashto in Afghanistan. But there are a staggering 780 languages in total. Each country has its own traditional dress, and cricket is the most played sport in South Asia by far. Climate is what happens when you look at weather on a large scale, in both area and time. Climate is the average or general weather conditions of a large area taken over a long period of time. This means that the latest heat wave in your little corner of the world tells you nothing about climate, or about climate change for that matter. Asia has a lot of climates. This climate map of Asia looks more like a 3-year-old has been playing with a paint set. There are 25 different types of climate in Asia in total, but we can make things a bit simpler. Some of the climate types are really just variations on a theme. A simplified map only has 10 climate types, and if you look at just South Asia, the topic for today's lesson, that reduces it to 6 climate types. What is South Asia? Well, South Asia is an area usually considered to include, in alphabetical order, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. So now that we know what our words mean, let's look at the climates of South Asia. The various climate types of South Asia don't follow any kind of perfect, easy-to-describe pattern, but there are certain things we can notice. The southernmost parts of South Asia, including southern India, Sri Lanka, and southern Bangladesh, have 2 dominant climates: tropical wet, or equatorial, and tropical wet and dry, or tropical savanna. An equatorial climate is a rainforest climate with heavy rainfall and no dry season, where every day is similar throughout the year. Equatorial climates are found only in select spots in South Asia: the west coast of India up almost as far as Mumbai, the south of Sri Lanka, the south of Bangladesh, and the Maldives. Most of the rest of southern India, southern Bangladesh and Sri Lanka are tropical savanna. Tropical savanna is characterized by a strongly pronounced dry season and a wet season, and a landscape that tends to be halfway between a rainforest and a desert, essentially tropical grasslands. This tropical savanna climate is what South Asia is most famous for, a dry season followed by an incredibly wet season. The tropical monsoon, which is a period of very heavy rain, occurs between July and December. As wet air moves into southern Asia from the sea, it rises as it approaches the Himalayas and pours huge quantities of rain on the land. As you head north in South Asia, the equatorial and tropical savanna give way for humid subtropical conditions. Humid subtropical climates are characterized by hot, humid summers and mild to cool winters. This covers much of northern India, northern Bangladesh, and southern Nepal and Bhutan. If we walk even further north, we start to enter the highest mountain range in the world, the Himalayas. Here we find a highland climate. Highland climates are cooler than nearby areas and are generally dry, though lower slopes can still be relatively wet. But there's one part of South Asia we've missed out: Western India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. When you head west, you find areas the monsoon misses, and things become increasingly dry. Here there's a mix of two climates, semi-arid and desert. Semi-arid conditions are defined by being very dry and can be either cold or hot, but not dry enough to meet the criteria for a desert. But a desert, or arid climate, is a climate where precipitation is too low for any vegetation except possibly a little shrub to grow, but where it isn't cold enough to meet the criteria for a polar climate. Pakistan is a desert close to the sea, but becomes semi-arid as you head towards the mountains, and then finally you get some highland climate once you're back in the Himalayas. Afghanistan is similar, but it never gets drier than semi-arid. Climate is the average or general weather conditions of an area taken over a long period of time. The climate of Asia is hugely mixed. There are 25 different climate types in Asia and 6 distinct climate types in South Asia. South Asia covers Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. The southernmost parts of South Asia, including southern India, Sri Lanka, and southern Bangladesh, have 2 main climates: equatorial climate and tropical savanna. Equatorial climates are found along the west coast of India up almost as far as Mumbai, the south of Sri Lanka, in the Maldives, and the south of Bangladesh. Most of the rest of India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka are tropical savanna. If you leave these areas and move north, the equatorial and tropical savanna is replaced with humid subtropical conditions, and then finally with highland climate. Western India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan have a mix of semi-arid and desert climates. Full-scale desert can be found in parts of Pakistan that are near the coast. You can also find more highland climate as you approach the Himalayas in North Pakistan and East Afghanistan. An equatorial climate is a rainforest climate with very heavy rainfall and no dry season, where every day is similar throughout the year. Tropical savanna is characterized by a strongly pronounced dry season and a wet season, and a landscape that tends to be halfway between a rainforest and a desert, essentially tropical grasslands. The wet season is called the tropical monsoon. Humid subtropical climates are characterized by hot, humid summers and mild to cool winters. Highland climates are cooler than nearby areas and are generally dry, though lower slopes can still be relatively wet. Semi-arid conditions are defined by being very dry and can be either cold or hot, but not dry enough to meet the criteria for a desert. A desert, or arid climate, is a climate where precipitation is too low for any vegetation except possibly a little shrub to grow, but where it isn't cold enough to meet the criteria for a polar climate. South Asia is the area usually considered to include India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives. These countries combined stretch over 1.7 million square miles. Do you think there are natural resources somewhere in those 1.7 million square miles? You bet they are, and that's what we're going to talk about today. But first of all, what are natural resources? Natural resources are things that are naturally provided by the earth that can be used by humans for practical effect. They include forests, coal, oil, fruit, pretty places we can sell to tourists, anything that's natural and useful. They're also great for the economy, and a strong economy often means higher living standards. And when the economy is moving, people, products and capital often move with it. In total, India has a lot of natural resources, particularly oil, coal, high-quality iron ore, and ferroalloys. However, relative to its population, India has less than other places. Another big problem is that it's currently hard for investors to get permits and purchase land to take advantage of those resources. The government makes it a slow process. India also has a lot of fertile land along river floodplains, which it exploits to produce crops. It could be argued that the natural presence of spices like coriander in northern India is significant culturally. Indian food is certainly a major cultural export whose value is hard to put a number to. In terms of dollar value, though, wheat, rice, cotton and peanuts are important resources, the products of which India exports to the rest of the world. Bangladesh has similar natural resources to India. If anything, land is even more fertile than in India. Pakistan has an extensive supply of natural gas, some low-quality coal, oil, iron ore, and the potential for hydroelectric power. Like India, the country also exports a large amount of agricultural products, particularly textiles and rice. But Pakistan's biggest natural resource is probably the land itself. Pakistan has an important strategic location and relatively large amounts of land considering the size of its population, at least compared to other South Asian countries that are packed with people. Pakistan's location is of strategic importance for several reasons. It's near Afghanistan, which is war-prone and frequently home to terrorist groups. It's a potential launch pad into Iran. It has access to the Arabian Sea and the Gulf, and it's close to powerful countries like India, China and Russia. Afghanistan's natural resources are largely unexploited, yet there are plenty of them. Afghanistan has coal, iron ore, copper ore, gemstones, gold, and in particular natural gas and oil. It's been said that Afghanistan could become a major centre for mining one day. Agricultural products include fruit and nuts, but opium is the main export and is considered the most valuable. Nepal's main natural resource is hydroelectric power. The vast flow of water in the mountainous area has allowed it to sell large amounts of electricity to India, and this could be expanded further. Tourism is also a big deal, as mountaineers want to explore the largest mountain range in the world, the Himalayas. Bhutan's natural resources are similar to Nepal's, except that it also has a lot of timber, and it's doing little to exploit its tourist potential, since Bhutan generally prefers outsiders to stay away. Sri Lanka and the Maldives had natural resources like limestone, graphite, and other minerals, and lots of successful plantations, but their biggest natural resource is probably the natural beauty of the islands. Tourism attracts 800,000 people to the Maldives every year, and about 1.5 million people to Sri Lanka. Given how beautiful Sri Lanka is, you could argue there's potential for even more. Most of these natural resources lead to exports, whether exporting the resources themselves or the products each country creates with those exports. They're a big driver of the movement of products around the world. Many of the natural resources of South Asia are exported, in the natural form or as manufactured products. This brings capital to the region. However, when capital moves, people tend to also move. Companies come to South Asia to take advantage of those resources, to set up businesses, and to relocate their families. Natural resources also cause people to do the opposite, to leave South Asia. For example, men in Pakistan, Sri Lanka and the Maldives in particular will leave their families bound for the Middle East to find work and send money back home. And those opportunities only exist because of the huge oil reserves there. While people leaving a country might not seem desirable, those funds are being returned to South Asian countries, which is a benefit to the economy. And then there's tourism. When countries like the Maldives, Sri Lanka and Nepal are able to attract tourists, that is a major seasonal movement of capital and people into the country. South Asia has many natural resources that humans use, including energy sources, minerals, metals, waterways, fertile lands, trees, crops, and natural beauty that draws tourists. India has natural resources like oil, coal, high-quality iron ore, and ferroalloys. It also has a lot of fertile land along river floodplains, and wheat, rice, cotton, and peanuts are important exports. Bangladesh has similar natural resources to India. If anything, the land is even more fertile. Pakistan has extensive supplies of natural gas, and it exports a large amount of agricultural products, particularly textiles and rice. But Pakistan's biggest natural resource is probably the strategic location of the land itself. Afghanistan's natural resources are largely unexploited, yet it has a lot of energy sources, particularly natural gas and oil, as well as metals like gold and gemstones. Its main natural export is opium. Nepal's main natural resource is hydroelectric power, as well as the natural beauty of the Himalayas, and the tourism that results. Bhutan has similar natural resources, but also has timber. However, Bhutan tends to discourage visitors. Sri Lanka and the Maldives have some natural resources, but the most important is their natural beauty. Tourism attracts 800,000 people to the Maldives each year, and 1.5 million people to Sri Lanka. All these natural resources cause a lot of movement of products, capital and people in South Asia. Foreigners set up businesses in South Asia to take advantage of the natural resources, and tourism also brings a lot of seasonal movement of foreigners and capital into popular destination countries. South Asians themselves also move to where the most lucrative natural resources are, primarily working in the oil industry in the Middle East and sending money home. Many of the natural resources of South Asia are exported around the world, both as raw and manufactured products. In this lesson, we'll be looking at the various economies of South Asia. South Asia is the area usually considered to include Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. It's one of the most populated parts of the world with a total of 1.6 billion people. Let's start with the largest economy, India. The economy of India is largely a capitalist, free market economy, similar to most Western countries. However, the government is often described as containing a lot of corruption, and India is low on the Human Development Index. India's economy is the 7th largest in the world by GDP, or gross domestic product, and is 3rd in purchasing power. Like many Western countries, most of its GDP is in the service sector. Industry and agriculture are also important. In fact, most Indian employment comes from the agricultural sector. In recent decades, India has become a big supporter of free trade. It's a member of many trade organizations, including the World Trade Organization, WTO, the South Asian Free Trade Area, SAFTA, BRICS, and the G20, among others. India's main exports are software, petrochemicals, agricultural products, jewelry, engineering goods, and pharmaceuticals. India's important imports include oil, gold and precious stones, electronics, engineering goods, chemicals, plastics, coal, ores, and metals. Pakistan's economy is relatively modest. It's very much a developing country, with war and social instability, along with a lack of basic services like transport and electric power. Agriculture is more important in Pakistan than in India, though services and industry are also important economic sectors. Much of the industrial centres lie along the Indus River. Like India, Pakistan supports free trade. Its main exports are linens, cotton, yarn and rice, and its main imports are oil, chemicals, machinery and food. Afghanistan is similarly a developing country, one of the least developed in the world in fact, and has struggled for years due to unsuccessful regimes and war. About 1/3 of the population is unemployed, and a similar number live below the poverty line. But the economy has improved after receiving billions of dollars of international aid and investments. It only became a free market economy in 2002, after previously being a planned economy. The vast majority of the country's economy comes from agriculture, and its main exports include opium, fruit, nuts, wool, and cotton. While Sri Lanka has spent much of its history as a developing, impoverished country, in recent years unemployment has plummeted, partly due to free trade. Sri Lanka is a member of the WTO and SAFTA, for example. Much of its economy is based in tourism, textiles, and agriculture. Its main exports are textiles, pharmaceuticals, tea, spices, and gemstones. Its main imports are fabrics, minerals, oil, food, and machinery. The Maldives has a major service economy at 78%, largely in the form of tourism. Tourism has led to rapid improvements in infrastructure, Industry is also important, and only a small portion of the population is involved in agriculture. Its main export is fish. Its main imports are oil, ships, food and clothes. Bangladesh is a developing country, but it is growing rapidly. Much of this growth is centered on export-driven industries, and the textile industry is the second largest in the world. It's part of numerous trade organizations. Its economic sectors are mixed relatively evenly between agriculture, industry and services, and its main exports are textiles, food, porcelain and china. Its main imports being oil, machinery, food and metals. The economy of Nepal has been growing, though agriculture is still the heart of its economy. But a quarter of the population remained below the poverty line in 2008. Its main industries are tourism, clothes and food, and it's a member of the WTO. Nepal exports a wide variety of goods and imports oil, gold and machinery. Bhutan is one of the least developed countries in the world. Around a third of its population are below the poverty line, and most work in agriculture and forestry. What agriculture does exist is largely subsistence farming, where the focus is on farming enough to feed and clothe your family. And it therefore doesn't drive the economy as significantly as you might expect. Bhutan's main exports are electricity, spices and timber, and its main imports are oil, grain and machinery. South Asia is the area usually considered to include Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. All of these countries are considered to be developing, though Sri Lanka may be one of the first countries in the area to leave that list. The economy of India is a largely capitalist, free market economy, even though the government is often described as corrupt. India's economy is the 7th largest in the world, and most of its GDP is in the service sector. Most of Indian employment comes from the agriculture sector, though this is only a small portion of the GDP. India's main exports are software, petrochemicals and agricultural products. Pakistan is very much a developing country. Much of the industrial sectors lie along the Indus River. Like India, Pakistan supports free trade organizations. Its main exports are linen, cotton, yarn and rice, and its main imports are oil, chemicals, machinery and food. Afghanistan is one of the least developed countries in the world. It struggled for years due to unsuccessful regimes and war. About a third of the population is unemployed, and a similar number live below the poverty line. It only became a free market economy in 2002, after previously being a planned economy. The vast majority of the country's economy comes from agriculture, and major exports include opium, fruit, nuts, wool and cotton. Sri Lanka's economy has been growing rapidly. Unemployment has plummeted, helped by free trade. Much of its economy is based in tourism, textiles and agriculture. Its main exports are textiles, pharmaceuticals, tea, spices and gemstones. The Maldives is a mostly service economy, largely in the form of tourism. Its main export is fish, and its main imports are oil, ships, food and clothes. Bangladesh's economy is growing rapidly. Much of this is centered on export-driven industries, and the textile industry is the 2nd largest in the world. Its main exports are textiles, food, porcelain and china. Nepal has agriculture at the heart of its economy. A full quarter of the population remained below the poverty line in 2008. Nepal exports a wide variety of goods. And Bhutan is one of the least developed and most impoverished countries in the whole world. Around a third of the population is below the poverty line, and most work in agriculture and forestry. What agriculture does exist is largely subsistence farming, where the focus is on farming enough to feed and clothe their families. In today's lesson, we're going to look at what life is like in various parts of South Asia. South Asia is the area usually considered to include Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. South Asia is a melting pot of cultures, religions, languages and ethnicities. So comparing life in South Asia in a single lesson is difficult. After all, life will vary from one local area to another. But we can still make some general statements about each country in South Asia and talk about what life tends to be like there. India is one of the most densely populated countries in the world, though Bangladesh and the Maldives are more so. It's about a third of the size of the United States and yet contains 4 times the population, 1.25 billion people in all. Space is therefore at a premium, and people have to get used to not having much of it to themselves. The cities are busy, congested and polluted, and living space is relatively expensive. The roads are also dangerous. Basically anyone can get a driver's license if they can afford the fee. Indian and Nepalese society are especially hierarchical. India was traditionally split up into castes, which decided your social standing from birth, and this is still common practice in Nepal. People generally don't contradict their superiors in India or Nepal, even if they're clearly wrong. To do so would be to shame them and be disrespectful. Avoiding shame is an important part of the culture, and people try to avoid saying no or rejecting ideas outright whenever they can. The caste system stems from the main religion, Hinduism. Buddhism is the next most popular religion in Nepal, and in a lot of ways came into being as a rejection of the caste system. Both countries are patriarchal, and arranged marriages were extremely common until recently in India. A lot of respect is given to elders, and questioning them is frowned upon. The cuisine in India is heavily spiced, including ginger, coriander, cardamom, turmeric, hot peppers and cinnamon. Some people are vegetarian for religious reasons, and some are not, but whether it's vegetables or meat, spices are used in similar ways. Nepalese cuisine is a mix of Tibetan and Indian, but heavily spiced food is expensive in Nepal and tends to be saved for special occasions. Most Hindus do not eat beef, because the cow is considered to be sacred. This is especially true in Nepal, where it's the national animal. Unlike India and Nepal, Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Maldives and Bangladesh are all Muslim countries. If it wasn't for this religious difference, life in some of these countries might be quite similar to India. They do, after all, share a lot in common: their love of spicy food, their interest in the sport of cricket, and the crowded living conditions. But being Muslim has a big impact on life here. Probably the biggest cultural difference is the fact that Islam, like Buddhism, is egalitarian, which means that all people are considered to be born equal in the eyes of God. This means that India and Nepal's caste system would never be okay in a place like Pakistan, for example. Islam also has a big effect on day-to-day life because of its rituals. For example, Muslims pray 3 or 5 times a day, depending on which group they belong to, and the call to prayer can be heard sounding out of mosques in every corner of these countries. Muslims do eat meat, but that meat must be prepared according to strict guidelines, and pork is never eaten. Drinking of alcohol is also frowned upon. In Muslim countries, Islamic law also usually plays a big role in the government's laws and punishments. Sri Lanka and Bhutan are Buddhist countries, but they're also mixed countries with many different religions. Buddhists tend to be relatively laid back about other belief systems, and so life here, especially in Sri Lanka, involves more religious freedom and less pressure than other countries in South Asia. Beyond this, the countries of Sri Lanka and Bhutan are very different. That's because while their religious beliefs are similar, Sri Lanka is a much richer country. While every country in East Asia is developing, Sri Lanka may be the first to be taken off that list. Bhutan, on the other hand, is one of the poorest countries in the world, and life there can be a struggle. Sri Lanka still has some arranged marriages and is highly patriarchal, but this is changing gradually over time. Children are encouraged to have a sense of shyness, modesty and shame, which leads Sri Lankans to be quiet, calm and less verbal than other cultures. Catering to tourists can be a part of life in Sri Lanka, since it's a big part of their economic success. Bhutan is a poor country, with few modern amenities, yet they are also often described as among the happiest people on earth. This is perhaps due to their Buddhist beliefs, which promote the idea of contentment through pushing aside desires. People live simple lives, but rate very highly in measures of happiness and contentment. South Asia is the area usually considered to include Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. It's a mix of cultures, religions, languages, and ethnicities. Let's summarize some of the ideas we talked about in today's lesson. starting with India and Nepal. India is one of the most densely populated countries in the world. People generally don't get much space to themselves, and cities are busy, congested, and polluted. Indian and Nepalese societies are both hierarchical. India was traditionally split up into castes, which decided your social standing from birth, and this is still common practice in Nepal. People generally don't contradict their superiors to avoid shaming them. The caste system stems from the main religion, Hinduism. Both countries are patriarchal, and arranged marriages were once common. Some people are vegetarian for religious reasons, and some are not, but the cuisine in India is pretty much always heavily spiced. Most Hindus don't eat beef. Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Maldives and Bangladesh share certain things in common with India. People like the sport of cricket, they eat spicy food, and Pakistan in particular is similarly crowded. But being Muslim makes life here a bit different. Unlike Hinduism, Islam is egalitarian, which means that all people are considered to be born equal in the eyes of God. Islam also has a big effect on day-to-day life. For example, Muslims pray 3 or 5 times a day, depending on which group they belong to, and the call of prayer can be heard sounding out of mosques in every corner of these countries. Meat must be prepared in a particular way. Pork isn't eaten and alcohol is frowned upon. Sri Lanka and Bhutan are Buddhist countries, but they have relatively large amounts of religious freedom. But Sri Lanka is a much richer country than Bhutan. Life there can be a struggle at times, yet they are also often described as among the happiest people on earth. This is perhaps due to their Buddhist beliefs, which promote the idea of contentment through pushing aside desires. Sri Lanka is patriarchal, has arranged marriages, and has a cultural attitude that encourages calm, quiet approaches to situations. This is probably also partly due to Buddhist beliefs. Tourism is also a significant part of life in Sri Lanka. Today we're going to talk about the plants and animals of South Asia. But the first question we need to answer is, just what is South Asia? South Asia is the area usually considered to include Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. The thing about plants and animals is that they have very strong opinions about the weather. If you think people complain about the weather a lot at your local bus stop, you have no idea what plants and animals are like. This is because they only do well in certain climates. So you find different plants and animals in one climate compared to another. South Asia has 6 main climate types alone: equatorial, tropical savanna, humid subtropical, highland, semi-arid, and desert. And this makes the plants and animals that live there quite varied. India, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh contain multiple climates, but the most common are equatorial and tropical savanna. Equatorial climates are found along India's west coast, southern Sri Lanka and southern Bangladesh. Most of what remains is tropical savanna, with subtropical conditions in the north. These 3 climates collectively lead to a wide array of plant and animal life. The northern subtropical areas contain forests of spruce, fir, cedar, and sal. The latter is especially common near the Ganges floodplains. Tall grasses and bamboo can be found in the valleys around the Brahmaputra and Surma rivers. The equatorial areas, especially the west coast of India, are home to many tropical plants, including commercial crops of bananas, citrus, and coconuts. Southern plateaus contain palm trees. Mammals of the area include elephants, rhinoceroses, bison, antelope, deer, and primates, including the rhesus monkey and the hoolock gibbon. In the north you'll find the famous Bengal tiger and Asiatic lion. If you head into the Himalayan mountains, conditions become colder and drier. There you find mountain goats, ibex, and snow leopards. There are also thousands of species of birds, including hawks, vultures, eagles, and peacocks, as well as hundreds of species of snakes, many of which are poisonous. Crocodiles are even found in many rivers. So when farming the fertile floodplains of the subtropics, you better keep an eye out. Sri Lanka is also worth mentioning individually. While the climate is similar, being an island, plants and animals can become isolated for many years, and as a result there are many species there that are found nowhere else. This includes species of primate, rodent, butterfly, bird, reptile and fish, it really is a treasure trove of unique animals and plants. Western India, Pakistan and Afghanistan are extremely dry. There's a mix of semi-arid and desert climates. When you approach the coast of Pakistan, you find full desert, and the mountains of the Himalayas in both North Pakistan and East Afghanistan contain highland climate. But pretty much everything in between is semi-arid. The Himalayan foothills and plains contain shrub forests and wild olive trees. There you might see brown bears, black bears, leopards, ibex, and various types of mountain goats and sheep. Further into the mountains you find coniferous forests, whereas lower down you get oaks, walnuts, maples, birches and chestnuts. The economically important Indus River contains crocodiles and freshwater dolphins. Wildlife in the deserts is limited, but they do contain gazelles, foxes, lizards, snakes, deer, hares and grey wolves, though all in relatively small numbers among the sparse vegetation. The Maldives is a mostly equatorial climate, but the fact that the Maldives contain nothing but a series of small islands, this makes their plants and animals quite specific to that environment. Animals and plants become isolated and adapt to life in a small area of land. The islands in the southeast and northeast are generally more fertile than elsewhere, and many plants can be found, including coconut, breadfruit, plantain, papaya, and mango. The general vegetation is that of dense shrub. Since islands are hard for plants and animals to get to, birds and fish tend to be the main kinds of animals able to find their way to such places. There are over 2,000 species of fish, eels, stingrays, manta rays and sharks in the Maldives. Extensive coastal reefs are home to lots of marine life. Bird species are mostly oceanic or marsh birds such as grey herons. There are only 2 mammal species found only in the Maldives, the local shrew and flying fox. But there are also snakes, rabbits, rats, geckos and turtles. South Asia is the area usually considered to include Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. South Asia has 6 main climate types alone. India, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh contain equatorial, tropical savanna and subtropical climates. Equatorial climates are found along India's west coast, southern Sri Lanka and southern Bangladesh. Most of what remains is tropical savanna, with subtropical conditions in the north. The northern subtropical areas of India and Bangladesh contain plants such as forests of spruce, fir, cedar and sal, tall grasses, bamboo, bananas, citrus, coconuts and palm trees. This area has animals that include elephants, rhinoceroses, bison, antelope, deer, primates, the Bengal tiger, goats, ibex, snow leopards, hawks, peacocks, poisonous snakes and crocodiles. The drier parts of South Asia, particularly in Pakistan and Afghanistan, contain desert and semi-arid climates, with some highland climates on the approach to the Himalayas, and are home to the following plants and animals: shrub forests, wild olive trees, brown bears, black bears, leopards, ibex, mountain goats, sheep, crocodiles, freshwater dolphins, gazelles, foxes, lizards, snakes, deer, hares and grey wolves. The Maldives contain dense shrub and are mostly home to fish, turtles, eels, stingrays, sharks, coral reefs, shrews and flying foxes.